With a soft whoosh, the breeze brushed past, lifting the young man's bangs. Li Feng gazed blankly at the desolate, uninhabited expanse before him. Where am I? He examined his surroundings, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. Isn't this the scene from the game I was just playing, Dragon Ball Flash? Li Feng was stunned. He had been a recent college graduate unable to find work and resigned to staying home. As a diehard Dragon Ball fan, his favorite game was Dragon Ball Flash. Just moments ago, he had cleared the Raditz storyline, and the surrounding scenery perfectly matched. I've actually traveled into the Dragon Ball world. A cascade of information bombarded his mind. After a long while, Li Feng understood that he had truly crossed over into the Dragon Ball world. As a veteran Dragon Ball fan, Li Feng knew the entire plot by heart. With the aid of a system as his golden finger, wouldn't he thrive effortlessly? While Li Feng was daydreaming, a chime sounded. Ding. Scanning. Located in Dragon Ball Universe, A1807. Successfully bound Li Feng. A notification rang in his mind. Then a virtual screen appeared before him, displaying his personal info: name, Li Feng, skills, none, combat power 5, lineage earthling. Indeed, a pathetic fighter with a power level of 5. Li Feng mocked himself. In the Dragon Ball world, later fighters measured their power in the billions. Here wasn't he just cannon fodder? How could he only have such a pathetic power level here? He wanted to punch the god of destruction, kick the angels, marry a beautiful woman, and rise to the top of the world. Ahem. Stop dreaming for now. He needed to increase his combat power as soon as possible. Just as Li Feng was lost in fantasy. Ding. First login to Dragon Ball Universe, A1807. Congratulations, host, on receiving a newbie gift pack. Combat power 1000. Primary storage space 1 cubic meter. Senbei beans 10. Accept. The electronic voice sounded again. Accept. Li Feng opened the pack without hesitation. Before him appeared a floating 1 cubic space containing a bag of senbei beans and a white fruit. A primary storage space. Such tech existed in the high-tech Dragon Ball world like Bulma's capsule technology, but having one's own storage was certainly better. Next were the senbei beans. Their importance was self-evident, life-saving in critical moments, and the perfect tool for Saiyans to boost power. Oh, what is this fruit? Does it increase combat power? What is this white fruit? Li Feng asked the system. Because the host's initial body is too weak, it is provided to grant you combat power. Whether it was his imagination or not, Li Feng felt a slight disdain from the system. Are there more of these fruits? Just give me a few tens of thousands, that should be enough. Li Feng tried to butter up the system, imagining that with a tens of millions power level from the start, he could easily crush everything. Host, please give up your illusions and fight properly. The system coldly refused. Fine. Li Feng had no choice but to eat the white fruit from the spirit tree. Boom. A trace of sweetness entered his mouth, followed by a surge of immense energy erupting from within. His muscles and bones cracked and popped, and his previously thin frame instantly swelled. Suddenly, Li Feng felt every cell in his body reborn. Is this key? He sensed the tremendous change within himself. The boost in combat power allowed him to perceive the existence of his own ki. Ding. Detected that the Scion Raditz has already arrived on Earth. Mission released: defeat Raditz from Universe A1807. Mission rewards Scion bloodline. So this was the beginning of Dragon Ball Z. Although his own power level was only 1005, with his knowledge of the plot, he could certainly defeat him by ambushing at a critical moment. Li Feng wasn't stupid. He had zero combat experience, and his power level was still lower than Raditz's. Running in headfirst would mean certain death. So he would lie low and wait until Raditz was weakened before finishing him off. But what's this about Dragon Ball Universe A1807? Li Feng noticed the prompt on the system. There are many Dragon Ball universes. The host is currently in Universe A1807. The cold mechanical voice sounded. No wonder. The original work had Future Trunks Time Travel Universe, the GT Universe, the Super Universe, the 12 universes of the Gods of Destruction, etc. He might travel to all of them. Then it was quite possible for him to travel through various universes and become the king of every universe. Li Feng daydreamed excitedly. Enough of that. He needed to get familiar with his power first. Li Feng remembered the real task. The surging power was unfamiliar to him, like a child suddenly possessing the body of a strong man. Just a simple punch created a sound of breaking air, and the wind blast directly sent a nearby stone flying. Not bad. Was this the strength of a fighter with a power level of 1005? Let's test speed. Whooshed. Without much effort, a single step carried him dozens of meters away, and faint shoe prints were left on the ground. This was terrifying. No wonder Dragon Ball was once called the strongest battle anime in the second dimension. Even a power level of just over 1000 could wreak havoc in other worlds, but in Dragon Ball Z it was only the beginning. Moreover, Li Feng could clearly sense a faint energy floating in the air, and his own body was unconsciously emitting this energy as well. Was this key? Li Feng closed his eyes, concentrated, and sensed the energy within his body. Unconsciously, he had learned to control his ki. The most exciting thing about being able to use ki was definitely being able to use the Bukujutsu sky dance. It meant flying in the sky. Li Feng began to slowly concentrate ki on his upper body, watching himself gradually lift off. A pleasure beyond words. This was the feeling of flying. Not like being in an airplane or other external assistance. He was truly flying by himself. Because his combat power had surged too rapidly, Li Feng was initially unsteady, wobbling and tilting in the air. But within minutes, he got the hang of it, controlling the ki in his body for aerial movement as naturally as moving his own limbs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Li Feng was practicing Bukujutsu, he suddenly sensed 3 powerful ki signatures in the distance. Those 3 intense energy sources in the distance were as dazzling as lights shining in the dark, and one of them fluctuated violently, clearly stronger than the other 2. It must be Raditz' son Wukong and Baiku. The plot has begun. Watch me defeat Raditz. Whoosh. Li Feng once again performed Bukujutsu and flew toward the direction of those 3 ki signatures. On the western wasteland, 3 figures stood. Ha ha ha. Now you understand how powerful Saiyans are. But it's too late. The one letting out the evil laugh was a muscular man with spiky long hair and a scouter over his right eye. Son Wukong, you must be excited facing a strong enemy, said a green-skinned alien with 2 antennae on his head, sweating. I'm ashamed to say I'm not excited, I'm trembling with fear. Feeling the terrifying aura of the man before him, Son Wukong trembled, but the Saiyans' battle-thirsty blood excited him. Wait, Gohan father is coming to save you. Ha 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 ha, don't delude yourself. How can you save him? You'll die even before him. Finished speaking, La Dizzy stomped the ground and flew toward Baiku and Son Wukong. We have no choice but to fight, Heaton, Baiku said, then also charged forward, dust rising beneath his feet. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Son Wukong and Baiku attacked La Dizzy together, their figures flickering rapidly. Bang, 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 bang. Though Son Wukong and Baiku's attacks were as swift as machine guns, La Dizzy handled them with ease, calmly blocking each strike. Hey! Son Wukong shouted, his figure instantly vanishing from before La Dizzy and reappearing on the side, kicking toward his face, stirring a gust of wind. Baiku also took the chance to attack La Dizzy's left side. Shwa! A gust of wind passed, and La Dizzy's figure teleported behind the 2, then kicked out with both legs. Bang! Bang! La Dizzy hit Son Wukong and Baiku directly. They flew backward like kites with broken strings. Bastard! Baiku cursed and immediately jumped up to attack La Dizzy. Ha! Die! La Dizzy grinned viciously, quickly gathering yellow energy spheres in his hands and hurling them at Baiku and Son Wukong. Oh no! Son Wukong's pupils contracted. In a critical moment, he twisted his body, and the scorching blast grazed his hair before hitting the ground, forming a huge crater. Baiku was not so lucky. He hastily dodged the vital area, but the energy blast was immense and instantly vaporized his left arm. Boom! The 2 blasts exploded with a terrifying shockwave. Had the 2 of you together still end up like this? Too pathetic. La Dizzy mocked. Baiku, are you okay? Son Wukong asked. Don't worry, even with 1 arm, I can still fight. Baiku said, cold sweat dripping. Distract him first and draw his attention. Ooh, I have a special technique to finish him. Baiku said in a low voice. All right, Son Wukong said, then stamped his right foot and burst toward La Dizzy. Duh, 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 duh. Son Wukong attacked La Dizzy as if his life depended on it. What's wrong, Kakarot? Is this all you've got? La Dizzy casually blocked with 1 hand and kicked Son Wukong away with his right foot. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Son Wukong didn't give up either. Just before hitting the ground, he pushed off with both hands, launching himself 10 meters into the air. Came. Son Wukong brought his hands together, gathering blue energy at his lower back. What? His battle power is rising. 924. La Dizzy's scouter reading kept climbing. Huh. That brat is condensing energy. His power is rising. Me. Beep. 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 What? On the other side, Baiku pointed his right hand at his forehead, also gathering immense energy. Huh. Boom. Son Wukong thrust his hands forward, sending a blue shockwave at La Dizzy. Hep. La Dizzy caught Son Wukong's Kamehameha with his left hand. Bang. Dust flew everywhere. When it cleared, La Dizzy's left hand was merely scratched and bleeding. Hey, race 1 for you. La Dizzy instantly fired a purple energy sphere with his left hand, knocking the exhausted Son Wukong to the ground. Die. La Dizzy charged to finish Son Wukong. You're the one who should die. While Son Wukong bought time, Baiku pressed his right hand to his forehead, storing enormous energy. By now, Baiku had fully gathered energy, his aura skyrocketing. Special beam cannon. Baiku pointed his right hand, and a spiraling Redandiello energy beam shot out at incredible speed toward La Dizzy. Battle power 1330. They can control their power. La Dizzy exclaimed in fury and shock. Odd. He roared. Boom. The beam pierced through, hitting the mountain behind. Huff. La Dizzy wiped cold sweat, having barely dodged the fatal hit at the last moment, sensing the threat of death. But his right shoulder was grazed by the terrible heat, tearing away the hard shoulder armor and some flesh. Bastard. You actually pierced my armor. If that had hit me squarely, I might have died. La Dizzy said with a palpitation. I won't forgive you. You must die. He raised his left hand, gathering a terrifying energy sphere above it. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Powerful energy gathered in his hand, purple lightning flickering the energy, instantly surpassing Baike's previous special beam cannon. Die! La Dizzy shouted. What? Just when Baike thought he was about to be killed, the energy sphere in La Dizzy's hand suddenly dissipated, then his body went limp and fell. You were too careless. I grabbed your tail. It turned out that Sun Wukong, who had been lying on the ground, had seized La Dizzy's tail when he wasn't paying attention. Baike, use that move again now. Sun Wukong, urged Baike. Well done, Sun Wukong. I can only use it one more time. Kakarot, are you going to kill your own brother? La Dizzy said weakly on the ground. Sun Wukong, don't listen to his nonsense, he won't let us go. Baike quickly stopped him. I won't do that. Let me go, I'm willing to leave this planet. La Dizzy said pitifully. Don't let go. It's a trap. He's lying. Baike shouted to stop Sun Wukong's action. Please. Please, little brother, I will keep my promise. Kind-hearted Sun Wukong still released La Dizzy's tail. Bang! La Dizzy's tail felt relieved, all his strength returned. He struck Sun Wukong down with a single blow and stepped on him. So easily fooled, you're indeed not fit to be a warrior. I'm different. I'm a first-class warrior. I can kill my own younger brother without hesitation. Huh? Does it hurt? Die. La Dizzy stomped hard on Sun Wukong's wound. Odd. Sun Wukong screamed in agony. Farewell. La Dizzy began forming a purple energy sphere in his palm for the final blow. Don't bully my father. Bang. Accompanied by a childish voice, a short figure broke through La Dizzy's spaceship and leaped out. Sun Wukong looked up and saw a familiar figure. Gohan. Run, he shouted urgently. La Dizzy was also curious that Gohan could break the spaceship that confined him. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter on La Dizzy kept beeping. 750, 850, 950. La Dizzy's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Gohan. How is that possible? This kid's battle power is actually 1,000. And it's still rising. Baike and Sun Wukong, both exhausted on the ground, were also shocked. Don't bully my father. Gohan's face flushed red, and he charged furiously at La Dizzy. Impossible. La Dizzy momentarily suspected his scouter was broken. Thud. Caught off guard, La Dizzy's chest took a heavy blow from Gohan. Odd. The battle armor on La Dizzy's chest shattered. After the furious blow from Gohan, La Dizzy was seriously wounded. You damn brat. Holding his chest, La Dizzy angrily charged at the exhausted and fallen Gohan. A single blow would certainly kill Gohan. No. Sun Wukong screamed in despair, but powerless to help. No. Wukong cried out in agony. Just as Raditz was about to strike Gohan, a shadow flashed into existence with a sharp whoosh. Raditz gasped in shock. Impossible. Before his eyes, Gohan had vanished. Thank goodness I wasn't too late. Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He knew his mission was to eliminate Raditz, but Gohan could not be allowed to perish here. However, his own battle power of merely 1005 was insufficient to match Raditz. He had to use Gohan's furious strike to weaken his foe. As in the original tale, Gohan, erupting with power, crashed into Raditz, gravely wounding him. Who are you? Piccolo asked, cold sweat trickling down his face. They had been locked in combat, yet someone had silently entered the fray and snatched Gohan away. My name is Li Feng. I am here to assist you. Li Feng introduced himself briefly. Greetings, Mr. Li Feng. Thank you for saving us. Please take Gohan and flee. That man is perilous. Wukong struggled to his feet, expressing gratitude to Li Feng for rescuing Gohan and urged him to escape with the boy. Indeed, until moments ago he was dangerous. But now that may no longer be the case. Without further words, Li Feng stomped his right foot, causing the ground to crater and a wave of air to surge. Then he shot toward Raditz at a speed bordering on a sonic boom. So fast. This man possesses immense strength. Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. To think there exists someone this powerful besides Raditz. Wukong spoke, a mix of tension and excitement in his voice. Damned bastard. Raditz, enraged and humiliated by Li Feng's audacity, felt a murderous intent arise within him. Yet the severe injuries from Gohan's assault had halved his battle power, rendering him utterly unable to evade Li Feng's charge. Li Feng's kick sent him flying nearly 100 meters, shattering his chest armor entirely. Beep. 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 Battle power 1005. Raditz's scouter displayed Li Feng's battle power. Who are you? Raditz asked, both shocked and furious, never expecting a being with power exceeding 1,000 to appear here. Your executioner. Li Feng's voice was icy. He accelerated once more, charging toward Raditz. Die! Raditz, gritting his teeth against the pain, gathered purple energy spheres in his hands and hurled them at Li Feng. Whoosh, boom. The twin blast struck Li Feng squarely, kicking up a thick cloud of smoke. Huh. An arrogant brat who doesn't know his place. Raditz laughed arrogantly, believing Li Feng had been hit. What? Li Feng got hit. Wukong was startled, dragging his battered body toward the explosion. Wait, it's not that simple. Piccolo's eyes were fixed on the smoke, sensing Li Feng would not be so easily defeated. Still stings a bit. As the smoke cleared, a robust figure emerged. Li Feng had blocked the attack with his arms, suffering only minor abrasions. He had deliberately taken Raditz's strike to test his own defenses. His gamble paid off. Raditz's ultimate attack, now under a battle power of 800, could not harm him. Li Feng exhaled deeply. How is this possible? Raditz broke out in a cold sweat. His most powerful assault couldn't bring Li Feng down. Die. Panicking, Raditz abandoned forming large energy waves, and instead, like a machine gun, fired a barrage of ordinary flash bombs at Li Feng. The air was filled with a cascade of explosions. Li Feng knew that Raditz in his current state was the perfect whetstone to master his own power. He needed to acclimate his body to combat quickly. Facing the incoming energy spheres, Li Feng remained calm. His surging power had vastly enhanced his dynamic vision. The speeding projectiles appeared to slow down several-fold in his eyes, their trajectories clear. He evaded them with the most nimble footwork. So powerful. Piccolo swallowed hard, watching the figure advancing through the smoke. Li Feng is truly formidable. I must grow stronger too. Seeing Li Feng unharmed, Wukong felt relief, but it also ignited the Saiyans' warrior spirit. Raditz unleashed his prince's play only to find the figure once dozens of meters away, drawing ever closer instead of falling. The threat of death made him tremble incessantly. No, this can't be. How could this happen? By now, Raditz was gripped by fear of Li Feng. As energy poured forth, Li Feng continued to dodge, feeling his body gradually acclimate to this speed. Occasionally, he allowed a blast to hit him, further honing his resilience. Li Feng was no masochist, but before fully mastering his immense power, one must temper oneself through hardship. Raditz was an excellent whetstone. If Raditz knew Li Feng's thoughts, he would have spat blood. Was he fighting for his life just to provide experience for this man? Li Feng, indeed, thank you for the experience points. Raditz, Li Feng, while dodging the energy spheres, steadily closed the distance. Upon closing in, he threw a punch straight at Raditz's face. A sickening crunch followed as several teeth were knocked out and Raditz's body was sent flying backward like a cannonball, the immense impact shattering a mountain. Raditz, now grievously wounded, was filled with terror at the mysterious and powerful man before him. It's about time. I should finish you off. Li Feng sensed that Raditz's life force had weakened considerably. No, you can't kill me. Raditz pleaded desperately. You are powerful enough to join our squad. My two comrades who possess immense strength will arrive on Earth in a year. Don't believe him, Li Feng. Piccolo worried Li Feng might show the same mercy as Wukong had, letting a tiger return to the mountains out of soft-heartedness. Li Feng recalled the Kamehameha used by Wukong and his friends in Dragon Ball and wondered if he could perform it himself. He mobilized all his chi, drawing his hands back. Soon he felt energy surging from his palms, gradually coalescing into a blue orb of light. The sphere grew, blue light spilling through his fingers, illuminating the surroundings. Is that the Kamehameha? Wukong was astonished by the familiar stance. Li Feng channeled all his chi, gathering more energy into his hands, compressing it further. Indeed, old Son Goku, is he also a disciple of the Turtle School? Piccolo inquired, puzzled. The energy in Li Feng's hands grew stronger. This was the power. Li Feng thrust his hands forward. No, Vegeta and Nappa, my other two comrades, will not let you go. Raditz cried out in despair. A brilliant azure beam erupted. The shockwave of energy tore through rock and struck Raditz directly. His body was instantly vaporized. The residual force surged skyward undiminished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Defeat Raditz. Mission rewards Saiyan bloodline. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Defeat Raditz. Mission rewards Saiyan bloodline. As the battle concluded, an exhilarating voice echoed in Li Feng's mind. Saiyan bloodline attribute, a Saiyans combat power, increases dramatically after near-death experiences. Boom. At that moment, Li Feng felt a surge of vitality within him. The chi that had been heavily depleted by the Kamehameha was instantly replenished, his body grew stronger, and his wounds were completely healed. Li Feng used the system's built-in scouter to check his combat power. Name: Li Feng. Bloodline: Saiyan bloodline. Combat power: 3000. Skill: Kamehameha. Good heavens, after absorbing the energy and changing his bloodline, his combat power had doubled. Saiyans truly are a warrior race. Is my bloodline the same as Son Goku's and Vegeta's? Li Feng inquired. All Saiyan bloodlines are similar, all possessing the trait of a dramatic increase in combat power after near-death experiences. The system replied. Then why did Goku's combat power skyrocket so fast after 2 near-death experiences on Namek, while Vegeta's didn't increase as much? Li Feng asked a question that had been on his mind. As everyone knows, in the original story, Goku's base combat power upon arriving on Namek was only 9000. After 2 near-death recoveries, his base combat power soared to 3000. That's an increase of more than 30 times. Although Son Goku has a low-class bloodline, his individual potential is immense. Years of constant battle have greatly stimulated the S cells in his body, leading to this explosive growth in power. At that time, Vegeta's S cells were insufficiently stimulated, which affected his combat power. Well, don't ask, just say it's the protagonist's halo. Although he has the blessing of the protagonist's halo, it's also inseparable from Goku's personal efforts. But please don't be discouraged, host. Your potential is greater than anyone else's. Please work hard. The system comforted him. That's right, he had a system now. How could he possibly be inferior to Goku and the others? If so, he might as well hit himself with a tofu block. Li Feng thought to himself. In the distance, Goku sensed the astonishing aura that had just burst forth from Li Feng and was even more amazed. Dragging his heavily injured body, he walked over to Li Feng. Amazing. Li Feng, you can use the Kamehameha too. Goku asked, curious and astonished. Didn't you just see me use it against Raditz? I just picked it up after watching a bit, Li Feng replied. Huh, how is that possible? Goku exclaimed in shock. There was actually someone in the world who could learn his technique just by watching it once. Cell and Majin Buu later. You're incredible, Mr. Li Feng. Thank you for saving us. Goku thanked Li Feng sincerely, then said excitedly. And then please fight me. Come on, your body is in no condition. Take this first. Li Feng gave Goku a Senzu bean. Well, thanks. Goku didn't bother to wonder how Li Feng had Senzu beans. This young man had already shocked him with too many things. Being an optimist, he shared the bean with Piccolo and Gohan, then swallowed it himself. Boom. Another surge of powerful chi erupted, then subsided. Li Feng checked Goku's combat power. 1000. After eating the Senzu bean, the Saiyans' near-death recovery trait had greatly increased Goku's combat power. The story had now completely diverged from the original. Goku hadn't died with Raditz. Instead, he survived with vastly increased power. However, this meant he would lose the opportunity to go to King Kai's planet. Li Feng didn't want to alter the opportunities of the main characters because of his own actions. Goku, do you want to know why I'm so strong? Li Feng subtly guided Goku. Goku's eyes lit up and he asked eagerly. Then go ask Kami. Go to a place called King Kai's planet, Li Feng said, feigning profundity. Goku nodded, remembering the name, and fed a Senzu bean to Gohan. When Gohan woke up, he looked bewildered. After Goku told him what had happened, he politely thanked Li Feng as well. Although Piccolo appeared cold and ruthless on the surface, he also expressed his gratitude to Li Feng. Grumble. At that moment, Goku's stomach let out a loud growl. I'm still a bit hungry after the fight. Come on, Li Feng, let's go to my place for dinner. You saved me, and Gohan Shishi will definitely agree. Piccolo, you come too, Goku invited. Then he'll gladly accept, Li Feng said, also wanting to strengthen his bond with Goku's family. Son Goku will kill you next time. Piccolo refused with its tsundere attitude, but Li Feng, familiar with the story, knew Piccolo was just speaking tough. A jet plane flew over in the distance and landed near them. Oh my Gohan! An urgent voice called out. A black-haired woman rushed down, pushed Goku aside, and nervously checked Gohan for injuries. The arrivals were Chi-Chi, Bulma, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Tien Shinin, and the rest of the main group. Upon hearing the news that Gohan had been kidnapped, Shishi had nearly fainted, but immediately boarded Bulma's plane to the battlefield. Mom, I'm fine. Uncle Li Feng saved us. The battered Gohan told Shishi what had happened. I see. Mr. Li Feng, thank you so much. Please let us show our gratitude. Shishi thanked Li Feng. You're welcome. It was just a small effort, Li Feng replied. That powerful Saiyan was defeated by you. Amazing. Krillin exclaimed in admiration. So handsome. Bulma, seeing Li Feng's cool, tall, and strong appearance, couldn't help but blush. Youngsters these days are truly unfathomable. Master Roshi seriously sensed Li Feng's energy only to find it bottomless, far exceeding Raditz's. What a terrifying guy. Yamcha realized that this man's combat power was not inferior to his own. I must train even harder. Tien Shinhan silently made up his mind. No need to be so formal. Just call me Li Feng. As for my background, I'll keep it a secret for now, but I hope we can all get along well. Li Feng smiled, faintly signaling his desire for friendly relations with the main group. After exchanging pleasantries under the warm invitation of Goku and Chi-Chi, they went to Mount Pozu as guests while the others departed. But as everyone was leaving, Bulma, her face slightly flushed, gave Li Feng her contact information, hoping he would communicate with her more often. That evening, thanks to Shishi's cooking, the Big Eaters were thoroughly satisfied, and Li Feng felt the warmth of Goku's family. After a hearty dinner, Goku once again challenged Li Feng to a fight. This time Li Feng couldn't refuse. After Shishi's complaints to Goku, the two flew to a clearing in the distance ready for their sparring match. On the plain, two youthful figures stood in opposition, both exuding formidable auras. Sun Wukong and Li Feng assumed combat stances, meticulously searching for each other's weaknesses. A stone drifted down with the wind, becoming the clarion call for battle. With a shout, Wukong seized the initiative, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared before Li Feng. Li Feng could clearly discern Wukong's movements and calmly parried with his right hand. Wukong's attacks grew increasingly fierce, his fists hammering like a machine gun. Li Feng glanced at Wukong's current combat power, 800. Indeed, just like in the original story, Wukong didn't go all out from the start. Although his own combat power reached 3,000, he couldn't bully the weaker, especially since this was a spar, a fine opportunity to hone his martial skills. Through continuous probing, Li Feng also raised his combat power to around 800, but due to insufficient combat experience, he still found himself at a disadvantage. With a grunt, Wukong feigned a flaw. As Li Feng struck, his figure turned illusory, then reappeared behind Li Feng, sending him flying with a kick. What technique is that? Li Feng retreated astonished. This is the afterimage fist. I only mastered it after much fumbling. Wukong said, rubbing his nose with pride. Oh, interesting. Use it a few more times for me to see. Li Feng was eager to learn this move. This move isn't so easy to learn. Watch closely. Wukong's figure again appeared before Li Feng, then turned illusory, the real attack coming from above. With a thud, Li Feng endured the blow with his sturdy body. This time he relied not only on sight, but also on sensing chi. Though his eyes saw Wukong's figure ahead with a portion of chi, the chi he actually sensed was not ahead, but above. Again, Li Feng had grasped the principle behind the afterimage fist. A few more tries, and he should be able to use it. Here I come. Wukong was equally exhilarated. The two continued their exchange, the energy of their strikes rippling through the air, stirring up clouds of dust. If a scanner were measuring their combat power, it would have seen it steadily rising. From 800 to 850 to 900. So that's it. Li Feng understood the principle of the afterimage fist. It was in fact an application of chi. At the moment of attack, one splits off a portion of chi to leave a residual image, then swiftly moves to another location, making it seem as if one appeared out of nowhere. Having grasped the principle, Li Feng attempted to use it himself. With a shout, Wukong again used the afterimage fist, his right fist driving straight at Li Feng's chest. Li Feng knew it was Wukong's afterimage fist, so he also used a portion of chi to create a residual image. When Li Feng's afterimage struck, Wukong's real form appeared behind Li Feng, driving his right elbow toward Li Feng's back. Wukong expected Li Feng to be hit as before, but it was Li Feng's afterimage. He struck nothing, then received a violent blow to his back, crashing into a small hill. Li Feng's true form appeared behind Wukong, successfully deceiving him. You learned it that quickly. You're incredible. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Again, Li Feng was even more exhilarated, eager to familiarize himself with the afterimage fist. Though he had a system and his combat power would keep soaring, his practical experience and combat skills were far from sufficient and required rigorous training. Their figures grew faster and faster, the sound of air splitting louder until their forms were completely blurred, nothing but a flurry of afterimages. Unconsciously, Li Feng seized the rhythm of the fight. During an acceleration, Wukong failed to react and was struck again. With a crash, a human-shaped crater appeared on the ground. Coughing, Wukong emerged from the pit disheveled. Wukong found it strange. At first he thought Li Feng was a supreme expert, yet many combat techniques and practical experiences were far inferior to his own. His fighting rough. But what was even more astonishing was Li Feng's martial talent. He could grasp the principle of most moves after seeing them just once and learn them after a few tries. The fight shifted from Wukong suppressing Li Feng to a stalemate, and finally, to Li Feng turning the tables. Of course, both kept their combat power around 900, so it wasn't brute force. Very well then. Wukong made up his mind. Since fist techniques had been tested, it was time for chi attacks. With several shouts, Wukong pushed off the ground, soared into the air, and fired yellow energy blasts from his left hand at Li Feng. Li Feng, extremely sensitive to chi, immediately dodged upon seeing the energy blasts. 3 more craters appeared on the ground from the explosions. Wukong used Bukujutsu to fly higher, gathering energy balls in both hands, unleashing them like a machine gun in a prince's game. Li Feng dodged at first, but as the barrage grew, he had to endure with his body. Seeing Li Feng seemingly helpless, Wukong accelerated the blasts, hoping to finish him. After adapting to the rhythm, Li Feng shifted from defense to stalemate. He started blocking with his arms, then swatted away the excess blasts, and finally fired white energy blasts in return. As chi flowed and condensed in his hands, Li Feng grew more adept at its use, firing more and more blasts at increasing speed. The scene transformed from a one-sided yellow flash machine gun to a flicker of white starlight, then to a sky full of white projectiles. Wukong was again amazed by Li Feng's martial talent. With a flash, Wukong left the battlefield, ascending higher. He stopped using ordinary blasts and began the Kamehameha. Seeing this, Li Feng also gathered chi at his waist for the Kamehameha. Two figures, one in the sky, one on the ground, were amassing vast energy. Two azure energy waves erupted instantly, illuminating the night. The two beams collided, forming a blue energy sphere at the center, its released energy causing the air to tremble. With a roar, Wukong's sweating increased his output. This was his first time clashing beams with a Sun family member, but he wouldn't lose. Li Feng's hands erupted with even stronger chi, the blue beam growing thicker. Push through. Wukong shouted, unleashing his full power. The Kamehameha in the sky instantly pressed toward the ground. Counterattack. Li Feng also shouted, exploding with his chi. Even though Wukong's energy now reached 1500, Li Feng at full power had chi of 3000. Li Feng's energy was superior. His Kamehameha reversed the push, directly hitting Wukong. A massive explosion resounded, and the figure in the sky fell helplessly. A deafening explosion echoed through the sky, and the figure in midair collapsed helplessly. Damn, I overdid it. Li Feng rushed toward the falling silhouette. Could Wukong really be finished? Catching Wukong, Li Feng was speechless to see his body charred black from the blast. Was Wukong not destined to die at Raditz's hands, but by his own? That would be too dramatic. Fortunately, Wukong was quite resilient and still had a breath left. Li Feng fed him a senzu bean, and only when he sensed Wukong's energy gradually recovering did he feel relieved. It seemed he needed to control his battle power. Wukong truly thought he was about to die, as his Kamehameha had been completely deflected. His entire body was struck by the energy blast. The energy tore his flesh apart, leaving only a faint trace of consciousness. Later, he felt something at his mouth and instinctively swallowed it, regaining his senses. I'm alive. Wukong let out a long sigh, lying on the ground. You're incredible, Li Feng. I've never seen anyone with such martial arts talent as you. Wukong praised. You're amazing too, Wukong. Want to become stronger? Li Feng enticed Wukong to train on King Kai's planet. Of course. I yearn to battle powerful opponents. Please tell me how to become stronger. Wukong clasped his hands together, his eyes sparkling. Go find the Earth's guardian, then train at a place called King Kai's planet. King Kai's planet. Wukong scratched the back of his head, his carefree nature preventing him from questioning how Li Feng knew such things. Li Feng gazed at the sky above, a faint smile playing on his lips. In the sky, a green figure leaning on a staff had been observing the ground. From the moment Li Feng appeared, cold sweat had been streaming down his forehead. Who is this mysterious young man? Why couldn't I sense his presence until now? A figure clad in black with a turban spoke. Guardian, that powerhouse should be here to help Earth. Mr. Popo said, I sense no malice from him. He is truly a formidable and enigmatic person. We must not antagonize him. When Wukong comes, tell him about King Kai's planet. The old guardian sighed. A more terrifying enemy will appear in a year. I hope you can protect Earth. The next morning, Li Feng checked his battle power, 3,500. Wukong's battle power, 1,900. Having been on the brink of death and healed yesterday, Wukong's base power had greatly increased, while Li Feng's slight rise came from familiarizing himself with combat through the fierce fight. By the way, Li Feng, was what you said yesterday true? Wukong asked about the words Li Feng had spoken to him and Piccolo after the battle. Li Feng had told Wukong that in a year, 2 stronger Saiyans would arrive on Earth, far more powerful and ruthless than Raditz. Thus, he suggested not only that Wukong train on King Kai's planet, but also that Gohan train with Piccolo. Yes, they are both very strong. I am far from their match, Li Feng admitted candidly. Indeed, his current power of 3,500 was nowhere near Vegeta's 18000 when he first arrived on Earth. But there was still over a year to train. While training at King Kai's place is fine for me, but Shishi will never allow Gohan to train. Wukong said worriedly. Don't worry, you can say this. Li Feng told Wukong a way to persuade Shishi. Will that really work? Wukong asked doubtfully. It'll help you convince her. She'll agree. Li Feng then took out a capsule and gave it to Wukong. The capsule was from Bulma, given as compensation for the spaceship technology he provided, a sort of technical stake. Poor Raditz had truly become Li Feng's XP package, even his ship squeezed dry. Li Feng knew that part of the reason Shishi opposed Wukong and Gohan training was that Gohan was still young and needed schooling, and also that their family was poor, with Shishi having to feed 2 big eaters. The pressure was immense. Sufficient funds could ease some of the financial burden on Shishi's family. Though Wukong usually seemed naive, he knew Li Feng's gift was too generous and quickly declined. But after Li Feng's persuasion, he reluctantly accepted the funds and promised to train hard on King Kai's planet, and also have Gohan train. After they finished speaking, they noticed Piccolo training not far away. They told Piccolo their plan. Initially, Piccolo had no interest in babysitting, but after hearing about the powerful enemy arriving in a year and recalling the favor Li Feng had done by saving his life, he reluctantly agreed. Piccolo, you can't escape being the real father. Li Feng chuckled inwardly. The three flew back to Mount Pozu. After hearing Wukong's plan, Shishi was adamantly opposed at first, but upon seeing the ample funds in Bulma's capsule and considering Li Feng's favor, she reluctantly agreed after repeatedly insisting on Gohan's safety. Shishi vented her frustration on Wukong, leaving several bumps on his head. Li Feng then realized what a Saiyan woman was like, truly formidable and powerful in presence. The innocent and adorable little Gohan was also delighted. Though still very young, he was determined to become stronger and train with Piccolo. Thus the two flew to Bulma's home. Whoosh! Bang! Wukong and Li Feng arrived in West City at Capsule Corporation. Hey, Bulma, we're here. Wukong greeted Bulma. Ah, Wukong, you're here. Oh, Li Feng, you're here too. Bulma's face lit up with excitement and a blush at the sight of the tall, handsome Li Feng. Hello, Bulma. Have you found anything new from that Saiyan spaceship? Li Feng asked. Oh, definitely. Come inside first. Dad is also very interested in alien technology, Bulma said excitedly. Ho ho ho. What a handsome young man. Would you like to go on a date with me? A blonde beauty emerged from the room, and upon seeing the tall, handsome Li Feng, she smiled and linked her arm through his. Oh, Mom, this is Li Feng, Wukong's friend. He saved everyone. He's here to see Dad. Let go. Bulma quickly pulled her mother away, afraid she might steal Li Feng. Oh my, how rude of me. He'll prepare some tea and snacks. Mrs. Brief smiled and went back inside. After a while, an elderly man with black glasses came out. Bulma told her father about Li Feng's request. Oh, you want to build a gravity chamber. The higher the gravity, the better. Dr. Briefs exclaimed in surprise. Yes, and I'd like to exchange it for spaceship technology. Li Feng said. In the Dragon Ball world, money had little use, mostly just for buying food. Would he ever have to worry about food? It was better to use money for things that could enhance his strength. No problem. Give me a week. He'll also study that material thoroughly. Dr. Briefs replied. Yes, Li Feng, stay with us during this time. Our house is very spacious. Mrs. Briefs came out with black tea and cake, speaking gently. Huh, Mom. This. Bulma blushed, cupping her cheeks. Thank you for your hospitality. Li Feng agreed. Since Vegeta hadn't arrived, yet he might as well claim his wife. No, she wasn't his wife yet. Li Feng decided to win Bulma over. Hey, Li Feng, didn't you say I go to King Kai's planet in a week? How do we train until then? Can I stay here too? Wukong was focused solely on training. Sure, as long as Shishi agrees. Bulma laughed. Wukong touched his still sore head and quickly refused. Ha ha ha. The Briefs family burst into cheerful laughter. The final plan was for Li Feng and Wukong to train during the day, while Li Feng stayed at Bulma's house at night. No. 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 Vegeta was engulfed by the Kamehameha. Like a nuclear explosion, a mushroom cloud rose. After the dust settled, Vegeta was covered in blood, his battle armor shattered, and his energy level dropped. What terrifying power! Piccolo's face turned even greener. The energy from their clash was immense. If he were to face either blast, he would be utterly annihilated. Good thing I held back at the end. Seeing that Vegeta was still breathing, Li Feng also relaxed. He knew Vegeta was a key figure in the storyline and couldn't be killed easily. So during the final counterattack, relying on his masterful control of the Kamehameha, he diverted most of the energy, leaving Vegeta only severely injured. Vegeta's injuries were far more severe than those from his clash with Goku in the original story. Now Vegeta's power level was only 6,000. Vegeta slowly pushed himself up. Clearly he had lost this beam struggle completely. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, he couldn't accept his crushing defeat. He slowly rose into the air, snarling viciously. This time I'll finish you off. What? He still has strength. Krillin was shocked. Anyone with eyes could see Vegeta was no match for Li Feng now, yet he still had a trick up his sleeve. Mr. Li Feng, please defeat him now. Don't let him use his final move. Krillin shouted. Krillin was even more terrified of this cruel and powerful Saiyan. Li Feng remained calm and composed, saying, It's fine. Even if he uses it, he's no match for me. Huh, this. Krillin then realized that Li Feng, like Goku, was a battle maniac who wanted to fight Vegeta at his strongest. But seeing Li Feng's confident demeanor, he could only trust him. That fool, you don't know the true terror of the Saiyan race yet. Let me show you. Vegeta continued to ascend, looking around. Then he became stunned. What? Where is this planet's moon? Stop looking. The moon was destroyed long ago. Li Feng knew Vegeta was about to transform into a great ape. Wah! How did you know I was looking for the moon? Vegeta was astonished. Li Feng smiled without speaking. No matter. I can create one myself. With that, Vegeta formed a white energy sphere in his right hand, thrust it into the air, and clenched his fist. Boom. The white energy sphere flashed with dazzling light, expanding instantly. Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughed heartily, his eyes fixed on the artificial moon. Ah! Vegeta roared. His tail thickened, his face contorted into a bestial snarl, fur sprouted all over his body, and his size grew continuously. Roar! Vegeta had transformed into a colossal ape dozens of meters tall. Boom! Vegeta's massive body crashed to the ground, creating a huge crater. Damn it, is this what a Saiyan is, eh? Piccolo broke out in a cold sweat. A year ago, he had witnessed Gohan transform into a great ape. His destructive power was immense. With no other choice, he had to destroy the moon. It's a giant ape. Krillin and the others were even more terrified. As a child, he had seen Goku become a rampaging great ape and almost gotten killed himself. It's over. Krillin was filled with despair. If Goku's great ape form as a child was that terrifying, then the current Vegeta was beyond hope. Even Li Feng probably had no way out now. Was Earth going to be destroyed today? Ha ha ha. What do you think now, you arrogant fool? You're no match for this prince. Vegeta regained his confidence. As a great ape, his power level was 600, far surpassing Li Feng. Oh, is that so? Doesn't it hurt to be proven wrong time and again? Li Feng taunted. Go to hell. Enraged and humiliated, Vegeta charged at Li Feng with increased speed. Boom. The ground trembled. Li Feng let out a mighty roar. Then a tremendous surge of energy erupted from within him. Boom. Li Feng began to gather his ki, a terrifying vortex of energy swirling around him. The earth quaked, and the air vibrated with power. What? Li Feng wasn't even using his full power before. Krillin and the others were shocked once more. Vegeta swung his massive fist, aiming to crush Li Feng into paste. Having powered up, Li Feng dodged nimbly. Boom. Vegeta's giant fist slammed into a mountain, pulverizing it instantly. Vegeta stomped his foot, creating another massive crater. His colossal form lunged at Li Feng. Try to escape this. Vegeta accelerated again. Even with 10 times the power, his speed didn't increase much due to his enormous size. To the onlookers, Li Feng was simply toying with Vegeta. Uncle Li Feng is leading Vegeta around by the nose. Gohan shouted excitedly. Li Feng is incredibly strong. Krillin marveled for the umpteenth time. Damn it. Vegeta realized he couldn't even touch Li Feng. As a great ape, he opened his massive maw. A purple energy sphere shot forth. It swept directly towards Li Feng. Boom. 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 Not a single shot hit. But the terrifying energy waves flattened the terrain. Is that all you've got? Time to end this. Li Feng burst forth with power, charging straight at Vegeta. You're asking for death. Vegeta swung his giant fist at Li Feng again. This time Li Feng didn't dodge. He threw his own right fist. Boom. Their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying burst of energy. The air trembled, and the resulting shockwave flattened the surrounding hills. Cough. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly massive and ferocious Vegeta was sent flying after exchanging blows with Li Feng. Vegeta felt as if his right fist had hit an invisible wall, then the bones in his fingers shattered, and his entire body was flung backward. No, impossible. Vegeta was once again filled with terror. With his power level of 600 in a direct clash, he was still no match for Li Feng. What was his actual power level? At that moment, white energy condensed around Li Feng again, and his power level soared. If a scouter were to measure his power level, it would show Li Feng's power rising from 600 to 800, and then to 1000. Boom. Li Feng finished gathering his energy, his entire body glowing like a small sun. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A terrifying aura and energy exploded outward. White energy surged from within him. That's right. 100000. This was Li Feng's current power level. After a year of training, Li Feng had fully adapted to training in the 100x gravity chamber. He was now even stronger than Goku was when he first arrived on Namek in the original story. Although he didn't have the Kaioken, he had his own trump card. A full-power Kamehameha could multiply his true battle power several times over. How is this possible? Though arrogant, Vegeta was not stupid. Sensing Li Feng's power far surpassing his own, he was both shocked and terrified. Boom. In the moment, Vegeta was stunned. Li Feng moved with incredible speed, appearing before Vegeta almost instantaneously, and landed a solid punch on Vegeta's chest. Bam! Cough. Vegeta spat out bile in pain as his massive body was sent flying backward. Swoosh. Li Feng teleported again to where Vegeta was hurtling, driving his left elbow into Vegeta's back. Vegeta sensed a deathly threat from behind, but his body couldn't react. Boom. A sound like an explosion rang out, shattering Vegeta's battle armor. Vegeta was knocked back like a ball. Bam, 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 bam. Li Feng's speed increased, his movements becoming almost like flashes of light. Each time he appeared behind the reeling Vegeta, delivering another heavy blow. Thud, Finally, Li Feng flew above Vegeta, brought his hands down in a hammer blow, and smashed Vegeta back into the ground. Bang! The colossal black shadow crashed to the ground. The terrifying impact triggered a minor earthquake. This ends here. Li Feng had had his fill of amusement. It was time to complete the mission. He casually fired a blast at the tail of the great ape Vegeta. Up! Vegeta roared in fury, but his rage was impotent. Whoosh! The energy blast effortlessly obliterated Vegeta's tail. Vegeta howled in agony. His body gradually shrank, and the fur covering him receded. As his ki diminished, the pain from before intensified, plunging him into even greater suffering. Vegeta's aura grew fainter, and he could no longer stand. Damn it! He muttered helplessly in complaint. Tap! 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 Li Feng slowly approached Vegeta. To the enraged yet powerless Vegeta, the sound of Li Feng's footsteps echoed like the tolling of a death knell. He knew Li Feng could kill him effortlessly now. Fear gripped Vegeta. Get lost. You're far too weak now. Li Feng sneered in disdain. What? Krillin and the others were stunned and bewildered. But only Li Feng could decide Vegeta's fate, so they had to respect his choice. What? You? Vegeta thought he had misheard. Li Feng was actually sparing his life. Afraid Li Feng might change his mind, he crawled toward his spaceship. Once Vegeta successfully entered the spacecraft, his arrogance returned. Just wait. Next time I'll kill you with my own hands. You will never be my match. Li Feng said coldly. Oomph. Vegeta piloted the ship, speeding away from Earth. Beep. Mission complete. Defeat the Saiyans. Mission reward: instant transmission, beginner level. Finally, the mission was done. Li Feng was ecstatic. The reward was the most thrilling part. As he claimed the reward, whoosh! A cool sensation flooded Li Feng's mind, bringing with it knowledge of instant transmission. In an instant, Li Feng mastered the beginner level of instant transmission, feeling as natural and effortless as moving his own limbs. System: why are there different levels of instant transmission? Li Feng wanted to know the specifics. The beginner level of instant transmission functions like the yardration technique, allowing movement to places where ki can be sensed. The intermediate level, akin to the Supreme Kai's ability, permits teleportation to known coordinates without the need to sense ki. The advanced level enables travel to any known location across different universes with no restrictions whatsoever. What? Li Feng was astounded. He could guess the intermediate level's capabilities, but the advanced level could traverse different universes. This was utterly invincible. If he ever faced an enemy he couldn't defeat, a single advanced teleportation would whisk him to another universe, beyond even the reach of the Destroyer or the Omni King. The advanced level of instant transmission consumes a vast amount of ki. You are currently too weak to use it at all. The system doused his enthusiasm, shattering Li Feng's fantasies. Well, one must take things step by step. Li Feng thought the beginner level was already excellent. He would consider the rest when he grew stronger. Li Feng, you're incredible, Krillin exclaimed. The observing Z-fighters gathered around Li Feng. Yeah, Uncle Li Feng is amazing. He defeated that evil Saiyan completely, Gohan said in admiration. But letting him go now might make him stronger next time, Piccolo remarked. It's nothing serious. As long as we grow stronger, it'll be fine. Li Feng encouraged everyone. As they chatted, a powerful aura approached. Huh, that's Dad's ki. Gohan sensed it and said excitedly. Hey, it's Goku. He's back. Krillin also detected Goku's energy. Has Goku become this strong too? Piccolo perceived Goku's ki, though not as formidable as Li Feng's or Vegeta's, it far surpassed his own. Hey, everyone's here. A figure in an orange martial arts uniform appeared midair. It was Goku. Huh, where's Yamcha? After greeting everyone, he noticed Yamcha's absence. Yamcha, he was too careless, Krillin said dejectedly. I see. Goku's initial enthusiasm faded into gloom. The innocent people who perished in the Saiyan attack will be revived with the Dragon Balls later. Li Feng offered comfort. That's true. The somber mood lifted. By the way, I sensed two incredibly powerful auras earlier. One must be yours, Li Feng. The other belongs to that guy named Vegeta, right? Where is he? Goku looked around, but couldn't find Vegeta. I just defeated him and let him go. You're too late, Li Feng said. Huh, no way, I was hoping for a good fight this time. Goku frowned, then brightened up. Li Feng, how about sparring with me now? I've gotten a lot stronger too. Goku's Saiyan battle instincts surged again. Hold on, Goku. Li Feng just finished fighting, he's exhausted his stamina. That's not fair. Krillin interceded for Li Feng. Yeah, Dad, Uncle Li Feng must have used a lot of ki just now. Gohan also tried to dissuade him. It's fine. I didn't exert much effort just now. Sparring with Goku now would be perfect. Li Feng was unafraid of the challenge. No, Li Feng, that's still unfair. Eat a Senzu bean first to recover. I want to defeat you fair and square. Goku realized his earlier request was thoughtless and wanted Li Feng to regain his strength for a fair match. In the original story, Goku had even given a Senzu bean to Cell during the Cell games. For an evil enemy, he sought fairness. For a good friend like Li Feng, he certainly wouldn't take advantage. Li Feng knew that without eating a Senzu bean the spar with Goku wouldn't happen. So he picked one from his vast store of Senzu beans and ate it. Yes, a year ago Li Feng had traded fish with Corinne for Senzu beans using some as seeds. They were now cultivated at Dr. Brief's place. Now several acres were dedicated to growing Senzu beans. His storage space was overflowing with them. Exhausted stamina. Impossible. After both ate the Senzu beans their auras returned to normal. Goku and Li Feng distanced themselves ready to fight. What battle maniacs. Krillin sighed. Gohan watched closely. These high-level battles will elevate your martial arts skills. Piccolo instructed Gohan as his teacher. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's eyes widened. Just how strong has Goku become after training? Tien Shinhan was also full of anticipation. Wukong was the first to burst out his energy. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A powerful surge of energy erupted from within Wukong's body. Even while flying to Earth, Wukong had sensed Li Feng's terrifying aura. He dared not hold back and immediately unleashed his full power from the start. What a... Piccolo was stunned. He had thought that after a year of training, even if he couldn't match Li Feng, at least the gap between him and Wukong wouldn't be too vast. But this ki was clearly stronger than his own. Damn it, even Son Goku has become this powerful. Boom. In an instant, Li Feng and Wukong clashed fists. How terrifying. Wukong clearly felt Li Feng's immense strength. His right arm was severely jolted and numb. Yet the Saiyan blood within him boiled even more fiercely. Thud, 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 thud. Unafraid, Wukong accelerated his assault on Li Feng. Li Feng, equally exhilarated, engaged in the battle. Their heavy fists collided, producing a series of explosive sounds. This was true hand-to-hand combat. This was the Saiyan way of fighting. The two exchanged blows continuously, their battle power rising steadily. After over a year of training, both had vastly improved compared to a year ago. The intensity of their fight was no less than the earlier clash between Li Feng and Vegeta. After dozens of exchanges, Li Feng feigned a weakness. Excited, Wukong aimed a punch at Li Feng's chest. Whooshed. But Li Feng used the afterimage technique first. In an instant, he appeared behind Wukong and sent him flying with an elbow strike. Cough. In a battle of masters, victory and defeat are decided in a split second. Wukong was immediately at a disadvantage, crashing heavily toward the ground. Boom. Another massive man-shaped crater appeared on the ground. One might wonder if there was a grudge against Saiyans. After Nappa and Vegeta, yet another crater was formed by a Saiyan. Wukong. Dad. Krillin and Gohan, watching from the sidelines, called out in concern. Cough, I'm fine. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, Wukong gazed up at Li Feng in the sky. Li Feng, you're truly strong. They'll have to use what I've trained. Wukong shouted, twofold Kaioken. Whooshed. An astonishing aura erupted around Wukong once more. But this time the aura was no longer white. It was a deep crimson. Such a terrifying aura. Krillin felt Wukong's ki double instantly. Let's go. Wukong launched into the second round of their duel. Wukong's battle power had now reached 3000. Yet Li Feng still effortlessly deflected his attacks. Boom. With another swift dodge, Li Feng kicked Wukong in the chest, sending him flying backward. Wukong crashed into a mountain, the terrifying force piercing through several peaks before embedding him in a cliff, creating a web of cracks. Cough, cough, cough. Wukong's body was now injured from Li Feng's heavy blows and the strain of the Kaioken. Yet he still refused to admit defeat. Hiss. Gritting his teeth, Wukong gathered the crimson aura once more. Threefold Kaioken. Wukong was giving it his all. The burst of speed from the Kaioken instantly brought him before Li Feng, landing a solid punch on his body. Seeing it was effective, Wukong intensified his attacks, determined to defeat Li Feng before his body gave out. Li Feng was initially caught off guard by Wukong's sudden speed. But after several exchanges, Li Feng gradually increased his own battle power. The fight shifted from Li Feng being at a disadvantage to a stalemate, and then to Wukong falling behind again. One red and one white aura erupted, colliding like two violent tornadoes. Slowly, Li Feng's battle power surpassed Wukong's once more, and his speed increased dramatically. Boom, 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 boom. Li Feng's heavy fists rained down like hammers, forcing Wukong to parry desperately. Bam! Li Feng sent Wukong flying with a knee strike. Seizing the moment, he pressed the attack. Bam, 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 bam. The terrifying impact shattered the surrounding rocks. The crumbling mountains bore witness to the ferocity of their battle. Ultimately, Wukong's strength gave out. Li Feng kicked him in the back. Whooshed. Like a shooting star, Wukong plummeted into the earth once more. Boom. Dust filled the air, and the ground caved in. Fourfold Kaioken. Severely wounded again, Wukong still refused to give up. He pushed past his limits once more. Boom. An even greater aura enveloped him. Wukong knew only one final move could decide the outcome. Ka. Wukong placed his hands at his waist, gathering energy. Another beam struggle, Li Feng thought with delight as he too gathered his power. Me. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sand and stones swirled, dust billowed. The red and white auras swelled. Huh. Two azure beams grew, even more dazzling, terrifying energy converging. What? These two energies are even more terrifying than the beam struggle with Vegeta earlier. Krillin broke out in a cold sweat, shocked by their power. Impossible. Piccolo was stunned again. Not to mention Li Feng's strength, Wukong's current energy alone could annihilate him completely. Me. Boom. With the final charge complete, both unleashed their Kamehameha simultaneously. The two intense energies clashed violently, forming a massive wave in the middle. The terrain was instantly devastated. Leaking energy wreaked havoc and furious winds howled, forcing the watching fighters to erect defensive barriers. Nearing his physical limit, Wukong struggled to maintain the fourfold Kaioken. Despite this, his Kamehameha was losing ground in the beam struggle, on the verge of being pushed back. No, I must break my limits. Wukong was ready to risk everything. Don't do it, Wukong, your body can't take it. King Kai, far away on King Kai's planet, watched the battle on Earth intently. He knew that although Wukong had trained, he could only withstand the strain of the fourfold Kaioken. Fivefold Kaioken. Wukong roared, his muscles bulging like small mountains. His aura thickened and erupted like a volcano. His Kamehameha instantly thickened, pushing back toward Li Feng. Fivefold Kaioken. This was Wukong's full power. A battle power beyond his limits. 75000. However, Li Feng's full power was 10000. Seeing Wukong go all out, Li Feng knew he risked defeat if he didn't use his full strength. Veins bulging on his arms, Li Feng instantly raised his energy. This ends here. Boom. With Li Feng's roar, his Kamehameha grew even stronger, completely overwhelming Wukong's. Wukong could no longer muster a stronger Kamehameha and was engulfed by the immense energy. Wukong was powerless to unleash a stronger Kamehameha and could only be engulfed by the immense energy. Boom. As if the mountains were crumbling and the earth splitting, the colossal force effortlessly devastated the terrain. After the dust scattered, Wukong lay on the ground, covered in wounds, his breath faint. Wukong, Dad. Krillin and Gohan anxiously flew to his side. In this sparring match, Wukong had ultimately lost. Cough. Cough. Cough, I'm fine. Wukong's weak voice sounded. Wukong, this is the consequence of pushing beyond your limits without regard for your body. The fivefold Kaioken is not something you can master at your current level. From the distant planet Kai, North Kai could not help but sigh upon seeing Wukong's condition. Wukong was now barely alive, with nearly every bone in his body fractured, his injuries even more severe than those he sustained in the original fierce battle against Vegeta. Huff. Li Feng also flew over to Wukong and gave him a senzu bean. With Gohan's help, Wukong struggled to swallow the bean and his breath returned to normal. I'm alive again. Wukong felt all his injuries vanish, completely healed entirely, and his vitality surged even stronger, as if he had boundless energy. Li Feng also sensed that Wukong's battle power had noticeably increased after the senzu bean's healing. Checking with the scouter Son Goku, 2000. As expected of a Saiyan, like an indomitable cockroach, his battle power keeps soaring after he refuses to stay down. Li Feng, thank you. I must become even stronger and spar with you again, Wukong said excitedly. Of course. Li Feng was also very willing. Having such an excellent punching bag, an excellent training partner, would surely allow his own battle power to keep increasing. At that moment, a large jet plane flew towards Li Feng and the others. Gohan, my Gohan. Before the door even opened, Shishi's anxious voice could be heard. When the plane landed, Shishi leaped out and quickly embraced Gohan. Mom, I'm fine. Uncle Li Feng and Dad drove the enemy away. Gohan said, it's okay as long as you're fine. As long as you're fine. Chi-Chi, not hearing Gohan's later words, kept holding him and comforting him. Li Feng, are you alright? Old Master Rashi said the fight here was intense. Bulma then got off the plane, looking at Li Feng, nervously checking him over. Oh my, how did you get such severe injuries? It must hurt a lot. Bulma looked at the wounds on Li Feng's body, concerned and distressed. It's nothing, just from a small spar with Wukong. It's no big deal. Weren't you fighting that evil Saiyan? How did you end up fighting Wukong? Li Feng explained the whole story. Though it seemed like they had fought for a long time, the actual battle time from Vegeta's arrival on Earth to Wukong's defeat was less than 2 hours. Wukong, you finally decided to come back. You're such a jerk. Seeing Wukong's grinning face, Shishi's anger flared, but in the end she threw herself into his arms to complain. The two strongest warriors, both being complained to by their women, exchanged a knowing smile. The group returned to Bulma's house for a feast, while also making post-battle arrangements. First, regarding the people killed by the invading Saiyans and the destroyed cities, we originally wanted to use the Dragon Balls to restore everything. But since we made a wish just a year ago, we have another month before they can be used. Secondly, Earth's Dragon Balls can only grant one wish, so we have to go to Namek to use their Dragon Balls. Li Feng said. Namek has Dragon Balls too. Krillin asked in surprise. Of course. Earth's Dragon Balls were created by a Namekian. Kami is also a Namekian. You should know this, Piccolo. Li Feng said to Piccolo. Yes, that Saiyan named Vegeta mentioned it too. I'm curious about what Namek is like. I must go there this time. Piccolo stated firmly. But there is a most powerful enemy there, Frieza. He is also looking for the Dragon Balls to make a wish, so going there will definitely be dangerous. That suits me perfectly. How exciting it is to face a powerful opponent. Wukong said excitedly. At that moment, Gohan timidly asked, I want to go too. Everyone was surprised. Chi-Chi in particular was shocked and immediately tried to stop him. Gohan, are you crazy? It's very dangerous there. It's one thing for that madman Wukong to go, but why are you being so reckless? Mom, I am an Earthling too, and a warrior. If Dad or Uncle Li Feng hadn't made it today, Earth would have been in danger. What if they aren't on Earth next time and danger comes? Gohan's resolve grew stronger with each word. Chi-Chi had never seen Gohan so determined in opposition, but she still tried to stop him. Chi-Chi, Gohan is actually very strong. That Raditz almost killed me and Piccolo back then, and it was Gohan's outburst that saved us. Wukong explained from the side. Indeed. After a year of training, with Piccolo, Gohan's strength has greatly increased. And if any real danger arises, I can use instant transmission to bring them back. Li Feng also guaranteed. Instant transmission. What's that? Wukong was curious. Hold on. Li Feng immediately sensed the key of other strong beings on Earth. Found it, Li Feng said excitedly, then his figure vanished instantly. Whooshed. Huh, where's Li Feng? He suddenly disappeared, and his key is gone. Krillin noticed that Li Feng had completely vanished from their sight, and his key had disappeared as well. Just as everyone was puzzled. Whooshed. Two figures suddenly appeared. Li Feng appeared holding Yajirobe. Hey, wait, what's going on? Yajirobe had been resting on the tower when a large hand grabbed him. This is instant transmission. Li Feng explained to everyone. As long as one can sense ki, they can instantly arrive wherever that ki is located. Thus, unable to withstand Gohan's pleas and the repeated assurances from Li Feng and Wukong, Chi-Chi reluctantly agreed. Gohan was only to observe, and if danger arose, Li Feng had to use instant transmission to bring him back to Earth. Additionally, Wukong introduced Tien Shinhan Kaiatsu and Krillin to train on North Kai's planet. The plot developed much like the original story. Piccolo took a spaceship to Namek first to serve as a coordinate for Li Feng, while Wukong, Gohan, and Li Feng stayed on Earth to train. That evening, the others left, leaving only Bulma and Li Feng on the wasteland. Li Feng, are you leaving so soon? Bulma knew he would depart again soon and couldn't help but feel downcast. I still have plenty of time to be with you. Li Feng said gently. Even a blockhead would have understood Bulma's feelings by now. Then, prove it to me. That night their lives were elevated to a new plane. It must be said the process of live sublimation was truly exquisite. Bulma was tender as water. In the days that followed, Li Feng and Bulma spent their honeymoon traveling across mountains and rivers, marveling at the natural beauty. They also visited urban attractions, savoring the splendor of the great city. One day, Bulma suggested inviting friends for a picnic. Those who arrived were Krillin and Gohan. When they saw Li Feng, they were both thrilled and overjoyed. Ah, Li Feng, you and Bulma are together, Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I will take good care of her from now on. I'm worried about you. Can you handle her temper? Krillin whispered to Li Feng. Lin. Off. Bulma did not treat Krillin with the same gentleness she showed Li Feng. She transformed into a shrew. Are you implying I'm usually bad-tempered and harsh? No, not at all. Krillin dared not lift his head. Ha ha ha. Li Feng and Gohan burst into laughter. Just then, whoosh, a meteorite fell from the sky, crashing into the forest not far from them. Boom. Instantly, a massive crater was gouged into the ground, unleashing astonishing heat that sparked a great fire. The trees caught fire, and the flames spread rapidly, turning the entire mountain forest into a sea of fire. What's happening? Krillin turned around to find the forest ablaze. Never mind that, let's use our energy to extinguish the fire, Li Feng suggested. Then Li Feng, Krillin, and Gohan flew into the air, releasing energy from their palms to create a strong wind that put out the inferno. Li Feng found it strange. He recalled that nothing significant should be happening around this time. After defeating Vegeta, they were supposed to head to Namek. Crack. After the fire was extinguished, charred black branches fell to the ground. The once lush forest had been burned into a desolate wilderness, a scene of utter chaos. The animals have lost their homes, Gohan said sorrowfully. Ding. Mission released. Defeat Tulls. Mission reward method for cultivating the fruit of the Tree of Might. Do you accept it? The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Accept. Li Feng replied without hesitation. But then confusion set in. Method for cultivating the fruit of the tree of might. Isn't it just planting the fruit directly on a planet and draining its nutrients? Li Feng questioned. That is the incorrect method. Cultivating the fruit of the tree of might does not have to come at the cost of a planet. The new method allows the fruit to absorb energy rationally while achieving the same effect. So that was it. He then quickly recalled the plot of the Tull saga, and the origin of the Great Fire suddenly became clear. In the original story, a probe machine from Tull's crashed into Earth, causing a fire sending data to Tull's spaceship. His subordinates then planted the fruit of the tree of might on Earth, and Goku and the others stopped them, ultimately defeating Tull's with a spirit bomb. According to the plot, Krillin should now suggest using the Dragon Balls to restore the destroyed forest, but soon half of Earth's ecosystem would be ruined anyway, wasting a chance to use the Dragon Balls. Sure enough, Krillin proposed using the Dragon Balls to repair the environment. Let's not use the Dragon Balls recklessly. The fire has already been put out, let nature recover on its own. Li Feng stopped him, using his past lives' knowledge of sustainable development to convince Krillin and Gohan. Gohan was enlightened, realizing this was the true way of nature. After all, using modern knowledge to persuade was quite effective. With the fun gone, everyone left. Gohan and a dinosaur became friends, just like in the original story. A day later, Yamcha's plane was destroyed, crashing near Shishi's house. He had to stay there temporarily. Soon Master Roshi Tien, Shinhan Kaiatsu, and others also arrived. Krillin, Bulma, and Li Feng were invited as well, and they all gathered for a lively party. Li Feng remained calm, waiting for the plot to unfold. Meanwhile, in the burned forest, a soldier in Saiyan battle armor dropped a seed into a crack in the ground. Soon after, boom, several thick vines burst forth from the earth, voraciously absorbing nutrients from the soil, growing taller and taller, until a colossal tree rose up, continuing to expand. Goku, Earth is in danger. King Kai's voice reached Goku. Someone has planted the tree of might on Earth. Once it takes root, it will drain all the planet's nutrients, turning it into a wasteland. What? How can this be? Goku was shocked and quickly informed the others. Let's go destroy the tree of might together. Krillin suggested. I agree. Count me in. I'm coming too. Tien, Shinhan, Kairatsu, Yamcha, and the other Z fighters all agreed to go. Wasn't Yamcha dead before? How was he here again? In this world, Yamcha was incredibly lucky. He seemed dead, but was actually in a death-like state. Later, Li Feng revived him with a Senza bean after the battle. Li Feng naturally joined them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The group flew toward the source of the energy. Gohan couldn't leave because Shishi forbade him from participating. This is it. Everyone attacked the tree together. Huh, yeah? In an instant, 6 beams of energy shot toward the tree's roots at incredible speed. But alas, after the smoke cleared, the tree of might remained unscathed. How can this be? Krillin was stunned. There are several strong energy signatures on the tree. The 6 of them flew toward the canopy. The immense tree of might, even at its crown, was as large as a football field, tens of thousands of meters high, covering an area the size of a small village, and it was still growing. Are you the ones planting the tree of might to destroy Earth? Goku asked angrily. Haha, humans feel honored to become the tree's nutrients. A punkish youth in battle armor sneered. The plane I've been paying off for 15 years, was it destroyed by you? Yamcha was even more furious. Unforgivable. Shwooshed, 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 shwooshed. The enemy had 5 men, while Li Feng's side had 6, leaving Li Feng unengaged as the battle began. Bam, 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 bam. The group fought fiercely on the tree. Sigh, another day of babysitting. Li Feng lay on a thick branch, idly keeping an eye on the various skirmishes. According to his system's battle power detector, the current strength levels were as follows: Son Goku, 3-0, Krillin 0, Tien Shinhan 0, Yamcha 750, Kaiatsu 0. The enemy Saiyan soldiers each had a battle power of around 100. Except for Goku, no one else was a match. Li Feng carefully searched for Tull's energy signature. Bam! As expected, just like the original, the battle split them apart, and except for Goku, the others were losing. Might as well finish this quickly. Li Feng waited until the others were truly in danger before stepping in. Offering help in their hour of need was better than stealing the spotlight from the start. He had to consider their pride after all. Bang, 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 bang. In one of the battlefields, Yamcha was fiercely engaged in combat with a Saiyan soldier. Huh. Yamcha distanced himself, gathering a yellow energy sphere in his right hand. Spirit Ball. He hurled the sphere straight at the Saiyan soldier. The soldier dodged with ease, but Yamcha redirected the sphere with his right hand. Boom. The sphere struck its target, erupting in a thunderous explosion. Yet within a second, the soldier's colossal form burst from the smoke and landed a punch on Yamcha's chest. Ugh. Yamcha spat blood, his organs quaking from the blow. Pathetic. The soldier sneered, clasping his hands together to smash Yamcha into the ground. Yamcha lay on the dune, barely clinging to life. It's over. The soldier formed a purple energy sphere in his right hand, aiming to finish Yamcha. Whoosh. Just as the purple sphere was about to strike Yamcha, a white energy ball deflected it, sending it crashing into a nearby dune. Boom. Sand scattered like blossoms in the wind. Who's there? The Saiyan soldier immediately went on alert at the intrusion. I don't have much time, so let's end this quickly. Li Feng appeared before the Saiyan soldier in an instant and drove a fist into his abdomen. Cough. Oh. The soldier's body bent backward like a shrimp as he spat out bile. Li Feng spun around and dashed to the next battlefield, casually firing a small energy sphere at the soldier without looking back. Boom. That tiny sphere carried terrifying power, obliterating the soldier entirely. Where do you think you're going? Elsewhere, a towering Saiyan soldier was chasing Krillin. Destructo disc. Krillin raised his right hand, forming a yellow energy blade. Huh. He hurled the disc at his enemy. Naive. The towering Saiyan launched an energy sphere of his own. But when the two forces collided, the Destructo disc sliced through the sphere like butter and shot straight toward the giant. What a... The brute hadn't expected Krillin's attack to be so potent. He scrambled to dodge. Shing. The Destructo disc grazed the giant, shearing off part of his armor, then cleaved the hilltop clean off. Bastard. Enraged and humiliated, the giant unleashed a barrage of energy spheres at Krillin, hoping to pulverize him. But as always, the prince's tricks left only smoke, no damage. When the smoke cleared, a figure stood before Krillin. Li Feng, you're here, Krillin exclaimed with delight. The Destructo disc was his ultimate move, yet it couldn't land. His energy was nearly spent. If Li Feng hadn't blocked that last volley, he might not have survived. Yeah, hand out these Senzu beans to the others. With that, Li Feng passed the beans to Krillin. As it happened, Li Feng had plenty of Senzu beans now. Where does this brat get his nerve? The giant Saiyan scoffed. Where's your leader? Li Feng asked. You're not worthy to know Lord Tulis' whereabouts. Then die. Li Feng vanished and reappeared before the Saiyan. Huh, this is all you've got. Oh, he thought another fool had come to die, but instead met his reaper. In less than 3 seconds, the giant Saiyan was reduced to fragments. It was no contest. Li Feng had grown immensely powerful. After training in the gravity chamber, his battle power had reached 5000. Dealing with these small fry was effortless. Whooshed. Li Feng vanished again. Li Feng is incredible. Krillin marveled after eating a Senzu bean. Now I need to get these beans to the others. I hope they're all right. Krillin flew toward the faintest energy signature, Yamcha's location. Another battlefield. Tenshinhan and Chaozu were fleeing for their lives, pursued by 2 purple-skinned twin soldiers. Die. One of the soldiers fired a sphere at Chaozu. Chaozu run. Tenshinhan shoved Chaozu aside and took the hit. Tenshinhan screamed in agony as he was blasted to the ground. Tenshinhan. Chaozu cried out. You're coming with him. The second soldier launched another sphere at Chaozu. No. Chaozu screamed in despair, but after the frantic escape, his energy was depleted and he couldn't dodge. Boom. A yellow sphere intercepted the attack. You've gone too far. I won't forgive you. It was Gohan. As in the original story, after being grounded by Chi-Chi, Gohan had followed the raptor to the sacred tree, caught up with Chaozu, and arrived just in time to save them. Who's this brat? The twin brothers sneered. Huh. Oh. Seeing his friends injured, Gohan erupted in fury, his aura flaring. Whoosh. 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 A white aura blasted the 2 soldiers away. Huh. Oh. A white cyclone swept through as Gohan transformed into a feral beast, his assault so fierce that the duo had no chance to counter. Huh. Bang. Bang. Gohan's right fist and left leg struck the enemies simultaneously. Their bodies flew like cannonballs, crashing into the ground with a deafening roar. Oh, you're a Saiyan. A sudden voice came from behind Gohan. Huh. Dad. Gohan stared at the man whose face was identical to Goku's, puzzled. No, you're not, Dad. Who are you? So you're Kakaroto's son. Tulis chuckled. They'll give you a chance. Join my army and serve me. Tulis tempted him. This planet is doomed. We, the remaining Saiyans, must conquer every world. I refuse. Gohan answered angrily. Humph, boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink. Tulis' smile vanished as he grabbed Gohan. Take your filthy hands off him. Another unfamiliar voice rang out, and a yellow sphere shot toward Tulis. Tulis dodged, releasing Gohan. The one holding Gohan was the man in the white cape, Piccolo. Piccolo, who was like a second father, looked at Gohan with a gentle gaze. Uncle Piccolo, you're here, Gohan exclaimed joyfully. Yeah, are you okay? I'm fine. In those few seconds, Tulis moved at high speed, appearing behind Piccolo, and fired a purple sphere from his palm. To protect Gohan, Piccolo took the full force of Tulis' attack on his back. His white cape shattered as they both fell from the sky. A white whirlwind shot towards Tulis, but he dodged it with ease. Damn it. What have you done to Piccolo and Gohan? The one who arrived was none other than Son Goku, his eyes blazing with fury as he stared at the man before him. Hehehe, Kakarot, the traitor finally shows himself. Tull sneered. I am not Kakarot. I am Son Goku. Goku shouted, then gasped in shock as he looked at the man whose face was nearly identical to his own. Who are you? Why do you look so much like me? I am Tulls. My father and your father Bardock were brothers. Regardless, Goku refused to acknowledge these evil Saiyans as his kin. Poor Goku. Aside from his son, the only relatives he had left were villainous antagonists. Getting back to the matter at hand, Goku showed no reaction to Turles' claim of kinship. His anger was solely directed at the harm done to his friends and child. How dare you destroy the earth like this and hurt innocent people? I will never forgive you. Goku roared in fury. Kakarot, join my army, and I will spare you and your son. Tull still attempted to recruit Goku. Kaioken. Without another word, Goku unleashed the Kaioken. A dark crimson aura erupted from him, and a colossal surge of energy shot into the sky. What a... Turles' scouter displayed Goku's power level climbing rapidly. He couldn't understand why Kakarot, who had been weaker than him from the start, had now completely surpassed him. Before Turles could react, the crimson figure appeared before him in an instant. Bam! A fist the size of a boulder smashed into Turles' nose, sending blood flying. Turles was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through several massive branches of the sacred tree. Bastard, he cursed, clutching his nose. Hiya! Still burning with rage, Goku's crimson aura flared as he charged at Turles once more. Turles hastily raised his arms to block, but Goku's heavy punch numbed his arms with pain. Using the high-speed mobility of the Kaioken, Goku circled behind him and delivered a powerful kick. The battle armor on Turles' back shattered, and it felt as though a massive hammer had struck his spine. He coughed up another mouthful of blood. Cough. Turles had long lost his initial composure and confidence, fleeing frantically deeper into the tree trunk. Goku, still wreathed in crimson flames, pursued relentlessly. Kakarot, don't get cocky. Once I eat the fruit of the tree of might, your death will be at hand. Turles snarled viciously. Outside, the tree of might continued its rampant growth. Branches and vines erupted from every corner of the world, turning grasslands and forests into desert cities, into ruins, and accelerating the Earth's environmental decay. The result of this destruction was that the fruit on the tree of might began to ripen. Just as Goku was about to catch up to Turles again, Turles spotted a ripe fruit ahead. Crunch! Turles plucked the fruit and took a bite. Boom! His injuries vanished completely, and his muscles swelled even more. Suddenly, an immense surge of power erupted from Turles. Haha, this is the end. Feeling the endless energy within him, he laughed and crushed the remaining fruit in his hand. His power level had now far surpassed Goku's, reaching an astonishing 325000. Goku's fist, wreathed in crimson energy, once again hurtled toward Turles' head, but this time Turles caught it firmly with his right hand. This time it was Goku's turn to be shocked. He couldn't believe how powerful Turles' energy had become. Phil, repay you tenfold for what you did to me. Turles grinned savagely, and with lightning speed, drove his knee into Goku's abdomen. With a thunderous boom, Goku's body doubled over like a shrimp, and he spat out bile in agony. Thud! 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 Turles' hands moved like machine guns, pummeling Goku relentlessly. With his power skyrocketing, Turles' strength, speed, and physical resilience had all greatly increased, completely overwhelming Goku. Kaioken times 10. Whoosh! A denser, darker crimson aura erupted from Goku, and his power level surged dramatically in an instant. Bam! Unfortunately, even with all his effort, Goku was still slightly outmatched. Turles maintained the upper hand and knocked Goku to the ground with a single punch. Time to die. Turles sneered, forming a violet energy sphere in one hand and unleashing his fury upon Goku. Boom, 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 boom. The violet blasts mercilessly ravaged Goku's body, tearing his skin and flesh. Goku's screams pierced the sky. The massive branches of the Tree of Might were shattered by Turles' energy blasts, and Goku was brutally sent flying. Kakarot, this is the fate of a traitor. Turles laughed, then hurled a lethal energy wave at the fallen Goku. If Goku were hit by this attack, he would surely die. But at that moment, a sudden white energy sphere deflected Turles' blast. Who's there? Turles turned his head and saw that almost all the Z-fighters had arrived. Piccolo and Gohan, whom he thought he had killed, had miraculously revived. Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and the others were all at full strength, glaring at Turles with fury. But Turles' gaze was fixed on the handsome young man at the forefront. Li Feng had arrived at the last moment. Turles' underlings had been swept aside by Li Feng like trash. Li Feng and Krillin had also acted as couriers, finding the wounded and near dead, and giving them senzu beans to recover. It had to be said the main characters had tough luck. They only met their end when the original plot demanded it, otherwise they were as resilient as cockroaches. Take Goku and leave after he eats the senzu bean. It's dangerous here, Li Feng said to Krillin and the others. We're counting on you. Please take care of that despicable bastard. Though reluctant, the group knew they still lacked the strength to fight Tulls, so they left the battlefield to Li Feng. So you're the one who took care of my men. Dale sneered. While his legion engaged the others, he had observed everyone's battles from his spaceship. Aside from Gohan, the one who astonished him most was this formidable young man. Though initially stunned by Li Feng's prowess, after consuming the fruit of the spirit tree, his combat power surged dramatically, and he now looked down upon everyone. Wasn't Kakarot who had once surpassed him, with the Kaioken now lying on the ground? Enough talk, prepare to die. Li Feng, a man of few words and swift action, instantly moved at high speed, transforming into a white whirlwind charging at Dale's. Boom! Dale's and Li Feng clashed fists. The shockwave from their collision rippled through the air, shattering parts of the thick spirit tree branches. Nothing special. Dale scoffed. Is that so? Li Feng sneered in return, then erupted with energy, his combat power skyrocketing in an instant. The sudden burst of speed caught Dale's off guard. Boom! Li Feng landed an uppercut on Dale's chin. Dale's cried out in pain, a mix of shock and fury in his voice. Thump! 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 Li Feng pressed his advantage, unleashing an even fiercer barrage, dozens of punches per second, leaving Dale seeing stars. Finally, Li Feng flashed above Dale's, clasped his hands together, and smashed Dale's downward in the classic Dragon Ball style of hammering an opponent. Rumble! Even the vast and incredibly sturdy spirit tree couldn't withstand the terrifying impact. Dale's pierced through layers of thick spirit tree trunks like a sharp cone, crashing deep into its core. Boom! After smashing through countless trunks, Dale's finally slowed down, erupting with energy to steady himself. Damn it! Dale's gritted his teeth, unable to believe that someone was still stronger than him. Where are the spirit tree fruits? He frantically searched for more fruits, hoping to consume them again to boost his power. System: can the spirit tree fruit be taken indefinitely? Li Feng saw Dale's darting wildly through the dense branches, realizing he was evading him in search of more fruits. No, each person can only consume one fruit. The increase in combat power depends on one's innate talent. Eating more yields no effect. So that's what Li Feng thought. Relying on external forces to boost combat power was indeed unreliable. He was also curious how much his own strength would grow if he ate the fruit. Found it. Dale's discovered another fruit during his escape, immediately plucking and consuming it. Boom! Dale's energy surged once more, stronger than before. Didn't it say only one fruit per person? How did he get stronger after eating a second one? Li Feng asked the system in confusion. Because he didn't finish the first one. Damn it, wasting food. Using his scouter, Li Feng saw Dale's combat power had risen to 4,000. Die. Dale's resumed his arrogant demeanor and charged at Li Feng. Just as he expected to send Li Feng flying, a merciless fist shattered his illusion once more. Boom! The moment Dale's rushed at Li Feng with tremendous speed, he was sent flying back at the same velocity. Li Feng then instantly moved at high speed, appearing behind Dale's, and kicked him away again, sending him tumbling in another direction. Indeed, Li Feng had fully grasped the essence of Dragon Ball combat. First a fierce charge and a clash of fists as a test. If stronger, send the opponent flying, then follow with a flurry of close-range strikes, and finally a double-fisted slam to the ground, completing the first phase of the battle. Then, after exchanging trash talk, the fight escalates. If still superior, treat the opponent like a punching bag or a volleyball. Gotenks nodded in agreement. Then the opponent would inevitably transform or unleash their true power, turning the tables and laughing triumphantly. It usually ended with a beam struggle and a plot-driven conclusion. Now was the phase where the opponent was treated as a punching bag, but unfortunately that punching bag had no chance to grow stronger again. Dale's, I don't fight cheaters. Li Feng, no you do. You get beaten every time you show off. Vegeta, why is there a cold sweat on my back? Dale's roared, then clasped his hands together, forming a massive purple energy sphere. Rumble! Dale's energy exploded, the shockwaves ravaging the spirit tree, destroying branches. It was almost over. The spirit tree had absorbed too much energy, Earth would wither soon. Li Feng grew serious, placing his hands on his waist to gather energy. Die! Dale's purple aura erupted, and a terrifying energy beam shot from his hands toward Li Feng. Kamehameha! Without further ado, Li Feng unleashed his ultimate attack, the Kamehameha. Boom! The purple and blue energy beams collided, annihilating all the vines in between. Yet the two forces didn't even hold for a second before the blue Kamehameha easily overwhelmed the purple beam, surging forward irresistibly. Dale's never imagined his strongest attack would be repelled in less than a second. No, Dale screamed in despair, but he was mercilessly consumed by the Kamehameha, reduced to ashes. Ding! Mission complete. Defeat Dale's. Reward method for cultivating spirit tree fruits. Claim. The system's melodious voice sounded. Yes. Li Feng didn't hesitate. Ding! A sharp pain shot through Li Feng's head as a flood of knowledge about the spirit tree poured into his mind. So that's it. The spirit tree devours energy and destroys planets because it is a divine tree that cannot be planted in soil devoid of divinity, otherwise it will absorb massive amounts of energy. If cultivated in divine soil, the spirit tree will grow normally without draining all the planet's energy. To stop the spirit tree's growth, one simply needs to take away its core energy. Li Feng suddenly understood. No wonder in the original story when Goku used the spirit bomb and borrowed the spirit tree's energy, it destroyed the tree. It was an accidental application of the correct method. Now that he knew the specifics, he would do the same as in the original Summon Goku, and forcibly take the spirit tree's energy, returning the absorbed energy to Earth. This is how it stands. Li Feng immediately shared his thoughts with the others, seizing the energy of the spirit tree by gathering spirit bombs. Let me try. Wukong raised his hands, closing his eyes to sense the energy of the spirit tree. Rumbling echoed from outside as the spirit tree continued to grow, frantically absorbing energy from the surroundings. As Wukong gathered the spirit energy which would normally be collected from various plants and animals, all of it now converged on the spirit tree. A golden orb of light emerged deep within its branches, radiating a warm glow. Then the golden sphere shattered into a cascade of starlight, scattering across the land. Having lost its core energy, the spirit tree ceased its growth. Its massive trunk began to disintegrate, and the branches that had spread everywhere withered, returning all the energy to the earth. We succeeded. The group rejoiced, having finally averted this catastrophe. But much of the damage to Earth is beyond repair. We'll have to use the Dragon Balls, Li Feng said. So that's why you wouldn't let us use the Dragon Balls before, Krillin exclaimed in realization. The group gathered the Dragon Balls, summoned the dragon, and wished for the Earth to be restored to its state before the Great Fire. With a flash of red light from the dragon, the Earth was restored. Regardless, it's all resolved perfectly in the end. Li Feng, you've grown even stronger. Wukong marveled again, feeling that every time he thought he was about to catch up to Li Feng, the gap widened once more. Vegeta, so now you know how I feel. You're not bad yourself, Li Feng replied. There are even stronger foes awaiting us on Namek. Our journey will take a month, and we'll have ample time to train on the spaceship. See you tomorrow. Farewell. After the others left, Li Feng gazed at the spirit tree fruit stored in his space, lost in thought. Forget it, I can't find a suitable place to plant it for now. They'll deal with it later. The next day, Dr. Briefs calibrated the spaceship destined for Namek, and the team assembled. Thanks to the modifications by the genius Dr. Briefs, the new ship could accommodate dozens of people, complete with multiple rooms and bathrooms. Most importantly, it featured a 100-fold gravity training chamber. Thus, they could continue training during the voyage to Namek. Li Feng, stay safe, Bulma said, reluctant to part. I will. Gohan, don't forget to study. If danger comes, run. And here are clothes, food. She nagged on, but her affection was evident. After farewells, Li Feng, Piccolo, Wukong, and Gohan embarked on their journey to Namek. Meanwhile, Yamcha, Tien, Shinhan, Krillin, and Kaiatsu, knowing their power was far behind, followed the original plan to seek the old witch for training on King Kai's planet. So this is the gravity training room. What's so special about it? As soon as the ship launched, Wukong eagerly rushed to the gravity chamber. Being a training fanatic, Wukong couldn't resist his passion for cultivation. This can adjust gravity up to 100 times. 150 times. Li Feng explained, then noticed the chamber could be set to a maximum of 150 times gravity. It seemed Dr. Briefs had further improved the gravity device. With that, Piccolo and Gohan entered too. Li Feng set it to 2 times gravity. Oh, I see. Training under these conditions does yield better results. Wukong felt a slight heaviness in his body. Piccolo seemed unaffected as well. But Gohan felt the impact most keenly. Under the doubled gravity, he couldn't help but bend over. Gohan, it's better to wait until you're older before training in the gravity chamber. It's not good for your development, Li Feng advised. In the original story, Gohan had no experience with the gravity chamber at this age. His first use was during the Cell Saga, when he was at least 10. Yes, Gohan, go train in another room for now, Wukong urged. This is still too much for you at your age. Piccolo rarely agreed. Seeing this, Gohan had no choice but to give up on the gravity chamber and train alone in an ordinary room. They'll keep increasing it, Li Feng said, gradually raising the gravity. When it reached 15 times, Piccolo could no longer stay calm, clenching his fists. Sweat began to bead on Wukong's forehead. Li Feng checked with the scouter. Piccolo's current battle power was 18000. Wukong's power was 30000. 5 times gravity was just right for them to adapt. Let's start with this level. Li Feng felt almost nothing, having already experienced 100-fold gravity before. Thus the three began their adaptation and training. Meanwhile, Gohan trained by himself. Though young, he possessed a resilient spirit. After witnessing the battles of his father and Li Feng, a fierce desire ignited within his small frame. Become stronger. I must become stronger. The four trained separately. At the same time, on an unknown planet, a spherical spaceship crashed violently into the ground, leaving a massive crater. It's Lord Vegeta's ship. A Frieza soldier hurried to greet him, but he found Vegeta barely alive, unable to move inside the ship, and quickly summoned help to transfer him to a healing tank. A day later, the healing tank's hatch opened, green medical fluid flowing out. A robust man stepped forth, his rock-hard muscles exuding a terrifying aura. Damn, Li Feng. I won't let you get away with this. Vegeta snarled. On this trip to Earth, the once-proud prince had been thoroughly humiliated. How could he swallow such an insult? He longed for revenge, but knew his strength was insufficient. So he trained even more fiercely. A month later, Vegeta's training was interrupted by one of Frieza's underlings, Chui. Vegeta, did you complete Lord Frieza's mission? I hear you got beaten half to death on some planet in the solar system. Chui taunted. Mind your own business. Vegeta snorted coldly. He had long wanted to break free from Frieza's control. If not for still being on Frieza's turf and fearing exposure, he would have killed Chui on the spot. Just wait to answer to Lord Frieza. There's a new mission now. Lord Frieza needs someone to go to Namek to find the wishing orbs for his grand wish. Chui said coldly. Don't try to slack off this time, we'll be watching you the whole way. Namek. Wishing orbs. Vegeta suddenly saw an opportunity. If he could grab the Dragon Balls before Frieza and wish for immortality, then Frieza and Li Feng would be at his mercy. With that thought, Vegeta sneered, pretending to comply with Chui for the moment. For now, he needed to figure out how many enemies there were. If the Jinyu Force was also mobilized, things would get tricky. As for being bossed around by Chui, now what did it matter? There was no point in arguing with a dead man. Of course, esteemed Lord Chui, I will gladly accept Lord Frieza's orders. Vegeta replied respectfully. May I ask who else is going to Namek? Since you're so sincere, I'll tell you. Lord Zarbon and Lord Dodoria will also be there to keep an eye on you. And the Jinyu Force. What are you thinking? The honorable and mighty Jinyu Force doesn't have that kind of free time. Good. As long as the Jinyu Force stays away, those bastards are as good as dead. Vegeta sneered darkly. In truth, not only did Vegeta have a battle power of 2400 after being healed from his severe injuries on Earth similar to the original story, but more importantly, he had channeled his hatred for Li Feng into hellish training. Now Vegeta's battle power was 35000. Unlike Li Feng, who could use Senzu Beans almost infinitely, Vegeta relied on the healing tank for severe injuries, which took at least half a day to recover. Still, both his strength and mentality far surpassed his original counterpart at this time. Each harboring their own schemes, they boarded their spaceships and set course for Namek. A month later, Vegeta and Li Feng's group arrived at Namek simultaneously. Whoosh! A meteor streaked across the sky of Namek. Thud! A massive spaceship landed steadily on the ground. Li Feng and his companions exited the spaceship. Before them lay lush green vegetation. So this is Namek. It's beautiful. Gohan cheered. Is this my hometown? Piccolo gazed at the scenery before him, a wave of familiarity and warmth flooding his heart. There are several strong energies over there. Goku looked into the distance. Who could it be? Li Feng sensed it too. Whoever it is, let's head there first. Li Feng suggested. Those energies we just felt are clearly not exceptionally strong. They shouldn't be Frieza. During their flight, Li Feng also discussed with Goku and others about Frieza's intentions to obtain the Dragon Balls before them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. To avoid detection by the scanners, the four lowered their energies and flew toward their target. That must be where the Grand Elder resides. His potential development is key to a significant boost in combat power. Li Feng thought with delight. Whooshed. The four arrived at a stone house guarded by a Namekian. Who are you? Naru asked, warily looking at Piccolo in surprise. Which Namekian are you? Why don't I recognize you? We are here to help you solve your current difficulties, Li Feng replied. It's fine, Naru, let them in. An elderly voice came from inside the house. As the four entered, Li Feng was still surprised to see the enormous Namekian towering over 10 meters, even though he had seen it in the comics before. Honorable Grand Elder, I am Li Feng. These are Son Wukong's son Gohan and Piccolo. We have come for two main reasons. First, we hope you can help us enhance our potential. Second, we wish to borrow the Dragon Balls of Namek. Because in the near future, a terrifying and evil enemy will come to Namek to massacre the innocent and destroy the planet, and we are here to stop them. Li Feng stated his intentions. Piccolo. Oh, so you are that person's child. The Grand Elder looked at Piccolo, and a wave of memories surged in his mind. It's all right, I agree to your conditions. I hope you can protect my planet and my people, the Grand Elder said slowly. But Grand Elder, your health. Naru hastily interrupted. Naru, my time is limited, and I have a premonition that what he said is true. Let me make my final contribution for my people. Thank you, Grand Elder, I will not let you down. The Grand Elder looked at the four. Who will go first? Enhancing potential. I will go first. Piccolo felt the familiar sensation deepen, trusting the Grand Elder in his heart. The Grand Elder's large hand stroked Piccolo's head, beginning the potential activation. Piccolo transitioned from confusion to shock and finally to gratitude. It seemed that Piccolo and the Grand Elder communicated in their unique way. Swish. Boom. A white aura surged into the sky, instantly stirring up the surrounding dust. Who? Piccolo, your potential is the strongest among all Namekians. I hope you can protect our Namek. Thank you, Grand Elder. Piccolo exclaimed with joy and gratitude. Now Piccolo's combat power soared to 100. It's my turn. Goku saw Piccolo's combat power skyrocket and was eager to try his luck. While your potential is also quite strong. The Grand Elder silently began to enhance Goku's potential. After a few minutes, sweat beaded on the Grand Elder's forehead, having exhausted considerable energy to complete the task. What an astonishing young man. I can only draw out a fraction of your potential. Your potential is immense. Boom. An even stronger energy surged forth, but appeared only for an instant before being fully controlled by Goku. Thank you, Grand Elder. Goku felt the energy within him and was quite excited. At this moment, his combat power was 150,000. Go ahead, Gohan. Piccolo encouraged. Then I will go now. Grand Elder, please guide me. Gohan said politely. Come, child, let me feel your potential. The Grand Elder mused. Child, your potential is terrifying. I can only attempt to unlock 1/10 of it. With that, the Grand Elder placed his hand on Gohan's head. Boom. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from Gohan, spiraling into a whirlwind. This power. So strong. Piccolo was astonished by Gohan's overwhelming aura. Incredible, Gohan. Goku also marveled. The potential of Saiyans is indeed formidable. Li Feng also sighed. He used a combat device to check Gohan's current combat power 11000. Gohan was also amazed by his strength, but then retracted his aura and thanked the Grand Elder. Sweat flowed down the Grand Elder's forehead as if he had exhausted his strength. Grand Elder, please eat this to recover your energy. Li Feng handed the Grand Elder a senzu bean. It must be said that enhancing the potential of powerful Saiyans like Goku and Gohan was quite a laborious task. Oh, is this the magical bean that can restore energy? The Grand Elder was surprised, but ate it nonetheless. After the Grand Elder's energy had restored, Li Feng finally spoke. Alright, it's my turn now. Li Feng approached the Grand Elder with anticipation and excitement. I can't feel the limits of your potential at all. The Grand Elder was shocked again. I can only draw out roughly 1% of your potential at this point. After sensing Li Feng's potential, the Grand Elder slowly revealed this terrifying fact. That's fine, even drawing out a part is good. Alright. The Grand Elder placed his hand on Li Feng's head again, desperately, trying to activate his potential. If Goku and Gohan's potential was like a rushing river, then Li Feng's potential was like the vast ocean. The Grand Elder exerted even more effort to activate Li Feng's potential, using more energy than when he enhanced the three before. Whoosh! At this moment, an even more violent aura erupted from Li Feng. This power. So terrifying. Li Feng felt a cool energy flowing over his head, enlightening him. Energy surged continuously from his body, leaving Li Feng both shocked and ecstatic. Wait, Li Feng. Tone down your aura, the house is about to collapse. Piccolo hurriedly protected the Grand Elder. Sorry, thank you, Grand Elder. Li Feng immediately restrained his aura, thanked the Grand Elder, and took out several bags of senzu beans. These senzu beans can quickly restore energy and heal injuries. This is your reward for helping us develop our potential. Please be sure to accept them. The Grand Elder ate another bean and immediately felt much lighter all over. The fatigue from exhausting his energy to develop Li Feng's potential was also gone. The Grand Elder gladly accepted and instructed Naru to pass them on to other clansmen. At this time, the combat powers of the four were Son Gohan, Piccolo, Son, Yukong, Li Feng, 0. At another location on planet Namek. Swoosh. Swoosh. In the distance, two bursts of ki erupted. Vegeta, what is the meaning of this? Chio-E seethed with anger. Nothing much, I'm taking the Dragon Balls. Vegeta sneered coldly with 5 football-sized Dragon Balls placed behind him. Trying to steal the credit. You'll die here. Chio-E flared his ki, launching an energy wave at Vegeta. Foolish. Vegeta effortlessly flared his own ki in response. Swoosh. Boom. With just a burst of ki, Vegeta completely deflected Chio-E's energy wave. What? How is this possible? Chio-E was both shocked and enraged. As he recalled, Vegeta's battle power was the same as his own, a mere 18000. A casual wave of his hand shouldn't have been so easily repelled. Open your dog eyes wide, and behold the battle power of your prince. Vegeta laughed heartily. Then boom. A white aura surged skyward. Chio-E stared at the skyrocketing numbers on his scouter, cold sweat dripping down his face. The scouter displayed Vegeta's battle power as 3000. Dealing with you this is more than enough. Vegeta sneered. No. Impossible, the scouter must be broken. How could a monkey like you have a higher battle power than me? Chiyo-E couldn't believe it. Then died. Before his words faded, Vegeta's figure vanished, a white blur instantly appearing before Chiyo-E. Still in shock, Chiyo-E suddenly saw a white streak flash before his eyes. Before he could react, a fist slammed into his gut. Ugh. Oh. The brutal impact forced bile from Chiyo-E's mouth as his internal organs churned. Oomph. Not letting up, Vegeta drove a knee into Chiyo-E's chin. Crack. A sound of shattering bone echoed as a purple figure flew like a cannonball into the sky. Chiyo-E screamed in agony, his jaw fractured by the blow. Trash. Go to hell. Vegeta pointed with his right hand, and a tiny energy sphere shot toward the figure in the sky. Boom. A beautiful firework blossomed in the air. What a filthy display. Vegeta sneered. During his trip to Earth, though he had been brutally beaten by Li Feng, he had to admit that battling a strong opponent accelerated his own growth. Vegeta could now fully control his own ki. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, his battle power scouter went haywire. Who is it? Two powerful auras are heading my way. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures clad in Frieza Force battle armor flew over. Hey, why is it Vegeta? A pink-skinned fat man asked incredulously, looking at his scouter. Hey Vegeta, who were you fighting just now? Where did they go? The green-skinned one beside him inquired. So it's Dodoria and Zarbon. What brings you two here? Vegeta sneered. So these were Frieza's two lackeys. Their battle power was a mere 200 something, no match for him. He had to finish them off before the Ginyu Force arrived. Answer my question, Vegeta. Dodoria said displeasedly. We are here on Lord Frieza's orders to collect the Dragon Balls. How is your collection going? Oh, the Dragon Balls are right over there behind that pile of rocks. Vegeta pointed. If your work is passable. Dodoria snorted, coldly unaware that he was already walking into a death trap. As Dodoria's bulky form passed by Vegeta, a grin spread across Vegeta's face. Huh. He suddenly flared his ki. Dodoria was completely caught off guard. He could only watch as Vegeta's fist punched straight through his chest. Cough. Oh. Dodoria let out a pained scream. The arrogant fool never imagined that the weakling Vegeta could inflict such a grievous wound upon him. Die, you disgusting creature. As the words left his mouth, Vegeta followed up with a ki blast that obliterated Dodoria into nothingness. Zarbon, standing behind, hadn't even processed the event before Dodoria was erased. Your turn, trash. Vegeta fixed his gaze on Zarbon. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you've gotten a bit stronger. I didn't want to use this form, but since you're going to die, no one will ever know. Zarbon's scouter now showed Vegeta's battle power as 25000. Huh. With a sudden eruption of powerful ki, Zarbon's appearance underwent a drastic transformation. His once handsome face became twisted and grotesque, and his entire body bulked up into a monstrous form. Although Zarbon had grown stronger, he had become hideously ugly. Your appearance truly disgusts me. Vegeta taunted, seeing Zarbon's transformed state. Die. Enraged and humiliated, Zarbon was determined to eliminate anyone who knew of his true form. His massive bulk did not hinder his speed in the slightest. Worthless. Vegeta clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead again. Huh. Swoosh. Vegeta's ki surged even higher. White energy erupted from his body, forming a tempestuous white cyclone that raged around him. Zarbon's large hand came swinging down, aiming to crush Vegeta's head. But with his elevated battle power, how could Vegeta fail to perceive Zarbon's movements? Vegeta sidestepped, blocked with his left arm, and executed a shoulder throw, slamming Zarbon to the ground. Boom. A massive man-shaped crater formed in the earth, cracks spreading out like a spiderweb. Before Zarbon could react, Vegeta stomped on his chest, shattering his sturdy battle armor. Ugh. Oh. The searing pain finally registered in Zarbon's body, eliciting a mournful cry. So you can die knowing the truth. Your prince's battle power has reached a staggering 350, you garbage. Vegeta taunted again, a surge of dark satisfaction washing over him. The feeling of total control was back. Yes, this was the state befitting me, Prince Vegeta. Just wait, Li Feng. Soon you will be crushed beneath my heel, just like this. No. Possible. Zarbon's breath came in ragged gasps, his voice filled with terror. Go to hell. Vegeta raised his right hand, a white energy sphere rapidly coalescing. With a look of despair and resentment on Zarbon's face, he fired the blast directly into his body. Boom. Another brilliant firework lit the sky. The original man-shaped crater was further enlarged by the terrifying energy. After the dust settled, no trace of Zarbon remained in the pit. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Vegeta roared with laughter. He had become this strong. Just wait, Li Feng, and you too, Frieza. Once I gather the Dragon Balls and make my wish, you'll both be groveling at my feet. Vegeta continued his fantasies. What? Why are there 5 more such powerful auras? Vegeta's scouter began blaring incessantly. He sensed one aura weaker than his own, but the other four were all stronger. Damn it, it's the Ginyu Force. Vegeta finally realized the direness of his situation. With the rhythmic thuds of their landing, 5 figures of varying statures clad in battle armor descended from the sky. The Ginyu Force. They proclaimed in unison, striking their iconic poses. Vegeta felt a wave of exasperation, yet he couldn't afford to underestimate them. "Oh, Vegeta, where is the one you were just fighting?" inquired Guldo, the shortest of the group, as he surveyed the battlefield. "Just some insignificant foes. I disposed of them." Vegeta replied coldly, knowing it was not yet the time for open conflict. "I ask you, where are the Dragon Balls Lord Frieza requires?" questioned Rikum. "I've only gathered 5. They are all there." Good. Continue your search elsewhere." Vegeta felt a flicker of relief and prepared to make his escape. "Hold on, Vegeta." The purple-skinned Geese interjected. "Dodoria and Zarbon should have come this way. How is it that you didn't encounter them?" The perceptive Geese grew suspicious. Instantly, cold sweat beaded on Vegeta's brow. "Lords Dodoria and Zarbon did pass by me, but shortly after several powerful enemies arrived. I barely managed to defeat them." "Oh, is that so? Then why are there fragments of our battle armor here?" The observant Geese noticed the scraps on the field were different from Vegeta's own suit. Vegeta also spotted Dodoria's armor shards clearly distinct from his own. "Oh, it's because..." He began stepping forward as if to explain. But as Vegeta drew close to the nearest member, Guldo, he acted. With a swift burst of energy, he swung his hand in a chopping motion, severing Guldo's head. Just as in the original tale, Guldo was the first to fall. Vegeta had calculated wisely. Guldo was the easiest target, and his troublesome time-freezing ability was best eliminated first. Before the others could react, Vegeta shot into the sky. "What? This, eh?" Berta was stunned. Why did Vegeta suddenly kill Guldo? Jeez was dumbfounded. The veins on Jeez's head bulged. He killed Dodoria and Zarbon. When he realized he couldn't hide it, he eliminated the psychic Guldo first. "Damn you, Vegeta. They'll finish him." Rikum roared in anger. 4 figures shot into the sky like lightning. "Curses. Damn the Ginyu Force." Vegeta fled with all his might, his mind racing for a way out. Suddenly, a white-clad figure appeared before him. "Hey Vegeta, no need to flee so hastily. Hand over the remaining Dragon Balls." The Ginyu Force had caught up, and Rikum taunted him. This prince would rather die here, die out there, than tell you anything about the Dragon Balls," Vegeta declared with unwavering resolve. "Oh, looks like we're in for some fun today." Rikum sneered. Vegeta braced himself, assuming a fighting stance. Their auras surged violently, the sheer energy rippling the air. "Oh, Rikum seems particularly excited today," remarked Jeez, who had just arrived. He beat us to it." Berta snorted coldly. "It seems the Force will need a new entrance routine." Jeez mused his thoughts elsewhere. Vegeta unleashed his full power, a combat level of 3500, exploding forth, no longer holding anything back. With a fierce yell, Vegeta struck first, hurtling towards Rikum like a cannonball. Their fists collided the ground, cratering from the immense impact. Vegeta launched a rapid flurry of blows. "Oh, not bad, Vegeta. You've certainly improved since last time," Rikum taunted, still at ease. "Bastard." Vegeta's veins bulged as he attacked furiously. His fists came like machine gun fire, but Rikum deflected them with ease. "Die." Seizing a moment when Rikum had adapted to his rhythm, Vegeta switched tactics, driving a knee into Rikum's stomach. Rikum, caught off guard, coughed up bile. Seizing the advantage, Vegeta pressed his attack, relentlessly hammering Rikum's abdomen with blow after blow, each strike like a sledgehammer. Rikum was overwhelmed. Vegeta then planted his hands on the ground and kicked Rikum in the chest, launching him into the air. The terrifying force shattered Rikum's armor. As the bulky figure flew backwards, Vegeta began his Prince's Requiem. He gathered energy blasts, unleashing a torrent of ki orbs. Rikum was pelted by a barrage of bullets. Explosions rent the air as the blasts found their mark. Smoke billowed and dust flew. No way. Did Vegeta actually take down Rikum? Jeez was shocked by the terrifying power Vegeta had displayed. "Impossible." Berta exclaimed in disbelief. Rikum got careless," Jeez said coldly. "But Rikum isn't so easily beaten." Vegeta panted heavily. As the smoke cleared, Rikum's battered form was revealed. His armor was shattered and several teeth were broken. "What?" Vegeta was astonished. He had given his all, yet Rikum's energy level had barely dropped. "My turn." Rikum fired an energy wave. A violet beam shot straight for Vegeta. Vegeta, highly focused, dodged it with ease. The blast carved a massive crater in the earth. But that was merely a diversion. The real threat was yet to come. As he fired the beam, Rikum vanished and reappeared right in front of Vegeta. The prince found himself face-to-face with his enemy. Now the roles were reversed. The same brutal assault Vegeta had delivered was now being returned tenfold by Rikum, whose attacks were heavier and faster. Still gasping for breath after his energy barrage, Vegeta was pummeled by a series of heavy blows. he was immediately on the defensive. He managed to block for a while, but his stamina was nearly depleted. Rikum broke through his guard with ease and began to beat him mercilessly. Vegeta was pounded like a punching bag, unable even to cry out. Finally, a kick from Rikum sent him flying. As Vegeta hung in the air, Rikum opened his mouth wide and fired an energy cannon, striking the prince squarely. Vegeta's body fell limply like a kite with a broken string. Vegeta's figure collapsed like a broken kite, utterly powerless. Now his breath was faint, and nearly every bone in his body was shattered. Through blurred vision, he saw Guldo striding toward him arrogantly, a wave of despair and unwillingness surging within him. I didn't die at Frieza's hands nor at Li Feng's. I refuse to accept this. Vegeta cried out in defiance. Die. Vegeta, go to hell and repent. With that, Guldo unleashed an energy sphere. Staring at the incoming sphere, Vegeta knew his current body could no longer withstand such an attack. This blow would surely be fatal. Completely powerless, Vegeta could only watch as the energy sphere hurtled toward him like the Grim Reaper. Finally, he had no choice but to close his eyes in resignation. Boom. The energy sphere mercilessly struck Vegeta. Guldo, you were having too much fun just now. Did you forget to ask Vegeta about the Dragon Balls? Jeez reminded. Oh, it slipped my mind for a moment. Seems Vegeta is too fragile, Guldo said, rubbing his pineapple-shaped head with a laugh. Is that so? I think you're quite fragile yourselves. A strange voice suddenly rang out. What? As the smoke cleared, a mysterious man appeared before where Vegeta had fallen. His side-swept bangs fluttered in the wind, and his confident smile added a sharp edge to his presence. Vegeta, are you so eager to die? Kakarot still wants to fight you. How did you end up so battered by these nobodies? Li Feng chuckled. After Li Feng and his group had fully unlocked their potential, he sensed a distant battle and rushed over immediately. Vegeta was fortunate. He had narrowly escaped death by a hair's breadth. Three figures swiftly flew over and landed beside Li Feng, facing off against the Jinyu Force. Huh, those opponents are quite strong, aren't they? Is this the Jinyu Force you mentioned? Goku asked in surprise. Uncle Li Feng is amazing. He was right. Gohan exclaimed. Even Vegeta is this badly injured, but they don't seem that powerful, Piccolo said, sensing their battle power with doubt. Of course, you four have unlocked your potential. Now even the weakest among you, Gohan and Piccolo, have battle powers exceeding 1/0. Naturally, the Jinyu Force seems underwhelming. Who are you? Vegeta's comrades. Jees glanced at their battle powers, all around 5000. Too weak. I could handle them alone, Berta scoffed. Great, let me keep going. That fight wasn't satisfying enough, Guldo said eagerly. Enough talk. One each and he'll take that cocky one, Jinyu said, pointing at Li Feng. Then he'll fight that spiky-haired guy. Guldo gestured at Goku. That green-skinned one is a Namekian, right? I haven't killed enough yet, Berta said, facing Piccolo. Huh, boring. I have to play with a kid. Jees looked at Gohan disdainfully. While the Jinyu Force was exchanging words, Li Feng gave Vegeta a senzu bean and said, eat this and deal with them. Vegeta was stunned by Li Feng's arrival and the fact that he had been saved by him, his emotions a tangled mess. After swallowing the senzu bean, Vegeta's shattered bones instantly mended, his stamina fully restored, and his cells and muscles brimmed with vitality. He was reborn. Huh. Vegeta let out a mighty roar. A terrifying burst of energy exploded. His feelings were complex. Once proud, he had been saved by Li Feng again. Thank you for saving me. What? The proud Vegeta actually thanked someone. Piccolo was shocked. Consider this a debt I owe you. My grudge with Li Feng can wait. Right now our priority is to pulverize the Jinyu Force. Vegeta said, the tall blue one is extremely fast, the short red one has a combined technique, and the captain in purple has the strongest battle power. Be careful. I've changed my mind, Vegeta. It seems I'll have to kill you with my own hands, Guldo sneered at Vegeta. Then he'll fight the purple-skinned guy, Goku said, scratching his head. In an instant, the 8 fighters each found their opponents and began their clashes. Li Feng was content to watch from the sidelines. After Vegeta's near-death revival, his battle power had soared to 7/0, allowing him to effortlessly dominate everyone except Jinyu. The 4 battlefields shook the earth and split mountains. Soon 4 cries of agony echoed through the air, and the fighters in their battle suits crashed into the ground like radishes, each landing in their own crater. The Jinyu Force was utterly defeated. Vegeta felt both shock and joy. Shock that the other 3 had dispatched the Jinyu Force so effortlessly, and joy that after eating the senzu bean his battle power had doubled, making Guldo no match for him. What? Li Feng, the Jinyu Force is pretty weak, Goku said, scratching his head. We've grown much stronger. Seems like this Frieza is nothing special, Piccolo began to boast. Unbelievable. How did you all become so powerful? Vegeta asked in astonishment. So you're Vegeta? You don't seem that strong, Goku said bluntly. You're Kakarot. We'll deal with you later. Vegeta retorted stubbornly. In truth, during the battle, he had been observing the other three, and their displayed battle powers filled him with dread. Not only was Goku's power far above his own, but even the young Saiyan boy was slightly stronger than him. He was completely outmatched. I can fight on my own now. Gohan was thrilled to have defeated an enemy with his own hands. Cough cough. Who were those people? Where did such strong fighters come from? Berter pushed aside a rock, horrified. Impossible. Just now their battle powers were only a few thousand, Geese said, trembling as he looked at his scouter. Even Vegeta is much stronger than before, Goldo added, puzzled. This is troublesome. It seems the boss will have to handle this, Jinyu muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. Hurry up and finish them or Frieza will be here soon, Li Feng warned. The four had already tacitly accepted Li Feng as their leader. Upon hearing his words, they launched another assault. Vegeta, Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo released their energy. For a moment, four auras raged like tornadoes. The numbers on Geese's scouter skyrocketed. No. Impossible. The scouter finally exploded. Beep, 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 boom. The scouter finally exploded completely. The battle power of Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta had already soared to an astonishing level. Kamehameha, Gallic Gun, Special Beam Cannon, Masenko. The four unleashed their ultimate techniques upon the Jinyu force. Boom. Instantly, four mushroom clouds rose, mountains crumbled, and dust filled the air. The Jinyu force was effortlessly vanquished by these four monstrously powerful fighters. Phew. Gohan wiped the sweat from his brow. Though it was his first battle, he had managed to defeat the enemy, his heart still pounding with both tension and excitement. Kakarot, I will surpass you sooner or later, Vegeta declared with its thunder tone. During their recent outburst of power, he had realized that Goku's battle power far exceeded his own. Since Li Feng's level was too distant, a goal defeating Goku would have to be his next step. Hee, is that so, Vegeta? You're quite an interesting fellow. Goku chuckled. Bastard, don't you dare look down on me. That energy. It must be Frieza. Li Feng, who had been observing from afar, instantly sensed an immensely powerful energy approaching. Gohan, Piccolo, go collect the remaining Dragon Balls and regroup at the Elder's place. It's too dangerous here, Li Feng commanded. Though reluctant, Piccolo saw the gravity in Li Feng's expression and felt the terrifying aura in the distance, realizing his own power was far insufficient. For the greater good, he agreed and left with Gohan and the Dragon Balls. What? Frieza is coming. Vegeta, forgetting about the Dragon Balls, broke out in a cold sweat at the mere mention of Frieza's name. Are you all insane? You dare to fight Frieza? Vegeta shouted, masking his inner terror. Indeed, Frieza had always been Vegeta's nightmare. As a child, Vegeta had witnessed his father, King Vegeta, bowing obsequiously before Frieza, seething with silent rage. He remembered the time King Vegeta had barely shown a hint of rebellion, only to be effortlessly trampled under Frieza's foot, stripped of all dignity. That terrifying and overwhelming figure of Frieza was etched deep into his mind, crushing any thought of resistance. Later, when he heard Frieza had destroyed planet Vegeta, he resolved to seek revenge when the opportunity arose. But Vegeta only dared to plot in the shadows, never to confront Frieza directly, let alone fight him. In his view, it was not the time to battle Frieza. At the very least, he needed to gather the Dragon Balls and become an immortal being first. Even Li Feng was far from a match for Frieza. Vegeta, don't worry. Both Li Feng and I are very strong, Goku reassured him. No, Kakarot. You have no idea how terrifying Frieza is, Vegeta said, trembling with fear. Vegeta, this isn't like you, Li Feng said, still with his arms crossed. Is Frieza really that strong? It's time to settle the feud between the Saiyans and Frieza. Besides, where can you run now? As long as Frieza lives, none of us can escape. Rather than flee, we might as well fight with all we've got. With that, he flew toward Frieza's direction. Goku followed suit. Vegeta's mind was in turmoil. His reason told him that fighting Frieza was suicide, but deep down his Saiyan bloodlust and thirst for revenge overcame his fear, and he resolved to face Frieza. Whoosh. A small spacecraft trailing flames sped toward Li Feng and the others. Schwap, schwap, schwap. Li Feng looked at the figure seated inside the craft and halted. Inside the spacecraft, a purple demon lounged against his seat, his tail swaying back and forth in a relaxed manner. But Li Feng could deeply sense the terrifying energy within this being. Ho, ho, ho. Vegeta, are these the underlings you've recruited? Not bad, I suppose. Frieza glanced around, recognizing only Vegeta. Don't be ridiculous, Frieza. I, the prince, am here to defeat you, Vegeta shouted, overcoming his inner fear. What? Frieza flew into a rage. You wretched monkey, do you know the consequences of betraying me? It'll make your life a living hell, Frieza said coldly. With that, he unleashed an overwhelming aura. Vegeta broke into a cold sweat. Facing Frieza's oppressive force directly was truly terrifying. Oomph. Li Feng snorted, stepping in front of Vegeta, blocking Frieza's energy. Vegeta immediately realized it was Li Feng's own energy countering Frieza's. Incredible. Vegeta hadn't expected Li Feng's power to rival Frieza's. He turned to look at Goku, who stood unmoved though his expression was grim. Was he the only one afraid? No. I am the Prince of Saiyans. I will never let anyone surpass me. Vegeta clenched his fist, struggling to endure. Frieza had intended to use his mere presence to force Vegeta to the ground in terror, but to his surprise someone was actually resisting his energy. Beep, 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 beep. Frieza's scouter flickered. A battle power of 50,000. Frieza was incredulous. Someone with merely 50,000 battle power could withstand his aura. Instead of anger, Frieza laughed. Ho, 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 interesting. It seems you do have a shred of ability. But compared to me, you're still far off. Your battle power is decent, boy. How about joining my army? Frieza extended an olive branch. With your strength you could join the Jinyu force and enjoy endless riches and glory. Frieza also sensed that this young man must be hiding something as he remained unfazed before his terrifying presence. The Jinyu force. We just took care of them. Li Feng said coldly. Nanny. Frieza was stunned again. He tried to contact the others, but found he couldn't reach them. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Since you managed to defeat the Jinyu force, your strength far exceeds theirs. It'll allow you to form a new special squad, and you may name it yourselves. Frieza believed his offer would fill Li Feng and the others with gratitude, for no one could refuse his recruitment. What I mean is you're not worthy. Li Feng refused. What? You dare refuse me? Frieza couldn't believe it. Boy, don't bite the hand that feeds you. The last one who refused me is dead. I will torment you until you regret being born. Frieza's expression turned savage as he unleashed an even more formidable aura. Though Li Feng's current power was far below Frieza's full strength, he was gambling on the Saiyan ability to transcend limits in adversity and become a Super Saiyan. Facing the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, the Saiyan blood within Li Feng surged once more. Ding! Mission defeat Frieza. Reward time fragment. At that very moment the system issued a mission. Very well, though I have no idea what a temporal shard is, this mission must be accepted. Whoosh! At this moment Frieza stepped away from his spacecraft, confronting Li Feng. Although Frieza's first form was diminutive, a purple aura emanated from him, as formidable as an ancient beast. On the other side, Li Feng also released a white aura, his energy spreading outward like ripples. The two forces clashed. For a moment, the very air seemed to solidify. The sand and stones on the ground stirred without wind. Purple and white energies collided in silence. Crack! A floating stone fell to the ground, sounding the clarion call for battle. Swish! Li Feng's eyes narrowed as he flashed before Frieza, delivering a punch. Frieza met his fist with his own. Boom! The colliding energy erupted with astonishing force, pulverizing the surrounding rocks. Swish! Swish! Then the two moved at high speed, their figures flickering as they exchanged blows. Ordinary people could scarcely see them. Vegeta, watching from the side, was stunned. He never imagined Li Feng could fight Frieza on even terms. When did Li Feng become able to match that terrifying Frieza? Vegeta was shocked. Just a few months ago, Li Feng had been evenly matched with him, but now he could challenge Frieza, who was far stronger. What had he done to become so powerful? No, Vegeta, Li Feng is clearly gaining the upper hand, Goku corrected. How is that possible? Vegeta was shocked again. He had thought Li Feng holding his own against Frieza was impressive enough, but now he was actually gaining the advantage. Then perhaps he really could kill Frieza. Thud, thud, thud. In the air, the two figures kept flickering their attacks, too fast to see. At first, the two fought back and forth. But with each subsequent exchange, Li Feng always managed to gain an edge, anticipating Frieza's attacks and landing heavy blows on his head, abdomen, and other vulnerable spots. Meanwhile, he merely used his shoulders and arms to absorb Frieza's heavy strikes. As time passed, Li Feng remained unscathed, only feeling a bit sore in his shoulders, while Frieza's face was beaten into a swollen mess and his battle armor was tattered. Boom. In the end, Li Feng delivered an elbow strike that sent Frieza crashing into a mountain. Under the violent impact, Frieza plowed through 4 peaks before being buried under rubble. So powerful, Vegeta exclaimed, but soon became exhilarated. Yes, that's it, destroy that despicable Frieza. Avenge the Saiyans. By now, Vegeta had set aside his grudge against Li Feng, focused solely on defeating Frieza. Frieza had wiped out the Saiyan race, leaving only a handful alive. Though he wasn't the one delivering the blows, seeing Frieza in such distress brought him great joy. Humph, the so-called Emperor of the Universe, look at you now. With a furious roar, the rubble covering him exploded upward. The dust cleared, revealing Frieza's disheveled state. His mouth hung wide open as he spat out purple blood. You bastard. Frieza was beside himself with rage. How dare you reduce me, the noble one, to this state? I'll tear you to shreds. Frieza, seething with anger, immediately unleashed his aura. Purple energies surged skyward, and the terrifying pressure once again made Vegeta tremble. Can this demon's power still grow? Vegeta broke out in a cold sweat, tensing up again. Don't worry, Li Feng hasn't even used his full strength yet, Goku said from the side. Though it was only for an instant, Goku had sensed that heart-stopping energy when Li Feng's potential was awakened. Li Feng's power far surpassed his own. Midair, Li Feng stood against the wind. Are you all talk? Li Feng sneered. At the same time, he boosted his own combat power, and his white aura exploded outward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The white aura erupted like a hurricane, radiating astonishing energy. The two collided, producing an even more terrifying impact. The nearby mountains were easily torn apart by these two forces. Thud, 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 thud. Their attack frequency increased, but the battle situation remained much the same as at the start. Li Feng was still dominating Frieza. Even though Frieza's speed and power had increased significantly from the beginning, every time he threw a punch, Li Feng easily blocked it and countered with a heavy blow to Frieza's weak points. Impossible. Frieza was both shocked and furious. He had thought his initial loss was due to carelessness, and that after powering up he would easily crush Li Feng. But as the battle wore on, he found himself unable to keep up with Li Feng's rhythm, still on the defensive. Yah! Frieza threw a punch at Li Feng. Thud! This time Li Feng calmly extended his left hand and blocked it with ease. When Frieza tried to pull back his right fist, he found it trapped. How is this possible? Frieza was stunned. You're still too weak, Li Feng said coldly. Then he drove his right fist straight into Frieza's abdomen. Cough. Frieza spat out more purple blood. Li Feng followed up with a kick, sending Frieza crashing to the ground. Boom. Frieza hit the earth like a cannonball, creating a massive crater. So strong. It looks like Li Feng can really take down Frieza. Vegeta clenched his fists, exhilarated by Li Feng's domination. Li Feng's power is even greater now. Goku marveled. Although Goku's current combat power was also 150 enough to easily defeat Frieza, a true master could sense the subtle differences. The auras of both fighters were incredibly powerful, covering nearly half of planet Namek. In the distance, Gohan was carrying a large Dragon Ball. Amazing. Is that Uncle Li Feng fighting that guy named Frieza? Gohan also felt these two terrifying presences. Such fearsome power. On the other side, Piccolo, who had gathered 6 Dragon Balls and placed them in a clearing, couldn't help but marvel. He too yearned for greater strength and longed to face a powerful foe, but at this moment, he was still too weak. Inside the Great Elder's house. Great Elder, these two energies. They're too terrifying. Nail said, sweating. Is it really wise to give the Dragon Balls to those people, eh? Nail asked the Great Elder. That young man's potential is nearly boundless. Only he can stop that demon, the Great Elder said slowly. We must do as he says to protect Namek and our people. I understand, Nail replied. Frieza, if this is all you've got, you might as well kill yourself, Li Feng said, hovering in midair with his arms crossed. With a roar, the collapsing boulders blasted away. Huff, pant, huff, pant. Frieza gasped for air, his body covered in wounds, a trickle of purple blood at the corner of his mouth. Damn it. To think that I, the noble one, have been reduced to such a state. Boom. Frieza erupted with an even more terrifying aura, the ground cracking and splitting into fissures beneath him. Excellent. You've successfully enraged me. Don't think you can defeat me so easily. I'll finish you with my second form. With that, Frieza continued to gather his energy, his entire aura intensifying further. Bang, bang, bang. The purple energy, laced with immense power, shook the earth and stirred up a tempest. What? Vegeta was even more horrified, never imagining that Frieza could still transform further. Amidst flying rubble, Frieza's purple aura surged, and his body began to change. His originally short frame suddenly grew muscular, bursting his battle suit, while the 2 horns on his head became thicker and sharper, exuding a terrifying presence. Frieza transformed from a being under 5 feet to a towering minotaur, over 7 feet tall. Ha, 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 ha. A maniacal laughter echoed. Upon transforming into his second form, Frieza's previous injuries completely healed, and his entire demeanor grew more confident due to his newfound power. What do you think? This is my second form with a battle power exceeding 1 million. Frieza reveled in the anticipation of seeing Li Feng beg for mercy. Is this Frieza's true strength? Though Vegeta was far from Frieza, he could still feel the ferocious energy within him. A mere brush with this energy could reduce him to dust. Vegeta swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his face. This Frieza is indeed formidable. Goku's expression turned serious. At that moment, Li Feng used his system to check Frieza's status. Name Frieza, race Frost Demon, form second form, battle power 100, skills Psychic Bomb, Death Blaster, Death Beam, Death Storm, Planet Destroyer. Are you done with your speech? Li Feng picked at his ear, speaking impatiently. If you want to fight, then fight. Enough with the nonsense. Foolish wretch, prepare to die. Frieza, enraged, once more lunged at Li Feng. Bang! Their fists collided again. Boom. Like a bomb detonating, a series of explosions erupted from their center, collapsing nearby boulders and cracking the ground. Is that all? Li Feng sneered, taunting Frieza further. Bastard. Frieza gnashed his teeth. To Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, this was a profound humiliation. Bang! Frieza swung his massive fist again. Li Feng raised his left hand, effortlessly blocking the attack. Die! Frieza, consumed by rage, launched a more ferocious assault on Li Feng. Bang! 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 Frieza's attacks were swift, yet every single one was parried by Li Feng, each collision creating new cracks in the earth. Despite unleashing his full power, Frieza failed to inflict a single scratch on Li Feng. Huff! Pant! Exhausted from the high-frequency, ineffective attacks, Frieza gasped heavily. Impossible! Frieza couldn't believe what was happening. He had transformed into his second form, his battle power at least doubled, yet he still couldn't overcome Li Feng. Seeing Li Feng's mocking expression, Frieza was enraged again and launched another attack. Yeah! Bursting with purple energy, he appeared before Li Feng, almost instantaneously attacking with reckless abandon. Swish! 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 Li Feng accelerated as well, nimbly evading Frieza's strikes. In both speed and power, Li Feng still surpassed Frieza in this form. Impossible! Frieza fumed. How could a scion, a mere monkey, become so strong? Huh! Frieza threw another punch, aiming to smash Li Feng's infuriating face. Bang! Li Feng caught Frieza's hand with his left palm once more. Frieza realized with horror that he still couldn't break free from Li Feng's grip. Your turn's over. Now it's mine. Before finishing, Li Feng drove his elbow into Frieza's chest. Tuh! Oh! Frieza cried out in pain. Thump! 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 Now it was Li Feng's turn to unleash a barrage of attacks on Frieza. The tables completely turned. Li Feng matched the very rhythm Frieza had used against him. Frieza, already reeling from the blow to his chest, was pummeled by this storm of strikes, his wounds multiplying as he cried out in agony. Ow! 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 Frieza never imagined Li Feng's power could be so immense. Even blocking with his arms, they went numb, and his chest and abdomen had been struck hundreds of times. Bang! Li Feng landed an uppercut on Frieza's chin. Cough! Frieza spat blood again. Seizing the advantage, Li Feng continued to pummel Frieza before he could react. Li Feng found Frieza to be an excellent punching bag, unyielding no matter how much he was hit, making the beating easier as it went on. In seconds, Li Feng landed hundreds of blows, leaving Frieza battered. With a final brutal strike, Li Feng grabbed Frieza by the tail and began swinging his body around in a circle. Swish! 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 Li Feng spun faster and faster, turning Frieza into a massive fan. Dazed from the heavy blows, Frieza grew even more disoriented from the spinning, as if his brains were being shaken loose. Swish! Li Feng hurled him toward a mountain peak. Frieza crashed into it like a cannonball. By the time he realized it, his body had pierced several peaks and slammed into the ground. Boom! The impact blasted the earth like a bomb, forming a massive crater. Swish! Li Feng teleported before Frieza grabbed his tail again and yanked him from the rubble. He flung Frieza into the air. Then with a casual flick, he fired a ki blast. Boom! The blast struck Frieza's body. Before Frieza could even scream, Li Feng flashed behind him, grabbed his horns, and drove both knees into his back. Cough! Oh! Frieza spat out a mouthful of blood, screaming as his spine seemed to snap. Li Feng twisted, then kicked Frieza in the abdomen. The pitiful Frieza tumbled backward like a broken kite. Finally, Li Feng finished the combo with a ki orb. Boom! A cataclysm of waves and flying rocks. Boom! A casual energy sphere from Li Feng caused a massive explosion, leveling the hill to the ground. Stop playing around, hurry up, and transform to the next stage. Li Feng dug his ear, speaking calmly. What? Frieza can still transform. Vegeta had been shocked countless times. He had thought that with the current situation, Frieza was surely doomed, but hearing that Frieza could still transform, Vegeta was uncertain again. So strong. Li Feng. Goku also exclaimed. His own base strength was only slightly higher than Frieza's, but Li Feng could thrash Frieza, meaning he himself would still be outmatched. A pained and humiliated voice emerged from the pile of rubble. Purple light flickered as terrifying energy shattered the boulders. A disheveled figure crawled out of the crater. Frieza's once towering form was beaten so badly, he couldn't stand straight. His horn was crooked, his face streaked with blood, and his body covered in wounds. I don't know how you knew I have another transformation, but you're dead. Frieza snarled viciously. Huh. Frieza let out a fierce yell, clenching his fists as purple energy erupted from him again. Whoosh. Frieza surged his power, his battle power, increasing once more. Under that astonishing pressure, Frieza's form underwent another change. His head thrust forward, the two black horns on his head transforming into six, his entire head becoming elongated and massive, his face more ferocious and sinister, and his shoulders and back broadening due to the change. He became almost alien-like hideous, yet extraordinarily powerful. Frieza's wounds vanished again, replaced by the terrifying aura within the purple whirlwind. Now Frieza's battle power reached 2.5 million. His fierce appearance, cold expression, and overwhelming presence shocked both Vegeta and Goku once more. So strong. Goku broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that Frieza's battle power had already surpassed his own base form. How is that possible? Vegeta exclaimed in terror. In the distance, Piccolo and Gohan, who had gathered the Dragon Balls, also sensed this power. That Frieza's energy is still increasing. Can Li Feng still handle him? Piccolo was equally shocked. So strong. But I believe Uncle Li Feng can still win. Gohan said. Ha ha ha. Tremble, you damned insects. You should be proud to witness this king's third form. Frieza laughed arrogantly again. You have indeed gotten stronger, but your current appearance is truly ugly. Li Feng said calmly. What? Frieza flew into a rage. He knew deep down that his third form was indeed the ugliest of all his forms, but being told to his face was unforgivable. Then die to atone for your sins. Whoosh. The purple figure vanished as Frieza flashed before Li Feng and threw a heavy punch at him. Bang! Li Feng blocked with both hands as Frieza's heavy fist landed solidly. Stagger! Stagger! Li Feng was actually pushed back. Ha ha ha! Ignorant fool, now you know this king's power. Frieza laughed instead of raging. In his eyes, Li Feng was now no match for him. Frieza launched a fierce assault. Whoosh! 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 His heavy punches came like cannonballs, slamming into Li Feng and forcing him backward each step, leaving deep imprints on the ground. Where's your earlier momentum? Is this all you've got? Frieza felt vindicated, imagining he would soon see Li Feng kneeling and begging for mercy. Just as Frieza was daydreaming, Li Feng said coldly, Is this the extent of your power after transforming? With that, he threw a counterpunch, sending Frieza flying. Li Feng deliberately took Frieza's attacks to gauge his current strength. Indeed, while Frieza's third form attacks were not completely negligible, they posed no real threat. My. Frieza was surprised that Li Feng could still counterattack. Damn it, you're just putting on an act. Enraged again, he charged straight at Li Feng. An angry Frieza stomped the ground, creating a crater from the immense force. Huh. He gathered energy again and threw a massive punch at Li Feng. Li Feng was undaunted and countered with a punch of his own. Boom. The two fists collided, generating a tremendous shockwave. Instantly, rocks shattered the ground, caved in, waves churned, clouds dispersed, and the entire planet trembled. The fierce battle was deafening. Impossible. Frieza roared in fury, throwing a punch at Li Feng's face. But Li Feng simply tilted his head, slightly dodging with ease. Then Frieza kicked at Li Feng's abdomen, but Li Feng stepped back a few paces, effortlessly evading. All of Frieza's subsequent attacks failed to even graze Li Feng's clothes. Can't you see clearly? Li Feng continued to taunt. But before his words faded, his body appeared behind Frieza like a phantom, and he punched that massive head. With a scream, Frieza's bulky body flew toward a hill ahead, crashing through several mountain ranges before burying itself underground. Rocks flew everywhere as Frieza's disheveled form reappeared. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and snarled viciously. Die! Frieza extended his hands, fingertips aimed at Li Feng. Death beam. Swish! Swish! Two purple energy beams shot straight toward Li Feng. The energy was still terrifying. The rocks it passed through were pierced, and the rivers along the way erupted into columns of water from the fearsome force. The beams moved at incredible speed, reaching Li Feng almost instantly. Li Feng remained expressionless, merely shifting his steps slightly, just enough to evade the beams. The residual energy from the beams still scorched the air. Seeing his attack miss, Frieza flew into a rage and fired more death beams one after another. Whoosh! 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 At first, only a few thin beams streaked across the sky, but as Frieza frantically unleashed his energy, a purple meteor shower of death formed in the air, pouring down toward Li Feng. Boom! 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 Beam after beam blasted mountains, vaporized rivers, and shattered the ground. Each strike carried immense power, yet not a single one hit Li Feng. Such terrifying energy beams. If I were hit, I'd be dead for sure. Vegeta's jaw dropped as he felt the horror of the attack, even from a distance. Li Feng is incredibly strong. I definitely couldn't escape unscathed from that attack. Goku also had cold sweat on his forehead. Frieza's attacks were not random. Each one was aimed at Li Feng. But Li Feng's predictive ability was exceptional, and he dodged them all, leaving footprints from his rapid movements on the ground. The bombardment continued for several minutes. Finally, when the terrain around Li Feng was cratered and shrouded in dust, Frieza stopped, panting heavily. The bombardment lasted for several minutes. Finally, when the terrain around Li Feng was sunken and shrouded in dust, Frieza panted heavily and ceased his attack. As the dust settled and the smoke dissipated, Li Feng's figure had vanished. Huh, huh, foolish wretch. You've been reduced to ashes by my assault. Frieza laughed arrogantly. In his eyes, Li Feng was nothing but a talker surely reduced to mere dust under his relentless barrage. What are you laughing at? Just as Frieza was reveling in his triumph, an icy voice shattered his delusion, appearing behind him. Frieza was stunned. Before he could react, a fierce blow struck the back of his head. His massive skull seemed to fracture, and the world spun before his eyes. Li Feng executed another short-range teleport, materializing before Frieza and landing an uppercut. The thunderous impact shattered one of Frieza's alien horns. Before Frieza could even cry out in agony, Li Feng delivered a kick to his chest, sending his bulky body hurtling hundreds of meters back. He crashed through several small peaks before being embedded once again into the earth. A hellish scream erupted from the ground. Absolutely unforgivable. I will kill you. Boom. Another roar, another explosion from the rubble. The once picturesque Namek was now a scarred wasteland. You want death? Ill granted. Frieza spat blood, his horns broke and his body battered and torn. Yet he roared in fury. Instantly, an overwhelming aura erupted from his entire being. A violet energy radiated, spreading a terrifying presence. The peaks crumbled and new rocks flying in chaos. The ocean seethed, triggering tsunamis as the waters churned, the entire planet trembling once more. Frieza's power surged again. Frieza's energy can still increase. Piccolo and Gohan watched in shock from afar. Such terrifying power. Frieza is a monstrous being. Goku frowned, deeply worried that Li Feng might not withstand Frieza's might. Damn it. Vegeta clenched his fist, impotently striking the ground. He now realized the sheer hopelessness of Frieza's terror. Even in his first form, he could annihilate the Saiyan race with ease. And now he could transform further. Would he never witness Frieza's demise? Fourth form. Fine, it's time I got serious. Li Feng's expression remained relaxed, as if Frieza's transformation held no sway over him. Oh, Li Feng has a hidden card too. Goku marveled. Meanwhile, Namek's tremors ceased, and the anomalies caused by Frieza vanished. The violet light faded, revealing Frieza's new form. His once massive deformed head had shrunk into a smooth, compact shape. His skin turned white, and purple armor formed on his head, shoulders, chest, and joints. His face was no longer hideous, but cold and cruel. Two tear-like marks ran from his eyes to his chin, lending an eerie and terrifying visage. Though Frieza's stature had diminished, barely reaching 1.5 meters, his aura was at its peak. Even without exerting himself, his oppressive presence made Goku and Vegeta tremble in the distance. How? This demon has become so much stronger after transforming. Vegeta stammered. Just how far could these two's power escalate? Amazing. I want to become as strong as Li Feng as soon as possible. Son Goku exclaimed with excitement and fervor. Not bad, Frieza. This form of yours is stronger. How many more transformations do you have? Li Feng taunted. Ha ha ha. Frieza elegantly spread his arms, smiling with confidence. This is my final form. Now I will savor torturing you all. Ha ha ha. Frieza's chilling laughter echoed. His tail swished as he fixed a cold stare on Li Feng. After several transformations, Li Feng had repeatedly humiliated him, inflicting both physical and psychological torment. Though this transformation healed his wounds, the disgrace would never fade. As the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza had never suffered such indignity from birth. He swore to repay Li Feng 100-fold for the pain and humiliation. This puny form of yours. Li Feng provoked him further. He knew Frieza's greatest dissatisfaction with this form was his height. In the original Dragon Ball Super, he even sought Shinron to increase it. Clearly, Li Feng excelled at enraging Frieza. You're asking for death. Hearing this, Frieza abandoned his feigned composure and charged at Li Feng. Oomph. Li Feng stomped the ground, creating cracks, and then surged toward Frieza with equal ferocity. Another round of battle began. Boom. Bang. The two clashed midair, then separated instantly, leaving only shockwaves from their collisions. Blurred figures danced in the sky as if many were fighting simultaneously, but it was merely afterimages from their high-speed movements. Each impact pulverized nearby rocks and triggered tidal waves. Violet and white silhouettes intertwined in the air. Indeed strong. Frieza's battle power must be over 10 million now, Li Feng mused. In this exchange, Li Feng clearly sensed Frieza's speed and strength had multiplied several times. He nearly got knocked away a few times. Ha ha ha. Weren't you so arrogant before? Now you're scurrying like a beaten dog. Frieza, seeing Li Feng on the back foot, couldn't resist taunting. Though Li Feng's apparent battle power was only 5 million, his actual strength was not static. He surged his energy, elevating his power further. Finally, a fight worth having. Li Feng grinned. The Saiyan blood within him finally ignited. His craving for a formidable foe and the thrill of battle pushed him to break his limits once more. With a single punch, he sent Frieza flying. Frieza, intending to torment Li Feng, was caught off guard by a sudden surge in power and was blasted into the peaks yet again. Come on, Frieza, use your deathly pressure to push me. Let me see if I can become a Super Saiyan in the face of despair. Li Feng was utterly consumed by frenzy. Come on, Frieza, crush me with the pressure of death. Let me become a Super Saiyan in this desperate situation. Li Feng was utterly unhinged. Indeed, the reason Li Feng did not annihilate Frieza instantly was to force him to unleash his true combat power and push Li Feng to become a genuine Super Saiyan. Unlike others, Li Feng arrived in the Dragon Ball world and, aside from the initial newcomer's gift pack, earned every ounce of his power through his own relentless efforts. For a warrior race, battle is the swiftest path to strength. Yeah? Frieza sent flying, stabilized himself midair, and with a surge of energy, charged at Li Feng again. Li Feng, undaunted, retaliated with a heavy punch. Boom. Bang. The terrifying collisions echoed like successive thunderclaps across the horizon. The clouds were shattered, energy poured through the sky, occasionally crashing to the ground, leaving crater after crater, and stirring up tsunami after tsunami in the sea. The battle between Li Feng and Frieza escalated relentlessly. Hundreds of blows per second rained upon each other's bodies. Li Feng, who had been composed, now bore a growing collection of wounds, his clothes gradually torn to shreds. Frieza, too, was in a similar state. His white skin was slashed, oozing purple blood, his wounds grotesque and savage. This is the feeling, more. Li Feng had completely immersed himself in the combat, indifferent to the pain and injuries. His eyes blazed with an unyielding fire and indomitable fighting spirit. Amidst the thrill of the fight, he felt his blood seethe, his energy steadily strengthening. From 5 million to 6 million, all the way to 10 million. He was surpassing his own limits. Enough. Get lost. Veins bulged on Frieza's forehead again. He could not fathom how Li Feng, once at a disadvantage in his final form, was growing stronger with every exchange, inflicting heavier damage upon him. With a furious roar, Frieza kicked Li Feng away, then fired a death beam at the retreating figure with lightning speed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Purple beams streaked across the sky, striking Li Feng. Bang! One blast. Then, like a violet machine gun, countless beams unleashed an endless torrent of firepower, blasting Li Feng straight through a series of mountain peaks behind him. What? This? Vegeta was stunned. He never expected Li Feng to be ambushed by Frieza's death beams. With such terrifying energy, he himself could not even withstand a single beam, let alone approach. This is a bit troublesome. Goku frowned as well. He realized that Li Feng's power had fallen behind Frieza's, and he was pondering how to confront Frieza himself. After a series of devastating blows, the mountains behind Li Feng were reduced to rubble and debris. Finally, he was embedded in the ground, forming a massive crater with dust and smoke billowing everywhere. As the smoke cleared, a handsome man was seen shielding his face with both arms, but his clothes were completely blasted away. Cough, cough. Li Feng lowered his arms covered in blood. Though he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze remained fixed on Frieza with unwavering resolve. Ha 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 ha. What's the matter? Weren't you so arrogant earlier? Look at you now. Seeing Li Feng's pathetic state, Frieza mocked him again. Not enough, Li Feng said coldly. Though Frieza's barrage was fierce, he still did not feel the threat of death. He was still a hair's breadth away from becoming a Super Saiyan. I need rage. Li Feng clenched his teeth. An explosive burst of fury was the key to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Still talking tough. Frieza snorted, coldly vanished in an instant, and reappeared before Li Feng, driving a fist into his abdomen. Cough. Odd. Li Feng felt as if the fluid in his gut had been forced out. Frieza exploded with energy, beginning his savage retribution. Just as Li Feng had pummeled him like a punching bag earlier, the tables had now turned and Frieza beat Li Feng mercilessly. But Frieza controlled his strength. He would not kill Li Feng immediately. Instead, he intended to torment him, making his life a living hell. Bang, 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 bang. Frieza's arms, legs, and tail struck Li Feng like 5 assailants, leaving him utterly defenseless. Every muscle ached, his bones groaned, nerves screamed in agony, and blood burst from countless wounds across his body. Li Feng's mind grew hazy. He was being thoroughly dominated by Frieza. Stop it, Frieza. Seeing the dire situation, Goku instantly activated the 20-fold Kaioken and appeared before Frieza to intervene. Boom. A dark red fist sent Frieza reeling. Goku then steadied Li Feng and asked with concern, Are you alright, Li Feng? Cough. Goku, leave. My fight is not over yet. Li Feng wiped the blood from his lips and said calmly, But your injuries. This battle is crucial to me. Li Feng looked at Goku with unwavering determination. Seeing Li Feng's indomitable spirit, Goku seemed to glimpse his own past self and silently withdrew. Another wild monkey. Frieza, enraged by Goku's surprise attack, snarled, Come at me together, you're no match for me anyway. Frieza, you are doomed today. Li Feng roared rapidly, gathering his energy. An astonishing aura and power erupted from him, a white cyclone swirling around him as energy vibrated through the air, triggering earthquakes. Rocks shattered, rivers split apart, and the entire continent trembled. Li Feng's energy continued to rise. Damn it! Why is it still not working? I am furious now, so why can't I become a Super Saiyan? Li Feng seethed with anger at his own impotence. What was he still missing to achieve the transformation? This is the end. Frieza sensed Li Feng's energy, which though increasing posed no threat to him whatsoever. He raised his right hand and began gathering his own power. Swoosh! Red and black energies intertwined, swirling around Frieza's fingertip. In an instant they coalesced into a massive sphere of energy expanding rapidly, like an inflating balloon. Die along with this planet. Frieza roared. Planet Destroyer. Boom. The colossal red-black sphere hurtled toward Li Feng, who was still gathering his energy. Damn. Too fast. Goku's pupils contracted. The massive sphere had already reached Li Feng, leaving him no time to intervene. Is this the end? Seeing the terrifying sphere, Vegeta felt certain all was lost, and closed his eyes in despair. Li Feng braced himself against the sphere with both hands. Feeling the terrifying energy searing his flesh, he let out a furious roar. His feet were driven deep into the ground by the force of the destroyer. Was he going to give up like this? No. Only by facing death could he find new life. In an instant, Li Feng's pupils turned green. Here it is. Here it is. The protagonist has finally transformed. In an instant, Li Feng's pupils turned green. With a roar from Li Feng, the planet-destroying bomb that had been pressing down on him abruptly halted its forward momentum. Like an ancient beast breaking free from its cage, a formidable golden aura erupted from within Li Feng. In an instant, Li Feng felt every cell in his body brimming with inexhaustible vitality, energy surging forth endlessly from within. The planet-destroying bomb controlled by his hands now felt easy to repel. Sure enough, the once terrifying Radan black interwoven bomb was effortlessly pushed back by Li Feng's slight nudge. How is this possible? Frieza was utterly astonished, having thought victory was assured, never expecting his ultimate attack to be repelled. He desperately tried to regain control with both hands, attempting to push the bomb back. Take this. Li Feng roared, unleashing an even more astonishing aura, instantly shoving the bomb onto Frieza. No! Frieza watched the bomb closing and mercilessly engulfed by his own ultimate attack. A cataclysmic roar echoed through the sky, spawning a dazzling mushroom cloud. Mountains shattered, the earth quaked, and seas churned. The entire planet trembled from the sheer force. After a long while, the dust settled, revealing only a figure radiating golden light standing upon the earth. That terrifying aura, the ultimate flames, all proclaimed the arrival of the supreme being. Li Feng's entire body blazed with golden light, his hair standing on end transformed from black to gold. His pupils turned green, his muscles bulged, and his expression was cold and ruthless. This was a Super Saiyan. The golden light on Li Feng flickered continuously, shining like a blazing asteroid. Piccolo and Gohan arrived belatedly and were stunned at the sight of the transformed Li Feng. Dad, what's happened to Uncle Li Feng? So powerful. Goku pushed aside a massive boulder, gazing at Li Feng in awe of his newfound strength. Li Feng checked his battle power on the Scouter, 250 million. This power level was already on par with what future Trunks would wield when he arrived on Earth 3 years later to obliterate Mecha Frieza. This is a Super Saiyan Goku Gohan. You too will also achieve this transformation someday. Though far from Goku and the others, Li Feng's enhanced senses after transformation allowed him to overhear their conversation, and he explained. What? A Super Saiyan? Isn't that a legend said to appear once in 1,000 years? How can it be real? Vegeta was shocked anew, realizing the rumor was true. It's no big deal. Any Saiyan can become a Super Saiyan with proper training, Li Feng said nonchalantly. A battered figure emerged from the smoke in the sky. Frieza was still alive. But he was in a pitiful state. His tail was severed, his left arm hung limp, clearly broken, and his body was covered in wounds with only a breath of life left. Oh, you're still alive. You're as tenacious as a cockroach, Li Feng taunted again. You bastard. Frieza was furious, unable to believe he had been reduced to such a state. This Super Saiyan nonsense is all lies. I'll use my 100 full power to annihilate you. With that, Frieza clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and began to gather energy. A purple aura erupted from Frieza, growing larger and larger. One day I will defeat you, Li Feng Kakarot. Watching the figure radiating golden flames, Vegeta silently made up his mind. But no matter how much Frieza's aura surged, it was but a firefly compared to the sun-like brilliance of Li Feng. Frieza completed his transformation, his once slender form bulging with muscles, his injuries somewhat alleviated. His state mirrored the original story, except the protagonist facing him was now Li Feng instead of Goku. Come on, Frieza. Show me what you've got. Li Feng taunted again, beckoning with his finger. What Super Saiyan? Die. Frieza couldn't believe the ancestral legend was true. The Frost Demon clan's progenitor Chilled had warned them to stay far away from Super Saiyans, lest they face utter annihilation. Frieza's fierce blow landed squarely on Li Feng, but it was Frieza, not Li Feng, who screamed in agony. In that instant, Frieza felt as if his fist had struck an unyielding wall, rebounding with terrifying force. Oomph. Is that all, Frieza? Haven't you had dinner? Li Feng stood with arms crossed, completely ignoring Frieza's attack. At this moment, he was far stronger than Goku had been after his own Super Saiyan transformation. Even standing still, Frieza couldn't breach his defenses. This can't be. Piccolo arrived and felt the full terror of Li Feng's power. Frieza, in a helpless rage, launched a furious assault on Li Feng. After a barrage of attacks, Frieza's strikes had no effect whatsoever, completely blocked by that golden aura. How is this possible? This time Frieza was truly terrified, cold sweat dripping. He had attacked with full power, yet inflicted not a scratch on his opponent. And he was even injured by the recoil. Before Li Feng's transformation, he had been strong, but at least could be blocked and fought back and forth. Now the gap was an overwhelming domination. Enough. My turn. Having tested his defenses, Li Feng prepared to attack. Even before the words faded, they sounded to Frieza like the toll of death's bell. With one punch, Li Feng struck Frieza's abdomen, causing it to cave in. Frieza's pain receptors finally caught up, and he spat out a mouthful of bile. Li Feng showed no mercy, unleashing hundreds of punches per second, utterly demolishing Frieza. Poor Frieza became a punching bag, once more brutally beaten. Finally, with a combo, ending in a flying kick, Li Feng sent Frieza hurtling into the sea. Like a torpedo detonating, he blasted straight to the ocean floor. Sea's churned, waves surged. Splashed. Like a torpedo detonating, it blasted straight through to the ocean floor. The seawater churned and towering waves surged. So powerful. Gohan, who was observing the battle, couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, Li Feng resembled a golden war god, erupting with his astonishing aura in the sky. This power. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Goku also sensed this overwhelming presence. Among those present besides Frieza and Li Feng, he was the strongest. Precisely because of that, he could truly grasp the terror of Li Feng at this moment. The Saiyan race is truly a fearsome adversary, Piccolo said, breaking out in a cold sweat. He had been feeling complacent about his own power after unlocking his potential, never imagining that his strength was so far inferior to Li Feng's. A Super Saiyan. The prince will surely achieve it too. Vegeta's eyes were filled with envy and an intense craving for power. Frieza, is this all you've got? Li Feng hovered in the air, calmly releasing his golden aura. Boom. A whirlpool formed on the seabed and Frieza's battered figure emerged from the water. How is this possible? Frieza exclaimed in shock. He was already unleashing his full power in his final form, so why could he still not defeat Li Feng? Was this Super Saiyan truly that terrifying? I won't accept this. Frieza once again ignited his purple aura, spreading his arms wide and firing purple energy beams. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The death beams were fired once more, a purple meteor shower raining down upon Li Feng with reckless abandon. Li Feng's golden aura intensified once again, and he effortlessly blocked Frieza's death beams with just his ki. Li Feng's power was now more than double that of Frieza. Indeed, in the Dragon Ball world, when the gap in strength was too vast, one couldn't even breach the opponent's defenses. Frieza resorted to a desperate barrage, unleashing his energy to vent the fear and frustration within him. Energy was discharged terrifyingly, seawater evaporated, and waves surged, yet the figure within the vortex of energy remained as immovable as a mountain. Before long, steam filled the air, obscuring the figure in the sky. Huff, ha, huff, ha. Frieza also panted heavily, his eyes fixed on the mist. A gentle breeze blew, dissipating the mist. Vanished. Frieza was intently searching for the figure hidden in the mist, but to his surprise, Li Feng had disappeared. Could it be that the man had been killed by his own attack? Frieza began to fantasize again. Where are you looking? At that moment, a cold voice came from above. What? It was only then that Piccolo, who was watching, noticed Li Feng was directly above Frieza. Frieza jerked his head up and saw the golden figure hovering overhead, looking down at him with a mocking gaze. Impossible. His attack had definitely struck Li Feng just now. Why was he completely unharmed? And when had he moved to that spot? Frieza's mind swarmed with questions, but the more he thought, the more fear and tension gripped his heart. Li Feng's defense alone, using only his ki, could already block his attacks. Moreover, his speed was also superior. What other means did he have to deal with this man before him? This is the end, Frieza. Li Feng hovered in the sky, arms crossed, speaking coldly. Though it was just a simple sentence, to Frieza it sounded like the tolling of a death knell. Wait. Frieza begged for mercy. They'll leave this planet. I acknowledge you as the strongest in this world. Please let me go. What? That terrifying demon is actually begging for mercy. Piccolo with his extraordinary hearing caught Frieza's plea from afar. Ha ha ha, Frieza, look at you now. Vegeta laughed with satisfaction knowing that Li Feng had this battle in the bag. Oh, is that so? Li Feng pretended to ponder. But unexpectedly, as Li Feng drew closer, Frieza's expression suddenly twisted into a savage grimace. Die. Swish. Suddenly, as Li Feng approached, Frieza hurled a purple death saucer. Watch out. Goku cried out in alarm. At such close range, if that attack landed, even Li Feng could be severely wounded. Oomph. Li Feng's lips curled slightly upward. He had long known that Frieza was cunning and would try a sneak attack. He had deliberately left an opening, and sure enough, his prediction was correct. Li Feng simply reached out with his right hand and lightly grasped the purple disc, which resembled a destructo disc, freezing it in place. Then, like popping a balloon, he crushed the death saucer with a single squeeze. What? Frieza couldn't believe it. Li Feng had reacted in an instant and effortlessly crushed his prized death saucer. This is how it's done. Before he even finished speaking, Li Feng also launched a destructo disc. Swish. This time Frieza was too slow to react, and his already injured tail was severed once again. Arg. Frieza let out an agonized scream, purple blood spurting from his mouth and the stump of his tail. Wait, I was truly wrong just now. Please spare me. This time Frieza was genuinely begging. He had no means left to win, and he had felt the deadly threat in Li Feng's destructo disc. If it had been just a bit off, his entire body would have been sliced in half. This is the end, Frieza. Time for you to die. Li Feng had grown tired of the game. His eyes hardened with killing intent. No, no. Sensing Li Feng's murderous intent, Frieza was terrified. He hastily powered up and fled. Swish. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Frieza's purple streak vanished into the sky. Can you escape? Li Feng roared, unleashing a burst of golden ki. Whoosh. The golden whirlwind ignited once more. The energy released this time swept across the land, churning the waves and shaking the earth. Ka. Li Feng brought his hands together at his waist. A cerulean energy began to gather. A dazzling blue light intensified, intertwined with the golden aura. The blue energy sphere formed, emitting a terrifying and blinding radiance. Swish. The moment the words left his mouth, Li Feng suddenly vanished. Where did Uncle Li Feng go? Gohan felt that Li Feng's terrifying aura had suddenly disappeared. He must have gone after Frieza. That move is terrifying. Goku instantly sensed that Li Feng's aura was now extremely far away. Over there. Vegeta also detected Li Feng's presence now thousands of miles away and hastily powered up to give chase. The others also flew in Li Feng's direction. Just as Frieza was secretly rejoicing at having escaped Li Feng's clutches, a golden figure suddenly appeared before him, followed by a colossal blue energy blast hurtling toward him. No. Frieza was consumed by the Kamehameha wave. No. Frieza was mercilessly engulfed by Li Feng's Kamehameha. The blue beam pierced through the mountain peaks and scattered the clouds. As the dust settled, Frieza's figure had completely vanished. The Emperor of the Universe had thus been reduced to ashes. Ding. Mission complete. Defeat Frieza. Mission reward Spacetime Fragment X1. The system's notification confirmed to Li Feng that Frieza was truly gone. Then he noticed something peculiar about the reward and inquired. What's the deal with this spacetime fragment? This Dragon Ball universe is A1807. Spacetime fragments originate from other parallel universes. Due to the influence of certain unknown forces, the spacetime fabric of this universe is incomplete, causing drastic alterations to history. Collecting 7 spacetime fragments allows them to be fused into a spacetime pearl. Its function is to stabilize this universe and grant the user unrestricted traversal within it. So how do I obtain more spacetime fragments? Li Feng asked. Apart from system-issued missions, repairing history or traveling to other parallel universes may also yield them. The system's voice echoed. Then which universe does this fragment correspond to? Universe A1207, the universe of Future Trunks and Gohan. So it was Future Trunks' universe. The road ahead was still arduous. To travel to other universes, one must possess formidable strength, or else it would be a suicide mission. Although he could now transform into a Super Saiyan, according to the system's estimate, his battle power was equivalent to Future Trunks when he first arrived on Earth. It was still far from enough to deal with the future androids in Cell. Li Feng once again steeled his resolve to become stronger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At that moment, Goku and the others flew over. Wow. Uncle Li Feng, did you defeat that demon? Gohan gazed at Li Feng with admiration. Of course, Frieza has been obliterated without a trace. Li Feng chuckled. Li Feng, the Dragon Balls have been gathered at the Grand Elder's place. Was that power just now Super Saiyan? Piccolo was also intensely curious about Li Feng's strength. That's right, this is Super Saiyan. Whoosh. Li Feng easily gathered his ki. Instantly, the golden aura erupted once more, scattering the group. Thighs is Super Saiyan. Vegeta exclaimed, both tense and exhilarated. Feeling the ferocity and brutality of this power, Goku wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, "You said all Saiyans can achieve this transformation, is that true?" "What a Kakarot, is that true?" Vegeta became even more agitated, urgently questioning Li Feng. If he could also master such a powerful transformation, wouldn't he become much stronger? That's right. Any Saiyan through training can become a Super Saiyan. Even me. Gohan asked with envy and disbelief. Indeed, Saiyans are a natural-born warrior race. The fighting spirit lies dormant within, requiring constant training to unleash true potential. Li Feng explained. The conditions for transformation are rage and a strong physical foundation. For Goku as he is now, he needs to become at least twice as strong to have a chance of Vegeta and Gohan still have a long way to go. Li Feng stated the facts. Damn it. Kakarot, I will never lose to you. Vegeta's fighting spirit ignited as he challenged Goku. Huh. I need to become twice as strong. Great. He'll get even stronger. Goku, far from being discouraged by Li Feng's assessment, was instead filled with renewed determination. I will become a Super Saiyan too. Little Gohan also felt his fighting spirit surge. Alright, let's head to the Grand Elder's place. They should be waiting for us to make the wishes. With that, he flew off toward the Grand Elder's location. Piccolo and the others followed in Li Feng's footsteps. Phew. Li Feng let out a long breath, calming his breathing and suppressing his ki. His golden hair reverted to black and his pupils returned to their original dark hue. Instantly, all the power receded like a tide and the soreness in his muscles suddenly struck. Hiss! Li Feng couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. It seemed he still hadn't fully adapted to the Super Saiyan transformation. Better eat a senzu bean first. Choo-choo. Whoosh. Indeed, after consuming the senzu bean, his body was once again brimming with power and his base strength had increased. The Saiyan physique was simply a cheat. At this moment, Li Feng's base battle power was 5,500,000. Within a few minutes, the group arrived at the Grand Elder's chamber. I've been waiting, mighty warrior. The Dragon Balls you requested have been gathered. The Grand Elder's hoarse voice echoed. Good, summon the dragon. Li Feng said. Nail, acting on behalf of the Grand Elder, placed the Dragon Balls outside and began chanting in the Namekian language. Li Feng had always wondered why everyone in the world spoke the same language, yet the Namekians had their own. Well, don't ask, it's just the setting. Balabala. As Nail finished reciting the incantation to summon the dragon, the 7 footballs-sized Dragon Balls instantly emitted an orange glow and 7 beams of light shot into the sky. Swoosh! The daylight instantly turned to night, and a massive green figure appeared in the sky. Unlike Earth, Shinran the Namekian dragon was more than twice the size and was a veritable brute. No, a brute dragon. Rippling with muscles, even sporting abdominal muscles. No matter how many times he had seen a dragon, experiencing it firsthand was always the most awe-inspiring. Li Feng sighed. State your wishes. Whatever they may be, I can grant you 3. The Namekian dragon declared. The first wish is to revive all the innocent people killed by Frieza and his army. Li Feng said to Nail. Balabala. Nail made the wish in Namekian. That is simple. The dragon's eyes flashed and a red light enveloped the land. Subsequently, many Namekians appeared, looking at each other in confusion. They really are revived. Nail exclaimed excitedly upon seeing this. Oh, so this is the Namekian dragon. If only I could make a wish. Vegeta, standing nearby, began to harbor ulterior motives. But when he noticed Li Feng casting a brief glance in his direction, he instantly shut his mouth. Forget it. Frieza is dead anyway, and that Li Feng is too strong. Making wishes wouldn't do me much good. I'd better focus on becoming a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's interest now lay more in mastering the Super Saiyan transformation. Your first wish has been granted, the dragon announced. The second wish is to restore Namek's ecology and environment to their optimal state. Li Feng made the second wish on behalf of Namek. What? Are you sure? Nail had initially assumed Li Feng would make all 3 wishes for himself and was somewhat reluctant, but now he realized Li Feng was a great benefactor to Namek. Yes, go ahead. Nail, filled with gratitude, made the wish once more. Swooshed. A flash of red light passed, and the scarred land of Namek was restored to life. For the third wish, please make it for yourself. Nail said gratefully. You don't have to tell me. Li Feng replied. Please revive the innocent people on Earth who perished due to the Saiyan attack. Li Feng said. Bilibala. A red light flashed, and the dragon unleashed its divine power once more. A crimson flash illuminated the sky as the divine dragon unleashed its power once more. All your wishes have been granted. Farewell. With another burst of red light, the dragon vanished. The heavens returned to their natural hue, and the 7 orbs transformed into stones, scattering in all directions. Mr. Li Feng, all your wishes have been fulfilled. Please allow us to express our sincerest gratitude once again. Nail bowed once more. He was acutely aware of how fierce the battle had been. Had Li Feng not vanquished that demon Namek would have ceased to exist. By eliminating Frieza, Li Feng not only avenged the Namekian people, but also made 2 wishes to the dragon, restoring the planet to its former state, a debt of gratitude beyond measure. It's nothing. Give our regards to the Grand Elder. We should be going now. Li Feng waved his hand. Earth. I have no desire to return to that barren wasteland. Vegeta snorted coldly. Don't flatter yourself, Vegeta. I wasn't referring to Earth. Li Feng chuckled. There's a place that's a natural battlefield. I intend to train there. What? Is that true? Li Feng, you must take me with you. At the mention of training, Goku's eyes lit up, and he eagerly begged Li Feng to bring him along. Damn it, Kakarot, don't you dare sneak off alone. Wait, Li Feng, I'm coming too. Vegeta, hearing about the training, grew anxious. Casting aside his pride, he swallowed his dignity and pleaded with Li Feng. It's simple. We're heading to planet Yardrat. But first let's return to Earth. Our families and friends there have been worried long enough. Li Feng smiled. Then he flew toward the spaceship. I also learned a technique called instant transmission. It can take us directly back to Earth. After pressing the external button on the ship, it transformed into a capsule with a whoosh, which Li Feng pocketed. Is that even possible? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Place your hands on my shoulders. Li Feng silently sensed Earth's energy. Curious about Li Feng's instant transmission, yet too proud to show it, Vegeta nonetheless placed his hand on Li Feng's shoulder. Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo did the same. Found it. Though distant, the energy signatures of Krillin and the others on Earth were still relatively easy to identify compared to others. With a sharp whoosh, the group vanished in an instant. Earthwest City. Oh, Chi-Chi, don't worry about them. Li Feng and the others are strong enough to defeat the enemy. Krillin tried to comfort Chi-Chi. But Gohan is still so young. What if something happens? Wah. Before she could finish, Chi-Chi was sobbing in Bulma's arms again. It's alright, Chi-Chi. They'll come back safely. Bulma gently reassured her. This had become a daily ritual. The first month had been bearable, but the second saw Chi-Chi complaining almost every day. Bulma, at her wits' end, had called Krillin and the other Z fighters over for support. Yet Bulma's own worry and longing for Li Feng grew stronger with each passing day. Whoosh. A gust of wind swept by. 5 figures materialized on the ground. Hey, is this really Earth? Goku scratched his head, amazed by Li Feng's instant transmission. Oh, it's Mom. Spotting Chi-Chi, Gohan rushed into her arms. Huh, am I seeing things? Is that Gohan? Gohan. My Gohan. Wah. Tears of relief and joy streamed down Chi-Chi's face as she hugged her son. Bulma, I'm home. Li Feng greeted her. At the sight of that familiar figure, Bulma could no longer contain her emotions. Like a fledgling returning to its nest, she threw herself into Li Feng's arms. You idiot. You were gone for so long. Feeling her embrace, Li Feng sensed her love and longing and quickly comforted her. I'm back safe and sound now. Everything's fine. Li Feng soothed her. Unable to bear the sentimental scene, Vegeta turned and left. He had promised Li Feng that he would train on planet Yardrat, and while on Earth would harm no innocents nor recklessly destroy the planet. Piccolo also departed alone. He knew that planet Yardrat was not for him. The journey to Namek had fulfilled his own desires, and now he would train on his own, unwilling to fall further behind the Saiyans. Hey, isn't that Vegeta? How did that demon come back with you? Krillin only then realized that Vegeta had returned with them. Don't worry. He's no longer a threat to us. Li Feng recounted their journey to Namek. When they heard that Namek harbored an enemy even more terrifying than Vegeta, the group felt a chill of fear. But learning that Li Feng had become a Super Saiyan filled them with excitement and exhilaration. Bulma in particular clung tightly to Li Feng's arm. Though she hadn't been there listening silently, she could imagine the peril he had faced, and she held him even closer, silently expressing her lingering anxiety and concern. So that's what happened. In a month, we'll head to planet Yardrat for training. After finishing his tale, Li Feng shared his plans for the future. What? You're leaving again so soon? Bulma tightened her grip, frowning. We still have a month. He'll spend it with you. After some soothing words, Li Feng finally won her consent. To celebrate everyone's safe return, dinner's on me tonight. Let's eat and drink to our heart's content. As the heiress of Earth's wealthiest family, Bulma displayed her generosity with a grand wave of her hand. Various household robots sprang into action, preparing a feast. All right. The group cheered and joined in the celebration. Saiyans possessed appetites that rivaled giant apes after transformation. Li Feng, Goku, and Gohan ate voraciously, consuming enough for hundreds of people without pause. Eventually, even Vegeta joined, driven by the competitive spirit of a true eater, and indulged until he was full before leaving. After the revelry, Chi-Chi dragged Goku away by the ear with Gohan in tow. The others also departed, leaving only Bulma's family and Li Feng outdoors. Oh my, it's late. Time for us to rest. Good night, Bulma. Li Feng. Mrs. Brief smiled as she took her husband's hand and led him inside. Good night, Aunt Briefs, Mr. Briefs. Good night, Mom, Dad. Bulma and Li Feng exchanged a knowing smile and quietly returned indoors. That night Bulma poured out her longing, worry, frustration, excitement, and joy to Li Feng. As a robust scion, Li Feng embraced all of her emotions completely, and together they ascended to a new pinnacle of life. The next day, Li Feng kept his promise and set aside his cultivation to spend quality time with Bulma. In the morning, they went on a date in the city. Driving the hovercar and witnessing the myriad advanced technologies of Earth, Li Feng couldn't help but marvel at the sheer brilliance of high-tech. It was undeniable that there was a reason the Briefs family had become the wealthiest. Their capsule technology was ubiquitous, and the space compression technique was incredibly practical. Bulma fully embraced her identity as a wealthy heiress, buying everything that caught her eye without a second thought. As a scion, Li Feng could only serve as a porter in the realm of shopping, silently trailing behind with piles of goods taller than himself. There was no helping it. Even a Super Saiyan had to bow before the power of money and simply play the part of a kept man. That evening, Li Feng displayed the appetite of a great ape, startling all the other patrons away. Bulma, in a grand gesture, bought the entire restaurant and hired a personal chef to cook for him. Li Feng could only admire the allure of wealth as he devoured the feast like a glutton. Later that night, they returned home, and Bulma's tenderness enveloped him once more. In the days that followed, the couple traveled across continents, visiting bustling city centers for shopping, amusement parks, cinemas, and all the usual romantic spots. They also explored mountains, lakes, and oceans, immersing themselves in the beauty of nature. Li Feng, of course, used his Bukujutsu ability to fly through the skies with Bulma, teaching her the basics of sensing and manipulating ki, as well as simple flight. In the world of Dragon Ball, even ordinary people could learn to harness ki and fly after training. When Li Feng saw the joy and excitement on Bulma's face during her first flight, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. This was the woman he loved. He had to grow stronger to protect her in this world. A month passed like a sweet honeymoon, with the two inseparable. But when the appointed day arrived, Li Feng had to tear himself away. He knew he couldn't linger in the comfort of her embrace. His strength was still too weak, and without growth, he couldn't face the even greater enemies of the future. Swoosh! Li Feng instantly teleported to where Goku and Vegeta were. Over the past month, Vegeta had gradually shed his violent edge on Earth, his character slowly changing under Goku's influence. His goal was to surpass Li Feng and Goku, and though he still lagged behind Goku in power, he was steadily growing stronger. Li Feng silently checked their battle powers using the system Scouter. Son Goku 1600000, Vegeta 100000. Indeed, crossing swords with a strong opponent was the surest way to rapidly boost one's strength. To Planet Yardrat. Li Feng had previously discussed his plan with King Kai to help Goku, Vegeta, and the others grow strong enough to protect Earth. Obtaining the coordinates of Planet Yardrat was essential. The Kai had agreed and provided the coordinates. Now that Li Feng had the coordinates, he could sense the ki of any living being, and it didn't take long to locate the Yardratians. Whoosh! Goku and Vegeta grabbed Li Feng's shoulders, and together they performed the instant transmission. Thud, thud, thud. The three arrived on Planet Yardrat. Huh, so this is the Planet Yardrat you mentioned. Doesn't seem so special, Goku remarked, feeling the ground beneath him. The gravity was similar to Earth's. I sense the ki here is chaotic. Something's happened, Li Feng noted, picking up on the disturbance. Boom. Thud, 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 thud. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of battle rang out in the distance. A fight as soon as we arrive. Just what I wanted. Vegeta, excited by the noise, shot off toward the conflict with Li Feng and Goku following close behind. In the distance, ha ha ha. Yardratians, hand over your clan's secrets, or you all die. A group of aliens in battle armor were firing laser weapons. Never. We will never give our clan's secrets to evil ones like you. A pink-skinned being in white armor and black vest gritted his teeth, blood streaming from his arm. This couldn't go on. Their race lacked combat strength and would soon be wiped out. But surrendering the secrets of instant transmission and fusion was absolutely out of the question. The injured Yardratian was torn when suddenly three figures appeared on the battlefield, radiating immense power. These grunts are wearing Frieza Force armor. Vegeta's sharp eyes recognized the invaders as likely soldiers of Frieza. Who are you? Anyone who dares oppose the Frieza Force deserves to die. One of the aliens, green-skinned and grotesque, demanded. Looks like your news is outdated. Frieza is already dead by my hand, Li Feng said coldly. Nonsense. Lord Frieza went to Namek just a month ago. He's probably delayed. You can die along with the Yardratians. Please leave this place at once. It's extremely dangerous. The injured Yardratian urged Li Feng and his companions, who wore no armor. Don't worry, dear Yardratian. They'll take care of these small fry for you, Li Feng said calmly. No, they're powerful. Don't rush and recklessly and lose your lives. What? How is this possible? At first the Yardratian feared for their safety, but then he saw Li Feng and the others vanish, and the Frieza soldiers fell like wheat before a scythe. Was that instant transmission? No, just incredible speed. How can they be so strong? The watching Yardratians were stunned by their power. It seems the heavens favor our clan. We are saved. The people wept with relief. These small fry are too weak. That wasn't even a warm-up, Vegeta scoffed after dispatching the last soldier. Heroes, we are deeply grateful for your rescue. Please follow us, while our chieftain wishes to repay you, said a leading Yardratian. But first, do you have any food here? Goku asked, patting his stomach with a grin. Kakarot, you're such a disgrace, Vegeta taunted. It's fine, heroes. The chieftain has prepared a feast to welcome you. Whoa, Vegeta, don't come if you're so proud. Walla. No way. Don't think you can sneak off without me. The two rivals bantered like the lively pair they were. The three gluttons ravenously swept through the feast on the table, transforming into gorillas as they devoured everything in sight. This grilled meat is quite well prepared. Hey, Kakarot, that's my meat. Oh, what's the big deal, Vegeta? Wait, how did you eat my sushi? Your sushi? I saw it first. How sly of you, Vegeta. Hey, Li Feng, how did you grab it so fast? That thing looks delicious. The Saiyans were so ruthless while eating that they nearly came to blows, yet the food on the table kept disappearing. Each of them consumed portions meant for hundreds of people, leaving the Namekians utterly bewildered. Burp. After the feast, empty bowls and plates piled up on the floor as Li Feng and the others finally let out a satisfied burp. Brave warriors, how did you find the meal? The chieftain wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke cautiously. Thank you for your hospitality. The food was excellent. Li Feng wiped his mouth. Heroes, allow us to once again express our gratitude for saving my people. With that, the chieftain stood up and bowed respectfully to Li Feng and the others, and the Namekians behind him also rose to express their thanks. No need for pleasantries. Our main purpose here is to learn. Li Feng finally revealed the reason for their visit to planet Namek. Oh, what would you like to learn? The chieftain looked puzzled. Your instant transmission. This. The chieftain frowned, hesitating. Hey, what's the matter? You won't even teach such a simple technique. Vegeta grew displeased at the chieftain's hesitation. Earlier, Li Feng had told Vegeta and Goku that they must learn instant transmission on Namek, or he wouldn't take them away. Chieftain, we can't. That's our clan's secret. We can't pass it to outsiders. Yes, what if they turn out like that previous group? Someone behind spoke up. Silence. The chieftain immediately shouted to stop the discussion among his people. Regardless, they are the saviors of our clan. Besides, these warriors are so powerful that deception would be beneath them. The chieftain addressed his subordinates. But to be honest with you, heroes, our clan is in a very perilous situation. Besides that group you just dealt with, almost every day other alien colonists come to our planet to wreak havoc and harm our people. Our clan has very low combat power, and many have died. It's not that I don't want to teach you. I simply have no time. The chieftain poured out his hardships. Then we can help you drive away those ill-intentioned ones. Don't worry, we're very strong. Goku patted his chest and said, That's right. I just eliminated their king, Frieza. News hasn't reached them yet. If they learn of Frieza's death, they should be too busy to cause trouble here. Li Feng explained calmly. You mean it? You really killed the terrifying galactic emperor Frieza? The chieftain was stunned. Frieza's infamy had spread across nearly every planet. Words alone are useless. Huh? Li Feng stood up and let out a mighty roar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A golden whirlwind erupted from Li Feng's body once more, and his aura swept across the entire area. Li Feng opened his eyes, his pupils turning emerald green, his hair standing on end and becoming golden. A primal beast-like aura burst forth instantly. The ground beneath him cracked into a massive crater, the earth trembled, the wind howled, and energy poured endlessly from Li Feng's body. The Namekians were sent flying by the shockwave of Li Feng's transformation, utterly awestruck by his terrifying power. So this is Super Saiyan. I will become that one day. Goku gazed at the golden figure, his resolve to grow stronger deepening. He'll definitely reach this state before Kakarot. Vegeta secretly envied. So powerful. This aura, Lord Li Feng wasn't lying. The older, wiser Namekian chieftain was the first to recover. As a Namekian, he had a natural sensitivity to ki. Li Feng's aura after becoming a Super Saiyan was clearly immense, far surpassing the Frieza they had encountered. Now do you believe us? Li Feng reverted to his normal state and addressed the chieftain. Dear benefactors, we believe you, absolutely. Then let's make a deal. We'll use your premises for training and learn your clan's instant transmission technique. You'll provide us with lodging and ample food. In exchange, during this time, we'll protect your safety. Any invaders, we'll handle them all. Agreed. It's settled. On behalf of the Namekians, I welcome you. The chieftain extended his hand. Li Feng shook the chieftain's hand, and the deal was struck. The days that followed were filled with long training and study. In the mornings, Goku, Vegeta, and Li Feng learned instant transmission from the chieftain. In the afternoons, they engaged in three-way brawls, and in the evenings, they feasted heartily, living fulfilling days. Although Li Feng had already learned the basic instant transmission with the system's help, he still listened attentively to the Namekians' lessons. They had unique insights into the use of ki. By learning their knowledge, Li Feng gained a deeper understanding of instant transmission's principles, laying the foundation for mastering its advanced version. After repelling several alien invasions, foreign colonists realized that a powerful protector guarded this planet. Moreover, upon learning of Frieza's confirmed death, they ceased their attacks on Namek, restoring peace to the planet. However, much of the vast planet's terrain had been ravaged beyond recognition by the warrior race. Though they fought in desolate areas, the aftershocks of their battles were cataclysmic. Mountains collapsed, rocks flew, and seas churned. The Namekians had grown accustomed to the chaos caused by their battles. The three Saiyans, despite the destruction they wrought, had been of great help. Besides dealing with enemies, they worked as porters, carpenters, and manual laborers, effortlessly handling heavy loads and contributing significantly to building new villages for the Namekians. Naturally, Li Feng's son Goku and Vegeta had also reaped great rewards during that year. First, their combat power. After 1 year, their base power levels were Li Feng 2.0, son Goku 6.0, Vegeta 5.0. Their power had increased dramatically. Goku and Vegeta's base power had reached the minimum threshold for Super Saiyan transformation, but they were still one step short. However, they had fully mastered instant transmission and also learned the fusion technique, though they swore they would never fuse. Li Feng had refined his basic instant transmission. Over a year of study, he learned to teleport using absolute coordinates, the same technique as Kibito Kai's instant transmission, which was also a rich harvest. While Li Feng and his companions were cultivating on the planet Adrad, a colossal spaceship hurtled through the pitch-black void of space. At the center of the spacecraft sat two figures. The central figure, towering over 3 meters in height, was massive and burly, his purple skin harder than steel. Sharp horns jutted from his head, and white bone armor covered his arms and calves, exuding an icy aura. He resembled a demon from the underworld, strikingly similar to Frieza's second form. This was King Cold, Frieza's father. "How much longer until we reach Earth?" King Cold asked, elegantly swirling a wine glass in his right hand. "Great King Cold, we will arrive in less than an hour," replied a red-skinned figure in battle armor. "Those wretched Saiyans. I will personally exterminate them." At that moment, the other seated figure spoke. He sat with arms crossed, his blood-red eyes gleaming with menace. 2 lines like streaks of bloody tears ran beneath his eyes. His skin was also purple, and white bone armor covered his body. He closely resembled Frieza's final form, yet was more robust and towering. This was Cooler, Frieza's brother. A year ago, upon learning that Frieza had gone to conquer other planets, he secretly rejoiced, for they were rivals. But half a year passed without any word from Frieza. Though they often clashed over territory, they were still of the Frost Demon clan. When his scouts discovered that Frieza had been killed by Saiyans, Cooler flew into a rage. Only he had the right to kill Frieza. Yet now Frieza had fallen to the Saiyans, a race they had always subjugated. Initially, Cooler intended to seek revenge alone, but King Cold soon learned of the news and was equally furious. They immediately joined forces to hunt for information. After extensive investigation, they discovered that the Saiyan who killed Frieza resided on a planet called Earth. To think someone would slay Frieza. This is an outright provocation against our Frost Demon clan. King Cold snarled fiercely. "Saiyans, this time we will wipe you out completely." With a loud crack, he effortlessly crushed the wine glass in his hand, unleashing a terrifying aura that made his underlings tremble. On Earth at Mount Pozu, a young boy lay on the ground with his hands behind his head. "Sai, when will Dad come back?" Gohan murmured to himself. His previous trip to Namek had infuriated Chi-Chi, who grounded him for the first half of the year. Later, Gohan secretly trained with Piccolo to alleviate his boredom. He envied the power Li Feng had displayed when transforming into a Super Saiyan. Under this inspiration, the seed of strength took root and sprouted within him. Through continuous battles and an unwavering resolve to grow stronger, Gohan's power skyrocketed from 1.0 during the Namek saga to a staggering 1.0. He was far stronger than his counterpart at the same point in the original timeline. Suddenly, Gohan's expression hardened. He sensed 2 immensely powerful energies rapidly approaching Earth. Upon sensing them, his face twisted with tension and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Those 2 auras were remarkably similar to Frieza's, one slightly weaker, the other far stronger. Impossible. Wasn't Frieza eliminated by Uncle Li Feng? Could they be his relatives? This is bad. Gohan immediately stood up and sped toward the landing point of the spaceship. During his flight, he sensed a familiar presence. Uncle Krillin. Gohan approached the source. Krillin was also flying in that direction. Gohan, you sensed it too? Yes, Uncle Krillin. Damn it, who are those 2 powerful beings? Are they here to cause trouble on Earth again? Krillin frowned. I think they're with Frieza, Gohan hypothesized, recounting the events on Namek. Krillin broke into a cold sweat. If that's true, Earth is in danger. We need to lie low and inform the others. We must find Li Feng and the others quickly. Alright, that was the only option. Li Feng and his group were not on Earth. Though they had grown stronger, they were no match for Cooler and King Cold. As they drew nearer to the spaceship's landing site, more people gathered. Tian Shinin, Kayatsu Yamcha, Master Rashi, and others. Bulma, sensing the powerful energies approaching Earth, and thinking Li Feng had returned, immediately flew over in her aircraft to see the commotion. Hidden in the forest, the group felt the terrifying aura drawing closer, as if the death knell grew louder. Li Feng, when will you come back? Bulma's longing for Li Feng deepened, and she feared she might never see her beloved again. Though he had said he would return after a year of training, no one expected the enemy to arrive so soon. If he didn't make it in time, they would only return to collect their remains. With a thunderous roar, a massive spaceship pierced the atmosphere, landing on the ground after intense friction with the air. Such a terrifying aura. They're incredibly strong. Only upon getting closer did Gohan and the others realize the sheer terror of those two auras. As the spaceship's hatch opened, hundreds of soldiers marched out in perfect unison. Their battle armor was identical to that of Frieza's army. Finally, two figures emerged. What a... Gohan gasped in shock. He saw two beings strikingly similar to Frieza, one in his final form, the other in his second form. But upon closer inspection, he noticed differences. The second form, Frieza, stood over 3 meters tall, wore a red cape, and had bone armor. The final form, Frieza, was entirely purple with blue armor at the joints. Though not Frieza, they were of the same clan. Oh, so this is the planet of the Saiyans who defeated Frieza. The scenery isn't bad. It could serve as another base, King Cold remarked slowly. King Cold activated his scouter, but found no readings. Why are the people on this planet so weak? Where is that damned monkey who killed Frieza? Have we been deceived? Enraged, King Cold inadvertently released a burst of astonishing energy, instantly pulverizing a nearby mountain peak. Such terrifying power. Gohan and the others were horrified by King Cold's strength, knowing they must not reveal themselves. Father, I've heard that these Earthlings can conceal their energy. They must be hiding, said Cooler, arms crossed, speaking coldly. If those wild monkeys are scared. King Cold calmed down and snorted. Don't worry, Father, I have a way to force them out. Cooler laughed. Cooler's armored squadron, all hear my command. At Cooler's command, 3 figures appeared before him. The members of his armored squadron, Salza, Dor, and No Eyes. Though only 3, they were far stronger than Frieza's Ginyu Force. Each of you will lead a squad and slaughter everything on this planet. I refuse to believe that every single person on this planet will die before those damned Saiyans show themselves. Yes, sir. The armored squadron members immediately responded, leading their troops to disperse in all directions. Damn it, using such despicable tactics. Krillin gritted his teeth. I can't let innocent Earthlings fall victim to this. Gohan clenched his fists, his aura nearly bursting forth. But acting rashly would expose everyone. Calm down, Gohan. Krillin quickly restrained him. We have to endure this. We must wait until Goku and Li Feng return. Though furious, they knew they stood no chance. Ha ha ha. The armored squadron members cackled sinisterly, recalling how they had toyed with and slaughtered countless beings on other planets. With explosive blasts, the armored soldiers fired their weapons, indiscriminately burning forests and ravaging the terrain. Animals in the woods cried out in agony, fleeing in panic. Many were struck by the terrifying lasers, collapsing to the ground in pools of blood. Ha ha ha. Where are the people? There's only animals here. Find them all. Salza laughed cruelly. An aircraft flew overhead. Salza looked up, activated his scouter, and sneered. Power level under 5. Pathetic. Die. He gathered a purple energy sphere in his right hand and hurled it at the plane, whose occupants remained blissfully unaware. Bastards. Krillin closed his eyes. Forgive me. They'll use the Dragon Balls to revive you later. He ground his teeth in frustration. Stop. Stop. The kind-hearted Gohan couldn't hold back and unleashed an energy wave, instantly deflecting Salza's blast. Boom. The two energy waves canceled each other out, and the shockwave rattled the plane, but after some turbulence, the aircraft eventually departed safely. Gohan had saved everyone on board, but their own whereabouts were now exposed. He clenched his fists, his joints cracking. What? Krillin noticed that Gohan had intervened to save innocent people. I won't let you harm the innocent. Gohan stepped forward. Beep, beep, beep. As Gohan hurled an energy blast, his hidden aura was fully revealed, and Salza's scouter beeped. Finally showing yourself. Salza saw the reading on his scouter, 1000, clearly indicating that a hidden powerhouse had made a move. Consider this a warm-up then. With that, he flew toward Gohan. Bang! Salza and Gohan clashed fists, producing a thunderous sound. What a... He had thought he could easily overpower Gohan, but upon contact he realized the child's strength was immense, sending him flying. Let's go. Seeing Gohan in action, Krillin and the others burst from the woods, striking down various opponents. Meanwhile, King Cold and Cooler remained unmoved. Not bad. Your plan to draw them out was clever. Cold praised. But Cooler frowned. No, these fighters aren't strong enough. They lack the power to kill Frieza. King Cold's expression turned fierce. No matter. Kill them all, and those Saiyans will have no choice but to show themselves. Wipe them out. King Cold dispatched his own battle forces. Boom, boom, boom. The battle erupted. Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and the others engaged while Bulma, aware she was a liability, quietly slipped away the moment Gohan began fighting. Her prior training with Leaf Foam proved useful. Though she couldn't enhance her ki, she could conceal her presence from scouter detection, just like Gohan's group. Her primary objective now was to escape and find a way to contact Leaf Foam. She knew Krillin and the others were merely buying time. If they delayed, everyone might die. Although the Dragon Balls could revive them, she, like Gohan, was kind-hearted and didn't want to see her comrades fall. Boom. Thud. Cold's soldiers were no match for the Z-fighters, falling in an instant. This brat. Oh. The once arrogant Salza was effortlessly dominated by Gohan. His vaunted battle power of 1/7 was like a toddler facing a full-grown tiger before Gohan, utterly pathetic. Gohan, furious at Salza's despicable nature and influenced by Leaf Foam, unleashed his Saiyan bloodline and charged at Salza once more. Bang! Enraged Gohan punched his opponent, forcing Salza to double over in pain. Gohan didn't relent, kicking Salza into the air before rapidly forming an energy sphere in his right hand. Boom! Gohan's energy wave with a battle power in the millions struck Salza, instantly blasting him to pieces. What? Captain Salza. Dor and No Eyes of Cooler's armored squadron, shocked to see their captain obliterated, quickly knocked back Krillin and Tien Shinhan, who were engaged with them, and flew to confront Gohan. At that moment, the battle powers were as follows. Cooler 4th form, 2/00000. King Cold 2nd form, 1/00000. Son Gohan, 1/00000. Dor 185,000. No Eyes 163,000. Krillin 160,000. Tien Shinhan 130,000. Yamcha 120,000. Kaiatsu 50,000. Gohan's battle power had now reached 1 million. Influenced by Leaf Foam, he had trained intensely at home, far surpassing his original counterpart at the same point in time. He grew bolder with each clash, instantly surging his aura and facing two opponents without fear. In a single exchange, he sent both Dor and No Eyes flying. Ugh. Both elite warriors spat blood, utterly stunned that this child could be so powerful. Showing no mercy to the invaders, Gohan spread his arms, gathered energy rapidly, and launched 2 energy waves. No. Lord Cooler, save us. Facing Gohan's energy blast, Dor and No Eyes felt the threat of death, realizing the boy hadn't killed their captain Salza by luck, but through terrifying strength. Though they begged for mercy, it was too late for regret. Boom. 2 explosions echoed in the sky as Dor and No Eyes were instantly reduced to fragments. Amazing, Gohan. Tien Shinhan exclaimed in awe. Gohan has become so strong. Krillin couldn't help but marvel. Maybe this time we have a chance to deal with those 2 terrifying demons. Yamcha murmured. Incredible, truly Goku's son. Everyone was astonished by Gohan's explosive power, then praised him. Krillin felt a spark of hope, having sensed Gohan's surging energy. Perhaps they could indeed buy time until Leaf Foam returned. But sensing the 2 overwhelming auras, Krillin realized that despite Gohan's strength, he was still far beneath them, and his hope was doused like cold water. Regardless, our first priority should be to eliminate their army. Tien Shinhan, aware of his own limited power, but still able to contribute, suggested to Krillin and the other fighters. The others agreed, and they surged their auras once more, mowing down enemies like grass on the battlefield. Though the battle seemed one-sided, with the Z-fighters cutting through effortlessly, the most fearsome foes, Cooler and King Cold, had yet to make a move, and the other soldiers were no match for them. The arrogant Cooler and King Cold, naturally indifferent to their weak underlings, instead found themselves quite intrigued by the young boy Gohan. Interesting. I never thought that on this remote planet besides the Saiyans there would be someone with such high battle power. King Cold chuckled. Kid, your strength is impressive. Join my forces and serve me. Under my leadership, I guarantee you a life of luxury. King Cold extended an olive branch to Gohan. In his eyes, if Gohan became his subordinate, it would provide new strength for dealing with Cooler's army and expanding his own influence. Though they were father and son, both harbored ulterior motives, each seeking to encroach on the other's territory and expand their own power. Unfortunately, this seemingly tempting offer was cruelly rejected by Gohan. King Cold extended an olive branch to Gohan. I refuse. You evil people, my father will never let you get away with this. Gohan roared in fury, his small body erupting with immense energy. Your father? So those must be the wretched Saiyans. Perfect, he'll start with his son. Cooler realized that this child before him was no ordinary being. His strength was formidable, surpassing even his own armored squadron. His father must be the Saiyan who killed Frieza. So that's it. Frieza was killed by your father, wasn't he? I've changed my mind. He'll tear you apart limb by limb and make that damned Saiyan die in despair. That despicable bastard was killed by Uncle Li Feng, but my father could definitely kill you all now. Gohan held an unshakable faith in Goku seeing his father as invincible. Enough talk. He'll kill his son first. Whoosh. Cooler shot toward Gohan at a terrifying speed. What? Up. Though Gohan's battle power had surpassed 1,000,000, he couldn't react in time to Cooler's incredible speed and was instantly kicked away. Gohan's body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the mountains behind. Boom, boom, boom. The devastating impact pierced through several peaks before he embedded into a boulder like a spiderweb. Cough, cough, cough. Gohan spat out mouthfuls of blood, his chest bones feeling broken, making it hard to breathe. Yet his gaze remained steadfast, staring down Cooler without fear. Brat, what kind of look is that? Cooler flew over expecting to see the boy begging for mercy in despair, but Gohan's unyielding, furious, and determined expression insulted his pride. Yeah. Gohan wiped the blood from his mouth and roared. Instantly, the boulder beneath him exploded, releasing a surge of energy that shook the air. Gohan had powered up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A white aura erupted from Gohan, with astonishing energy swirling like a tornado. Huh. Unafraid, Gohan awakened the Saiyan's innate battle lust, his indomitable fighting spirit blazing with fervor. Bang, 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 bang. After powering up, Gohan's battle strength skyrocketed, and he launched a fierce assault on Cooler. Gohan's fists and legs moved like lightning, striking at Cooler with machine gun speed. Cooler remained composed, a smirk curling his lips as he crossed his arms. He shifted his body, slightly evading Gohan's attacks with minimal movements, finding the furious boy an amusing toy. Huff, huh, huff, huh. After a relentless barrage, Gohan panted heavily, realizing his attacks couldn't land a single hit on Cooler. This won't work, he'll be defeated. Gohan quickly retreated, his mind racing for another strategy. Brat, entertain me more, want you? Cooler sensed Gohan's energy dropping and decided it was time to end this. Huh. Gohan fought with his back against the wall, planting his feet firmly on the ground and gathering his energy again. Whoosh. A more intense surge of energy emanated from Gohan. Ka. He drew his hands back and azure energy began to coalesce. Me. The ground beneath Gohan's feet cracked under the immense force. Huh. The blue light grew brighter, illuminating the surroundings. Me. The wind howled as the energy reached a terrifying intensity. Huh. Gohan roared, thrusting his hands forward to unleash the Kamehameha. A beam of blue energy shot straight toward Cooler. A flicker of surprise crossed Cooler's face. He hadn't expected the seemingly powerless boy to launch such a decent attack. He didn't dodge, merely raising his right hand to block. Boom. The fearsome energy met Cooler's arm as if hitting an invisible wall, completely halted. How is this possible? Gohan was stunned. His full-powered Kamehameha had no effect on Cooler. The blue beam dissipated, leaving Cooler unscathed. Brat, that attack was decent. Good enough to scratch my itch, Cooler said, wiping his palm. But the Saiyans must be wiped out. Inwardly, Cooler was deeply shaken. The Saiyans were indeed a terrifying race. Even a child this young could unleash such power. If his father came, wouldn't he be even stronger? This only hardened Cooler's resolve to exterminate the Saiyans. Whoosh. He vanished and reappeared behind Gohan in an instant. Gohan's hair stood on end as he sensed a lethal threat behind him. He spun around, raising his arms to block. Boom. But Cooler's punch shattered Gohan's defense. As Gohan flew backward, Cooler wrapped his tail around the small boy. Then he mercilessly beat Gohan. Up. Gohan's screams pierced the sky. Gohan, damn it. Earlier, when Gohan powered up, Krillin and the other Z fighters had tried to help, but King Cold blocked them, knocking them down with ease. Their bones felt broken, and they lay gasping for breath. King Cold didn't kill them, instead looking up at the erupting Gohan, with interest savoring their torment. Bastards. If only we were stronger, this wouldn't be happening. Tien Shinhan raged, regretting his weakness. Damn it. Goku, where are you? Hurry up and get here. Krillin shouted in despair, facing certain death. Brat, scream louder. Call out all your damn Saiyan allies. Cooler reveled in Gohan's agonized cries as if listening to sweet music. His tail coiled around Gohan's neck, tightening while his fists and feet pummeled the boy mercilessly. Up. Gohan's screams were blood-curdling. Bastard. Die. Suddenly, a shocking energy erupted, and a ki blast flew toward Cooler's tail. With a boom, Gohan was freed. What? Who's there? Though Cooler's fourth form boasted a power level of 200 million, he hadn't fought at full strength against Gohan, had only used about 2 million. Now ambushed, his tail stung, and he quickly searched for the hidden enemy. Whoosh! A breeze swept by as a white cape fluttered. The severely injured Gohan looked up at the figure holding him and smiled with relief. Uncle Piccolo, you're here. Yes, Gohan. You did well. Leave the rest to me. Piccolo smiled at Gohan. Piccolo placed Gohan in a safe location, then removed his cape and turban. During these 6 months, Piccolo trained with Gohan in the early period, but in the final 2 months, he received a message from Namek the Grand Elder's time was short, and Nail and the others required his return to Namek for assistance. The Grand Elder summoned Piccolo to Namek, instructing him to take the tribe's most gifted child, Din, to live on Earth, and to merge with Nail, as it was a matter of prophecy. Nail, deeply grateful to Li Feng and Piccolo for resolving the crisis on Namek, agreed to the fusion, with Piccolo's will as the dominant one. Although Piccolo was initially reluctant, the earnest pleas of the Grand Elder and Nail eventually compelled him to consent. In this universe, A1807, Piccolo still merged with Nail, as if an unseen force was correcting the world's course. After the fusion, the Grand Elder passed away not long after. True to his word, Piccolo brought Din to the Earth's lookout and recounted the events on Namek to Kami. The fused Piccolo became far more powerful than his counterpart at the same stage in the original story, his temperament growing gentler and his evil nature diminishing. As they conversed at the lookout, they suddenly sensed 2 terrifying auras approaching Earth. Piccolo immediately rushed to the battlefield, concealing his true power. Seeing Gohan's growth and explosive power, Piccolo felt a deep sense of pride. Yet when Gohan was overpowered and brutally injured by Cooler, Piccolo could no longer hold back and finally intervened. Piccolo's power level now soared to 3 million. A Namekian. Cooler's tail stung with pain. Looking up, he saw a flamboyant green-skinned figure rescuing the boy. Surprised to find a Namekian with such extraordinary power, he was taken aback. All of Frieza's clan deserved to die, Piccolo said coldly. His own strength had surged immensely. Though the foe before him was terrifying, he had no choice but to fight. Arrogant fool. Cooler scoffed, instantly charging at Piccolo. Huh. Piccolo, eager to test his newfound power, erupted with a white aura and clashed head-on with Cooler. Boom. Their fists collided, unleashing astonishing energy and a terrifying presence. Bam, 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 bam. Piccolo's aura continuously rose, his speed and power escalating, gradually gaining the upper hand over Cooler. A bit stronger than that brat, but still not enough. Bring out the Saiyan who actually killed Frieza. Shut up. Piccolo's heart pounded. He had thought his boosted power would make him formidable, but after the clash his bones ached, his physical resilience was nowhere near Cooler's level. The two battled in midair, their forms blurring as they exchanged blows at blinding speeds, the only evidence being the thunderous crashes and explosive energy bursts upon impact. Is this all you've got? Cooler sneered, his own aura swelling, surpassing Piccolo's. With a flick of his tail, he sent Piccolo flying. Cough. Oh. Piccolo spat blood in agony. His chest felt as if struck by a planet, ribs broken, he was slammed into the ground. A deafening roar followed, the earth quaked, rocks scattered, and the terrifying impact triggered a massive earthquake. Damn. Bastard. Piccolo seethed with frustration. He had believed his training and fusion would make him immensely strong, and while he was indeed many times more powerful, he was still far from the state Li Feng achieved as a Super Saiyan. He had already fallen behind Son Goku, and now Li Feng, Frieza, Cooler, and even King Cold lurking nearby. More and more were surpassing him. Piccolo was a proud warrior. His spirit refused to concede defeat to anyone. He forced himself upright and erupted with ki once more. Boom. The boulders encasing him shattered. Take this. Swoosh. Piccolo crossed his arms and assumed a wide stance, an overwhelming aura surging forth. Struggle all you want. Cooler flicked his tail, pulverizing a nearby peak, his tone dripping with disdain. No matter what Piccolo tried, it would be futile against absolute power. Piccolo spread his arms, his aura swelling to its peak. Then, forming yellow energy spheres in his hands, he furiously hurled them at Cooler. Boom, 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 boom. The energy blast struck Cooler with deafening explosions. Piccolo had employed the Prince's Gambit. Instantly, the battlefield was engulfed in flying rubble and billowing dust. So powerful. Has Piccolo become this strong? Krillin was astounded by the ferocity of Piccolo's barrage, which seemed to swallow Cooler, radiating such immense power. After a moment, the smoke cleared, the dust settled, and the figure within became distinct. Cooler stood there perfectly calm, without a single scratch. What's the matter, Namekian? Is that all you've got? Take a look around you. Piccolo's lips curled slightly. In truth, his seemingly frantic assault was a calculated ploy. He knew such a wild barrage would inflict no real damage on Cooler. It was merely a distraction to obscure his vision while he secretly prepared his true strategy. Cooler found himself surrounded by dozens of floating yellow energy spheres. Even while training, Piccolo had been devising new signature techniques. Demon Sphere Barrage. Yes, this was the Demon Sphere Barrage, a technique that in the original timeline Piccolo would only unleash during his battle with Android 17. In this world, he had developed the same move, but much earlier. What a... Cooler was startled to find himself ensnared. Bang, 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 bang. In that instant, hundreds of energy spheres converged on Cooler, detonating simultaneously with the force of multiple nuclear bombs, several times more powerful than the earlier Princess Gambit barrage. Even Cooler, caught off guard without exerting his full strength, was thrown into disarray. After the ear-shattering nuclear-level explosions, Cooler's figure remained standing, but his previously indifferent expression was gone. His skin had been grazed. "You damn Namekian. You will pay dearly for your insolence." Cooler growled through gritted teeth, seething with rage. His perfect body had been injured. To the Frost Demon clan, this was an utter humiliation. Huh. Now truly enraged, Cooler let out a mighty roar, unleashing a terrifying aura. A purple flame burst forth, scorching the air as an overwhelming wave of energy swept across the battlefield. "I will kill you." Cooler intended to finish Piccolo off. If it's still not enough, he'll have to rely on this move. Piccolo had one more trick up his sleeve. Still not good enough, I have to rely on this move. Piccolo still had a trick up his sleeve. He placed the index and middle fingers of his right hand on his forehead, rapidly accumulating a vast amount of violet red energy. What a... Sensing the energy gathering in Piccolo's hand, Cooler was taken aback. This energy could clearly inflict serious injury on him. But when had he prepared it? How had he not noticed at all? This demonstrated Piccolo's combat intelligence. Piccolo knew that the initial scatter shot and the Hellzone grenade were merely diversions, using the surging energy and dust to obstruct Cooler's vision and key sense, while he seized the time to charge his true killing move. Special Beam Cannon. Piccolo shouted, immediately pointing his two fingers at Cooler. Whoosh! A spiraling, intertwined violet red beam shot toward Cooler at tremendous speed. Cooler had been charging at high speed toward Piccolo, and now he was heading straight into the Special Beam Cannon. At the last moment, Cooler managed to twist his body, barely moving his chest out of the way, but the tip of his tail was struck. The Special Beam Cannon was indeed a move to surpass one's enemy. Although Piccolo's power level was only 3 million after his outburst, the Special Beam Cannon boosted it to 10 million. At that moment, Cooler's power level had only risen to 9 million. Whoosh! The Special Beam Cannon sliced off the tip of Cooler's tail, and with undiminished energy it pierced through the forest and mountains behind. The astonishing violet red beam was like a laser, leaving nothing alive in its path. Cooler's tail throbbed with pain, and purple blood flowed out. Damn, I was so close. Piccolo gritted his teeth. His combo had been very close to landing a hit on Cooler. "He'll tear you to pieces." Cooler was furious. He had thought he was toying with an insect, but it had actually managed to hurt him. He had to torture him to death. Boom. Instantly, Cooler burst out his energy. A violet aura erupted into the sky, creating a terrifying whirlwind. The energy swept across the surroundings, causing mountains to collapse, the terrain to break apart, and the entire space to tremble. Cooler instantly raised his power level to 20 million. Whoosh! A blur of motion flashed by. Cooler appeared before Piccolo in an instant, and before Piccolo could react, punched him in the chest. Cough. Ow. Several of Piccolo's ribs broke instantly, and his chest caved in. Ha. Ow. Thud. 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 Cooler began mercilessly beating Piccolo. He unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, each vicious attack aimed to kill, leaving Piccolo no chance to fight back. Finally, Cooler grabbed Piccolo by the neck, and then tore off his right arm. Rip. Poor Piccolo, his right arm was brutally torn away, blood gushing out in a horrifying spectacle. Piccolo screamed in agony, feeling regret and despair. "If you wretched Namekian, I'll tear your body apart piece by piece," Cooler said cruelly. "Oomph." Piccolo grunted, firing beams of light from his eyes that struck Cooler's arm, holding him. Cooler's hand flinched in pain, and Piccolo immediately escaped. "You're quite stubborn, aren't you? I wonder what a look of despair would be like on your face," Cooler said menacingly. "That little brat, just now you care about him, don't you? Then let him die. Ha ha ha." Cooler fired a blast toward the spot where Gohan lay unconscious. He knew Gohan was Piccolo's weak point and wanted to kill him, plunging Piccolo into despair before slowly killing him. No. Piccolo watched in horror as the energy sphere hurtled toward Gohan. He tried to fly over and intercept it, but his body was badly injured and he had lost an arm. He couldn't maintain his balance and could only watch helplessly as the blast mercilessly engulfed Gohan. For a moment, the time he had spent with Gohan flashed before his eyes like a lantern show, from Gohan's initial fear of him to curiosity, admiration, and respect. And now he was watching his disciple perish before him. Despair and grief surged in Piccolo's heart. Boom. The blast struck the spot where Gohan had been, unleashing a merciless roar. "No, Gohan, this can't be. Damn it." Krillin and the other Z fighters, though lying on the ground, noticed what had happened on the battlefield. Knowing Gohan had been killed, they were filled with grief and rage. Just in time. Amidst the grief and despair, a sudden voice rang out. "What?" Cooler was astonished. Had someone else evaded his perception? Who could it be? As the dust cleared, 3 figures appeared at the spot where Gohan had fallen. Li Feng, Son Goku, Vegeta. They were back. It's Goku. Goku and the others are back. And Li Feng. This time, they'll definitely take down those demons. Great. Krillin and the others cheered. Phew. Piccolo let out a long sigh of relief. His delaying tactics had paid off after all. Gohan, are you alright? Goku held Gohan in his arms and fed him a Senzu bean that Li Feng had given him earlier. Duh, Dad. Gohan opened his eyes, his mind still hazy, as if he saw his father. Yeah, it's me. Eat this Senzu bean first. Okay. Gohan chewed with difficulty and swallowed. In truth, Gohan's injuries were also very severe. All his bones were broken, and he was barely clinging to life. Huh, Dad. And Uncle Li Feng. You're finally back. After eating the Senzu bean, Gohan's injuries fully healed. He opened his eyes and realized that his perception hadn't been a dream. His pillars of support had truly returned. Yes, Gohan. First distribute the Senzu beans to the others. Leave these despicable ones to us. Goku handed a bag of Senzu beans to Gohan, and then stood up to face Cooler. Okay, Dad. Gohan took the Senzu beans and flew over to Piccolo. Li Feng will take care of this scoundrel this time. Son Goku said with a serious expression. Alright, I'll leave him to you. I don't plan to interfere in this fight. Li Feng stepped aside. He understood that as a father, seeing his son and comrades gravely injured would ignite a desire for revenge, so he didn't intend to steal the spotlight. Mfi the prince will kill King Cold. Vegeta spotted King Cold in the distance wearing a cape and found his own opponent. Li Feng also guarded Gohan as he delivered Senzu beans to the others, preventing Cooler and his men from launching a sneak attack. Uncle Piccolo, hey, race a Senzu bean. But I'm not sure if it can heal your arm. Gohan offered a Senzu bean to Piccolo. Thank you, Gohan. Piccolo smiled at Gohan and ate the bean. Then with a shout, his right arm instantly regenerated, covered in the fluid of regeneration. I'm fine. Go find the others. Piccolo said, then nodded to Li Feng. Next, Gohan also delivered Senzu beans to the fallen Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Shinin Kaiatsu, and the others. Fortunately, although everyone was seriously injured, none had died. After eating the Senzu beans, they all recovered immediately. Meanwhile, Cooler and King Cold redirected their attention to the 3 who had suddenly appeared. At that moment, Cooler and King Cold turned their attention to the 3 who had suddenly appeared. For you, the Saiyan who killed Frieza? Cooler glared at Goku, who stood opposite him, and asked venomously. It wasn't me. The one who killed Frieza is Li Feng over there. Both I and Vegeta over there are also Saiyans. Why did you harm Gohan and the others? Goku asked, his voice filled with anger. Hehehe, naturally, it was to lure you damned apes out. Since you're not the one who killed Frieza, then get out of the way. They'll deal with you after I kill Li Feng. Cooler sneered contemptuously. You're truly despicable. I won't let you get away with this. Goku was enraged. Not because Cooler looked down on him, but because of the unwarranted suffering inflicted on his son and comrades. Huh. Goku struck first, his form flickering as he appeared before Cooler. The battle between Goku and Cooler had begun. Meanwhile, on the other side. Hehe, you damned Saiyans have finally shown yourselves. King Cold sneered coldly. It seems this vile race is long overdue for extinction. So you're Frieza's old man. You don't look like much. Even though Frieza didn't die by my hand, taking down his father would do just fine. Vegeta shot back with trash talk. Arrogant fool. King Cold's face darkened, his red cloak billowing as his aura surged. Let me show you the fruits of this prince's training. With that, Vegeta launched his attack, his figure streaking toward King Cold. After over a year of training, Vegeta's power level had risen from 100,000 to 4 million. This surge in strength inflated his ego, and he looked down on everyone except Li Feng and Kakarot. Huh. Boom. Their fists collided, sending a thunderous roar across the battlefield. Crash. Meanwhile, Goku and Cooler were locked in fierce aerial combat. The 4 fearsome warriors split into 2 battlefields. For terrifying auras soared skyward, the intense combat shaking the earth, sending rocks flying, shattering forests, as if primeval beasts were ravaging the land. Their movements were incredibly swift, leaving only afterimages intertwining. Goku and Cooler, Vegeta and King Cold, all were testing the waters, yet the battle's ferocity was extraordinary. Any ordinary Z-fighter, like Krillin, who dared approach would be torn apart by the residual shockwaves. Thighs as Goku and the others battle. So powerful. Krillin, having regained his strength, marveled at the 2 terrifying fights. It seems Goku and the rest have trained successfully. I need to train harder too. Tien Shinhan was also stunned by their combat intensity. Amazing. Go Dad. Gohan's eyes could follow Goku's movements, cheering him on. Even Vegeta has become this strong now. Damn it. Piccolo was also shocked by the sheer power of their battle, especially Vegeta, who had surpassed him once again. Uncle Li Feng, can Dad and the others become Super Saiyans now? Gohan asked Li Feng. The eyes of everyone present were fixed on Li Feng. This young man had trained alongside them, and he knew best the results of their training. To be honest, I'm not sure either. But it's clear they're just one step away. This battle is the catalyst for their transformation. Li Feng said, "These two terrible demons. Can you really defeat them?" Yamcha asked nervously. Though the aerial battle was intense, it was impossible to tell which side held the advantage. "They definitely can," Li Feng said with confidence. Having sparred with them over the past year, Li Feng knew very well how immense their combat potential and instincts were. If not for his own power firmly surpassing theirs, he would be no match for Goku and Vegeta in terms of battle experience alone. With Saiyan blood flowing through him, Li Feng understood clearly what an indomitable race the Saiyans were. Their innate battle lust and surging passion allowed them to transcend again and again in adversity, ultimately turning the tables. Thus, even if the gap between them and King Cold was still evident, they could still, just as he had against Frieza, break through in the midst of battle and transform into Super Saiyans. And if worst came to worst, he could still serve as a safety net. This time was mainly for their training, otherwise they would fall too far behind their counterparts from the original timeline. Li Feng had always been maintaining the power development of everyone in his Dragon Ball universe. He didn't want his arrival to steal all the opportunities for the main cast to grow stronger, nor did he want to always be the one to act. Huh. Yeth. Boom. Boom. Finally, with two loud shouts, two figures were sent flying backward from opposite directions, crashing straight into mountainsides. The ones embedded in the rubble were Vegeta and Cooler. The situation with Vegeta and King Cold was understandable. King Cold's current form boasted a power level of 100 million. Though not at full strength, he was using at least 10% of his power, more than enough to suppress Vegeta. But on Cooler's side, it was the ostensibly superior Cooler who had been blasted away, and Goku hadn't even used the Kaioken. Damn it, what's going on with Kakarot? Vegeta blasted away the rubble, his gaze fixed on Cooler's battlefield, muttering to himself. From what he could sense, King Cold was clearly much weaker than Cooler, and his own power wasn't that far off from Kakarot's. So why had he lost in the first exchange? Unwilling to accept defeat, Vegeta challenged King Cold once more. "You damned ape, how is this possible?" Cooler roared in disbelief and fury. "I've completely seen through your movements," Goku said calmly. After over a year of training under Li Feng's education, Goku had become familiar with all kinds of combat scenarios, especially how to deal with opponents far stronger than himself. After the initial exchanges, he realized Cooler's raw power was clearly superior, so he stopped meeting force with force. Instead, he dodged the heaviest blows with minimal movement, then seized opportunities to strike at the weakest points in Cooler's defense. Thus, Goku gained the upper hand in their first clash. Vegeta, the reckless fool, mistakenly thought he was the third strongest in the world and dismissed King Cold. He met every blow he'd only to realize he couldn't overpower his opponent. After King Cold gathered his energy, Vegeta was swiftly sent flying. This was the difference in combat styles between Goku and Vegeta. Seeing this, Li Feng smiled. He wondered if they could, as he had predicted, find the key to transforming into Super Saiyans. "You damned wild monkey, don't get cocky." Cooler shattered the rocks around him and snarled fiercely. "Damn you, you wretched ape. Don't get cocky." Cooler shattered the mountain rocks, snarling viciously. It was impossible. His own energy was clearly superior to Son Goku's, so why was he at a disadvantage in their recent clash? "I will kill you." Cooler elevated his energy once more, and with a thunderous boom, he shot towards Goku like a cannonball. Huh. Goku, also sensing Cooler's terrifying aura, immediately activated the Kaioken, unleashing a battle power that surpassed tens of millions. Whoosh! After unleashing the Kaioken, Goku's entire body was enveloped in a red aura. He immediately clashed fists with Cooler again. Boom. This exchange was evenly matched. "Is this all you've got? I overestimated you," Cooler sneered. His own energy had already surpassed 20 million, and now Goku's strikes felt pathetically weak to him. Goku, on the other hand, felt a sharp pain in his right fist. Even with his boosted power, he was still no match for Cooler. "Die!" Cooler roared, then drove a knee into Goku's abdomen. Goku immediately raised his arms to block, but he couldn't withstand Cooler's savage strength. His arms were instantly numbed by the impact. "Huh. Yeah." Cooler pressed his advantage, clasping his hands together and hammering them down onto Goku's back. Cough. Ack. Though his mind reacted, Goku's body couldn't keep pace and his back was brutally smashed. Boom. With a tremendous crash, Goku plummeted into the valley, causing the entire mountain peak to collapse. Whoosh! But then a dark red aura erupted like a volcano. Goku shattered the mountain, his fighting spirit still blazing fiercely. Triple Kaioken. Huh. The dark red flames blazed even brighter. Goku's muscles bulged and veins stood out across his body. He had raised his battle power again. Futile. All your efforts are meaningless before absolute power. Cooler also erupted with energy. A purple cyclone roared into the sky, blasting away the surrounding rubble. The two colossal energies ravaged the land like twin tornadoes. Hey! Goku charged at Cooler once more, throwing a fierce punch. Cooler sidestepped with ease, but Goku seemed to have anticipated his movement. He smoothly flipped over, landing behind Cooler and drove his elbow into his back. Cooler hadn't expected Goku to be so agile in midair. The force of the blow sent him flying. As he was about to crash into the mountain range, Cooler had already adapted to the speed of his flight. He steadied himself by planting his feet against the rock face. Crash! The rock beneath Cooler's feet shattered like a spiderweb, unable to withstand his terrifying power. Just as Cooler was about to launch himself off the rock towards Goku, he saw the red figure right before his eyes. Bam! Cooler's vision went dark. His entire body was sent hurtling backward again. It felt like his nose had been broken, spurting blood. To increase his speed, Goku kept multiplying the Kaioken. He knew he had to defeat Cooler before pushing the Kaioken to its maximum multiplier, otherwise, given the strain on his body, he would surely lose in the end. Cooler couldn't believe that Son Goku's speed had surpassed his once again. In his astonishment, he was pummeled by Goku's relentless Kaioken assault. Thump! 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 Goku's attack speed grew faster and faster. His swinging fists and kicking legs seemed to multiply, striking Cooler from every direction. Enough! Cooler instantly erupted with energy, blasting Goku away, and quickly created distance between them. Huff! Huh! Huff! Goku gasped for air, his body beginning to feel heavy. Cooler wiped the blood from his nose and saw his own body covered in wounds. He flew into a towering rage. Bastard, I'll tear you limb from limb. Cooler roared. He couldn't comprehend it. How could opponents with clearly weaker energy suppress him and make him bleed? This was an unforgivable insult to the Frost Demon clan. Cooler was done playing. He was truly enraged now. Damn apes, all of you die. Huh. This time Cooler finally unleashed his true power. The towering purple flame instantly multiplied several-fold. Whooshed. Goku braced himself and once again used the 20-fold Kaioken. Boom. This time Cooler appeared behind Goku at incredible speed and drove his knee into him. With a dull thud, Goku was sent flying backward. Cooler then erupted with energy again to pursue Goku. He coiled his tail around Goku and rained down a furious barrage of punches on his back. Ack! Goku's agonized screams pierced the heavens. Weren't you so tough just a moment ago? Feeling strong? Try to break free. Cooler pummeled Goku blow after blow, venting his fury at being humiliated. With a sweep of his tail, he flung Goku away, then rose and kicked him. Boom! Goku's body struck the ground like a cannonball, gouging out a massive crater. He lay there severely wounded and deactivated the 20-fold Kaioken. Now the backlash of the technique set in. Ack! The combined effect of Cooler's relentless assault and the strain of the Kaioken sent excruciating pain through his entire body, forcing him to cry out in agony. He could barely even stand now. Damn it! Is this how it ends? Goku was filled with unwillingness. He had trained so hard this past year and become much stronger. Why was he still in this state when facing a powerful enemy? On the other battlefield, Vegeta wasn't faring much better. He had initially thought it was just carelessness, but as the fight continued, he was still no match for King Cold and was thoroughly dominated. However, having served as a punching bag for Goku and Li Feng many times over the past year, Vegeta's vitality was remarkably tenacious. He just kept getting smashed into boulders or slammed into the ground. He couldn't understand it. Why did every enemy surpass him? Why couldn't he ever transform into a Super Saiyan? Hell, looks like it's over. You appetizers are no match for the Saiyan who killed Frieza after all. Cooler sneered, raising his right hand and firing a purple death beam. No, Dad, this can't be. The watching Z fighters couldn't believe that Goku and Vegeta had been defeated so quickly and that Goku was now facing a mortal threat. Just as the death beam was about to pierce Goku's chest, a figure suddenly rushed onto the battlefield and in a moment of crisis, shoved Goku out of the way. It was Krillin. At the most critical moment, he too had sensed the deadly nature of Cooler's attack. His only thought was to save Goku. Whoosh. In the nick of time, Krillin managed to shove Goku aside, but the ray mercilessly pierced his own chest. No. Krillin. Goku watched helplessly as Krillin pushed him away, was struck by the beam, his eyes glazed over, and then collapsed to the ground. Had Krillin died to save Goku? Boom. Krillin collapsed weakly to the ground. Krillin. Krillin. Goku cried out in agony, trying to rouse Krillin, but to no avail. Ha ha ha. That puny bald one dared to block my beam. How utterly foolish. Cooler taunted. Don't fret, I'll send you to join that little bald one soon enough. At that moment, tears welled in Goku's eyes as he glared at Cooler with grief and fury, as if he wanted to devour him whole. You killed Krillin. A miracle occurred. Goku, who had just been lying helpless, staggered to his feet. His heart was now ablaze with searing rage. Gazing at Krillin's fallen form, countless memories of their time together flashed through his mind. His first meeting with Krillin, training under Master Roshi, sparring together, competing in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and battling formidable foes side by side. He had long regarded Krillin as a brother, yet now Krillin had died before his very eyes protecting him. Goku was overwhelmed by helplessness, self-reproach, sorrow, and anguish. Ultimately, rage shattered his reason. The memories of Krillin shattered into pieces, replaced by endless darkness. Goku erupted in fury. Whooshed. Golden flames flickered around him. Unforgivable. Suddenly Goku's hair stood on end, turning gold, then reverting to black. Swish. Goku's aura surged relentlessly, the golden flames flickering. Suddenly he jerked his head up, his pupils had vanished, turning white. Whoosh. A blast of wind swept through, and the golden flames erupted instantly. Swish. 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 Goku's hair stood upright, turning gold, his pupils turned green, his entire aura blazed gold. And in Goku's green pupils, Cooler's figure was reflected. So strong. Dad has finally become a Super Saiyan. Gohan was ecstatic. His father had finally achieved the transformation. As expected, old son has reached that level too. Piccolo couldn't help but marvel. So this is a Super Saiyan. Yamcha, Tien, Shinhan, and Kaiatsu, witnessing Goku's transformation, were utterly stunned. Damn it. Kakarot became a Super Saiyan before me. Vegeta pounded the ground in frustration. Whooshed. Suddenly a figure appeared beside Krillin. Goku's cold gaze instantly snapped toward that spot. He would not allow his brother's body to be desecrated further. After transforming, Goku became exceedingly ruthless. Thank goodness there's still a breath left. Li Feng let out a long sigh, sensing Krillin's heart still faintly beating. He quickly took out a senzu bean, crushed it, and fed it to Krillin. Krillin isn't dead. Goku's expression finally returned to normal as he asked Li Feng in surprise. Who told you Krillin was dead? Li Feng said, speechless. He hadn't expected that in this world, Krillin's death would trigger Goku's transformation. Such was the hand of fate. However, fortunately, Li Feng had anticipated this. While Gohan was giving Krillin the senzu bean earlier, he had secretly channeled a strand of his own energy into Krillin's heart meridian. This technique, learned from Planet Yardrat, was an extremely advanced manipulation of ki. If used skillfully, it could even bring someone back from the brink of death. He had tried it on a whim, never expecting it to actually work. In his view, every person in the Dragon Ball world was real, and he couldn't bear to abandon a comrade, even with the Dragon Ball's resurrection. Under the effect of the senzu bean, Krillin's heartbeat returned to normal. He had come back to life. Great. Uncle Krillin is okay. Gohan shouted excitedly, his earlier sorrow swept away. Excellent. Li Feng is amazing. Yamcha cheered happily. The watching group rejoiced at Krillin's resurrection. Thank goodness, Krillin, you're alright. Goku, now back to his normal self, rushed to Krillin's side. Hey, I'm still alive. After eating the senzu bean and recovering his strength, Krillin touched his body and said in astonishment. Li Feng saved you. Goku, tears streaming down his face, hugged Krillin. Thank you, Li Feng, for saving us again. Krillin was deeply moved too. What's going on? Those ants earlier were the same. On the verge of death, then they ate something and were back to full health. What abilities does this Saiyan who killed Frieza possess? Cooler wondered. Goku, how did it feel to transform into a Super Saiyan just now? Can you still transform now? Li Feng asked with a smile. In his view, the goal had already been achieved. While my mind was filled with rage, but my body was unbelievably brimming with power. Goku replied. Your battle isn't over yet. Keep getting used to this transformation. With that, he tossed Goku a senzu bean, then led Krillin and Gohan away from the battlefield. Thank you this time, Li Feng. Words can't express my gratitude. This time I'll defeat this bastard completely. Goku thanked Li Feng, then furrowed his brow in anger and chewed the senzu bean. Whoosh. Crunch. Crunch. Goku's severely injured body fully healed. The power lost during the Super Saiyan transformation returned completely. His bones crackled comfortably. Cooler, I won't let you off this time. Whoosh. Boom. Energy erupted skyward, a golden whirlwind swirling, exuding a terrifying aura. Goku successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan once again. And this time it was a full power transformation. The Saiyan trait of growing stronger after healing from severe injuries boosted his power further. The second transformation was mightier than the first. The earth trembled, the mountains howled, and the gale danced. The golden aura shimmered brilliantly, fierce as a war god. Damn monkey, what Super Saiyan? Don't get cocky. Cooler erupted with ki and charged at Goku again. On the other battlefield. Oh, a Super Saiyan. Quite interesting. Sensing the astonishing aura, King Cold was surprised, but then brimmed with confidence in his own power. What's wrong? Vegeta? How come you this trash are groveling at my feet? Can't you transform into that so-called Super Saiyan? King Cold pressed his large foot onto Vegeta's back and humiliated him. Damn it. I, the prince, am the strongest. Vegeta roared in bitter frustration. Why? Why could they all become Super Saiyans? Why was he, the elite Saiyan prince, being trampled so pathetically? Why were Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold all so powerful? Why couldn't he possess immense strength? Vegeta's mind began to question itself, from initial resentment to a fierce craving for power to rage at his own weakness, ultimately triggering the switch for transformation. Vegeta roared in fury. Instantly flickering flames appeared around him. Take your filthy foot off me. Vegeta erupted in anger, his astonishing power blasting King Cold away. Then, swish, 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 swish. Golden energy swirls burst from Vegeta. His hair, already spiky, turned from black to golden yellow. His pupils vanished momentarily, then shifted to emerald green. Vegeta had also successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta had finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. What? King Cold sent flying expressed his shock. He never imagined that his own humiliation would actually enable Vegeta to achieve the transformation. This power. Vegeta rose to his feet, clenching his fists. He felt an endless surge of power erupting from within his body, a sensation he had never experienced before. Ha ha ha! Vegeta laughed unrestrainedly. He had finally taken that step, Super Saiyan. So this is a Super Saiyan. This feeling was incredible. That sensation of power in hand, as if the world was mine. Now he was finally back on the same starting line as Li Feng and Kakarot. Vegeta roared with pride. Ha ha ha, thank you King Cold for allowing this prince to also transform into a Super Saiyan. As a token of my gratitude, I'll send you straight to hell. Vegeta's arrogant demeanor was once again displayed in full. What's so great about a Super Saiyan? Just because you turn gold you think you're something. I'm not as careless as Frieza. Despite his words, the initial relaxed expression on King Cold's face vanished, replaced by a grim seriousness. He too could sense that the transformed Vegeta's power was immense, perhaps even surpassing his own. Die. Before the words had faded, the golden aura suddenly vanished. In a flash, Vegeta appeared before King Cold and drove his fist directly into the king's face. With a thunderous crash, King Cold saw darkness. He felt as if his nose had been broken, blood gushing forth. As his senses returned, he saw the surrounding scenery rushing past. His body had been blasted away. Phil, repay everything you did to me tenfold. Before King Cold could recover, Vegeta's demonic voice echoed in his ears. The golden flame erupted again as Vegeta kicked King Cold in the abdomen. Crack! The horrific blow shattered the king's breastplate, caving in his robust purple chest. Ugh! Ow! King Cold spat out more blood, screaming in agony. How could he have imagined that Vegeta's power after transformation would be so overwhelming? So incredible. Vegeta actually transformed into a Super Saiyan too. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment as he sensed Vegeta's newfound aura. Dad is still the strongest. Though Gohan was shocked by Vegeta's successful transformation, he remained convinced that Goku was superior. The Saiyans are truly a fearsome race. Sweat trickled down Tien Shinhan's forehead. Not bad, Vegeta. Li Feng seemed to have anticipated this scene. Although the timing of their transformations differed, the catalyst was strikingly similar to the original story. Goku transformed due to Krillin's death, while Vegeta was born from his own unwillingness and dissatisfaction. Overall, both followed a path akin to the original, yet they were stronger than their counterparts at the same period. Regarding Goku's state in this story, his training on Yardrat included additional sessions with Vegeta and Li Feng, elevating his base combat power beyond that of the original timeline, even without transforming into a Super Saiyan. This makes things interesting. Growing alongside the main cast feels good. Li Feng smiled. But King Cold coming to Earth was also part of the canon. Could the system be so strict as to offer no reward at all? As he pondered, the system seemed to hear his inner monologue. A cold voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Hidden mission completed, assisted Son Goku and Vegeta in transforming into Super Saiyans. Mission reward: energy absorption technique. Energy absorption technique. What was that? Li Feng was puzzled. The energy absorption technique allows you to absorb an opponent's energy attack, convert it into your own energy, and launch a counterattack. Energy absorption technique: beginner conversion rate 10. If the conversion rate reaches 100, you can fully absorb the opponent's attack and counter. Then how do I increase the conversion rate? Through extensive practice. Immediately the method for absorbing energy appeared in Li Feng's mind, and he mastered the skill. Li Feng was secretly pleased. His strength had increased yet again. This technique was a bug-like ability reminiscent of Android's No. 19 and No. 20's energy absorption, or Super Android 17's from Dragon Ball GT. All terrifying existences that grew stronger by absorbing attacks. However, there were exceptions. Despite their advanced energy absorption, they were ultimately defeated by even greater power. He too must not become complacent. The Z fighters watched the two battles intently, none noticing Li Feng's subtle change. A smirk played on his lips as he refocused on the conflicts. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as a heavy figure slammed into the ground, causing violent tremors and cracking the earth. Dust and debris filled the air. Cough, cough, cough. King Cold lay sprawled on the ground, his battle armor shattered, his once majestic cape in tatters. His body was covered in wounds, ribs broken, and half of one horn sheared off. Futter trash. Vegeta scoffed. His power was overwhelming. King Cold stood no chance. Ugh. Oh, wait. King Cold was grievously wounded, every bone feeling broken. Even moving was a struggle. Accustomed to luxury and relying on his frost demon's natural resilience, he had never suffered such severe injuries. Now he felt true terror, the threat of death. Thoughts of revenge and conquest vanished. All King Cold wanted was to survive. Wait, Vegeta, I've changed my mind. I won't trouble the Saiyans anymore. Join my army. Your status will be second only to mine. My. No, I mean please spare me, Honorable Lord Vegeta. He'll never come to Earth again. You are the strongest in the universe. King Cold abandoned his dignity, begging desperately. Where's your arrogance now? Crawling on the ground like a dead dog, begging for mercy. Though Vegeta's face remained expressionless and contemptuous inwardly, he was reveling in satisfaction. The feeling of invincibility had returned. I was blind. Please be magnanimous and let me go like a puff of air. How boring. Just die. Vegeta ignored King Cold's pleas. Having witnessed the king's pathetic state, he grew weary of the farce. Big Bang attack. Vegeta extended his right hand, gathering a terrifying energy. Boom. A golden sphere of energy shot toward King Cold. No. Cooler, save me. King Cold screamed in despair, but no one came to his aid. Boom. The devastating energy sphere struck King Cold with a force surpassing a nuclear bomb. Instantly the ground where he stood was obliterated, and a mushroom cloud rose. King Cold was no more. As the dust settled, a bottomless pit was formed on the ground. King Cold's aura had completely dissipated, signaling his death. How formidable. Vegeta has taken down King Cold. Gohan couldn't help but feel joy over their victory. How is Goku's battle going? Krillin quickly shifted his focus to Goku's fight. At the same time, the battle between Goku and Cooler had also concluded. Cooler was no match for Goku either. Under the assault of Goku, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, Cooler had no chance to fight back. His tail was seized, and he was flung away. As he was hurled backward, Goku caught up and unleashed a relentless barrage of blows, shattering his outer armor and leaving him covered in wounds. How could he already not at full strength stand a chance against the current Goku? Boom. Another thunderous roar echoed as Cooler was blasted into the sea, stirring up a massive wave. Cooler, get out of Earth. Frieza and your father are dead. Don't ever cause trouble on Earth again. In the end, Goku's heart softened. Krillin was alive, his anger had dissipated, and he had successfully achieved the Super Saiyan transformation. Facing Cooler now, he chose to spare his life. Boom. The sea boiled, and a giant wave surged as a disheveled figure flew out from the water. Son Goku, I admit you are strong, but this is where it ends. Cooler sneered. Then he raised his right hand and extended a finger. Once. What? I have one more transformation than that fool Frieza. Cooler let out a cold laugh. He then looked at Goku and the spectators watching from afar. You should feel honored. You are the first and the last to witness my transformation. What? That Cooler can still transform. Piccolo, with his exceptional hearing, was horrified after overhearing Cooler's words. How is that possible? Cooler is already this strong. If he gets even stronger, can Goku still defeat him? Krillin asked with concern. Dad will definitely beat him. Gohan had unwavering faith in his father. Whatever transformation. If that idiot Kakarot can't handle him, he'll take them both out. Vegeta crossed his arms, sneering at Cooler's arrogance. Huh. Cooler roared, clenching his fists and beginning to gather his energy. Rumble. The clouds in the sky dispersed, and the sea below churned violently from the terrifying energy. Crackle. Crackle. As Cooler gathered his energy, a purple aura began to expand, generating a powerful vortex. The friction in the air raised the surrounding temperature. Cooler's body underwent a dramatic transformation. His muscles bulged, his size increased to 2.5 meters tall, white bone-like protrusions grew from his shoulders, sharp bone spikes emerged along his arms, for white horns rose prominently from his head, his pupils vanished, replaced by a sinister red, and a white bone mask formed over his mouth. All his previous injuries were fully healed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Cooler's aura expanded astonishingly, making him appear even more ferocious and terrifying. Voila! Cooler has become this strong after transforming. Krillin's cold sweat dripped as he gazed at Cooler's massive frame and felt his overwhelming violent aura trembling involuntarily. Dad, you have to win. Gohan prayed for his father with equal worry. Whoosh! Goku was the first to sense the immense power from Cooler's transformation, immediately heightening his guard, but then his pupils contracted. Bang! Cooler instantly appeared before Goku and drove a fist into his abdomen. Ugh! Oh! Caught off guard, Goku doubled over in pain. Huh. Before Goku could recover, Cooler slammed an elbow into his back. With a thunderous crash, Goku's body was hammered into the ground like a cannonball, collapsing a mountain and raising clouds of dust. Cooler burst with energy in the air, his purple aura blazing skyward again. Huh. 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 He opened both hands, forming energy blasts in each, and unleashed a furious barrage at Goku's location. Boom. 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 The energy blasts swept across the plains like machine gun fire, collapsing the terrain, shattering rocks, and stirring up dust. Scorching energy surged forth like molten lava. After the relentless bombardment, thick smoke billowed. The once forested area was completely obliterated, the ground depressed several meters, and where the blast had struck, a bottomless pit gaped. Cooler's battle power after transforming reached 470 million, surpassing Goku's current 350 million. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Gazing at the astonishing destruction he had wrought, Cooler burst into unbridled laughter. What Saiyan? No match for me at all. Don't get too cocky. Huh. Unable to tolerate Cooler's arrogance, Vegeta immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. Boom. A golden streak shot toward Cooler in the sky. Huh. Vegeta struck with fury. Boom. Cooler raised his hand and effortlessly caught Vegeta's fist, but the collision sent an invisible shockwave rippling through the air. What a... Vegeta was stunned that his furious blow had been blocked by Cooler. Feeble. Cooler sneered. Then he drove a knee into Vegeta's chest. Bang! A deafening sound echoed. Vegeta screamed in agony, feeling as if his internal organs had been displaced. Boom. Cooler spun and kicked Vegeta away. As Vegeta was sent flying, he teleported in front of him and unleashed a flurry of blows. Bang! 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 Cooler pummeled Vegeta mercilessly in the air, treating him like a punching bag. Before the pain from the initial hits had subsided, violent impact struck every part of Vegeta's body, leaving him dazed. He could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form, his golden hair flickered, and eventually reverted to black. Boom. Finally, Cooler clasped his hands together and delivered a heavy blow, smashing Vegeta into the ground. Another mountain collapsed with a thunderous roar, raising clouds of dust. Vegeta reverted to his base form, severely injured and unconscious. No way. Even Vegeta as a Super Saiyan is no match for Cooler. Krillin exclaimed in shock, then turned his gaze to Li Feng. Our only hope now is you. Please, Li Feng. Li Feng nodded, slightly preparing to step into battle. He had anticipated that Cooler would transform into his final form. At this point in time, corresponding to the original story, Goku had just returned to Earth and Vegeta had not yet learned to become a Super Saiyan. But because of his own influence, Vegeta had transformed earlier, making him much stronger than in the original timeline. Similarly, Goku, upon returning to Earth, had not yet reached the power level needed to face Cooler in the movie. His defeat was understandable. It seemed it was still up to him to step in. Just as Li Feng was about to engage, a golden aura erupted from the crater where Cooler had blasted Goku. A figure rose slowly into the air on a golden beam of light. It's not over yet, Cooler. It's not over yet, Cooler. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A golden figure slowly ascended into the air. Son Goku, though battered and bruised, still stood firm and unyielding. What can you do in this state? Cooler sneered. Whoosh. Cooler rose slowly, determined to finish Son Goku once and for all. Huh. Cooler unleashed his energy, a purple aura erupting into the sky, dispersing the clouds instantly and whipping up a fierce gale. I've had enough of you monkeys. Die. Supernova. Whoosh. Cooler pointed his right finger to the sky, channeling all his energy into his hand. A golden sphere of energy rapidly expanded, growing until it blotted out the sky above them. What? That demon Cooler wants to destroy Earth. That energy is no joke. Krillin's eyes narrowed as he felt the annihilating force emanating from the sphere, cold sweat trickling down his brow. This is bad. Uncle Li Feng, please stop him. I beg you. Gohan pleaded with Li Feng. No, Li Feng. This is my fight. Don't interfere, or I'll be furious even with you. Goku's voice echoed from above. Truly a Saiyan, his indomitable fighting spirit remained even in the face of certain doom. Li Feng admired Goku. No wonder he had adored him since childhood. Only now, after spending time with him, did he truly discover his charisma. Remember, you only have one chance. If you fall again, I will step in. Li Feng made his promise to Goku. Don't worry. He'll win this time. Goku smiled, then gazed solemnly at the supernova sphere above. As the one closest to the battle, he was acutely aware of its immense power. Ka! Goku's shirt was torn to shreds, his upper body a bloody mess, but he prepared his final counterattack. Me. Whooshed. Goku gathered his energy hands at his waist as a blue aura began to coalesce. Huh. The azure light grew, blinding its radiance, overwhelming the golden flame. Me. The energy sphere swelled his hands, barely able to contain the surging blue wave. Huh. Huh. With a mighty roar, Goku thrust his hands skyward. The blue Kamehameha wave shot into the sky, hurtling toward Cooler's supernova sphere. Go to hell. Whooshed. On the other side, Cooler had also finished gathering his energy. With a downward thrust of his right hand, the sphere descended like a golden sun, carrying the aura of annihilation toward the ground. Boom. The two forces collided instantly, creating a tremendous energy vortex. At the epicenter, a vacuum briefly appeared. But within a second, Cooler's supernova overwhelmed the Kamehameha, gaining the upper hand. Is even Goku no match? Piccolo despaired as he saw Goku's attack faltering. No. Saiyans have limitless potential. Goku will prevail in the end. Li Feng said confidently. That's right. Dad will definitely win. Though terrified, Gohan's faith in his father never wavered. Rah! Goku gritted his teeth and roared, unleashing an even greater surge of energy. His muscles swelled, veins bulging on his arms as he fired a more powerful Kamehameha. Instantly, the blue beam thickened dramatically. The Kamehameha's initial decline halted, then it began to push back against the supernova, slowly reversing the tide. Overreaching. Huh. Cooler snorted, releasing another burst of energy. With both hands, he stabilized the golden sun, regaining control and pushing it back toward Goku. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With Cooler's renewed effort, the supernova descended like a true sun, crashing down upon Earth, an inescapable doom that stirred despair. Goku's situation grew dire. The terrifying sphere crushed his Kamehameha, forcing him deeper into the ground as it pressed ever closer. If that energy struck the Earth, the planet would be destroyed. Rah! Goku clenched his teeth, pouring every ounce of strength into his defense. The blue Kamehameha looked like a mere trickle against the colossal supernova on the verge of being extinguished. Huh. Son Goku, I admit you're strong, but I am the mightiest in the universe. That leaf foam is nothing. You'll all perish with this planet. Seeing his imminent victory, Cooler laughed wildly. He was the true victor. His father and brother were too weak, slain by Saiyans, but he was the universe's strongest. Fool. You haven't won yet. Li Feng snorted, knowing this was the decisive moment. Huh. Cooler noticed his supernova was only inches from the ground, yet stubbornly held back by a tenacious force. I was saving this move for Li Feng, but now I have no choice. Goku resolved to unleash his secret technique. For me, Li Feng wondered, curious about Goku's final trump card. Kaioken. Whoosh. In an instant, a dark red flame enveloped Goku's golden aura. His power surged, his battle power doubling. The blue Kamehameha enhanced beyond anything before, thickened several-fold, pushing the supernova back. How is this possible? Cooler was horrified. His sphere was being repelled. How could this be? Wasn't Son Goku on his last legs? Where did this energy come from? Cooler released another burst of energy, struggling to stabilize his sphere. But no matter how he strained using his hands, even his feet, he couldn't reverse the supernova's retreat. Huh. Goku's body was pushed beyond its limits. The combination of Super Saiyan and Kaioken tore at his flesh, causing excruciating pain. Yet with sheer willpower, he held on, forcing Cooler's supernova back. No, I can't lose. Aya. Cooler's supernova was rapidly repelled by the Kamehameha. He was slammed by his own attack, hurtling backward. No matter how he struggled or tried to escape, he couldn't avoid being blown away. Boom. Cooler's form was completely engulfed by the sphere. With a thunderous roar, the combined energies detonated in midair. A colossal mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Cooler was vanquished. Cooler's final form was ultimately defeated by Son Goku. With a sigh of relief, sensing that Cooler's energy had completely vanished, Goku relaxed and deactivated his Super Saiyan state. A sharp hiss escaped Goku's lips as the backlash from combining Super Saiyan with the Kaioken instantly struck him, causing excruciating pain throughout his body and sending him collapsing to the ground. Goku, Dad. Krillin and the others flew toward Goku, a mix of joy and worry on their faces. Meanwhile, a faster figure dashed toward Li Feng. Boo-hoo, you damn fool, you're finally back. Feeling the soft touch against his body and inhaling the familiar fragrance he hadn't smelled in over a year, Li Feng's heart was filled with tranquility and happiness. Bulma, he had finally seen her. Without a second thought, he gave her a passionate French kiss, leaving Bulma's face flushed crimson. Ahem, Bulma, there are children present. From behind Master Rose's voice chimed in. Huh, children. Li Feng was taken aback. What children were there? Then as he looked at the several-month-old infant cradled in Master Rose's arms, a sudden wave of familiarity and warmth washed over him. He looked uncertainly at Bulma and asked, his voice trembling. This child, could it be? Li Feng yearned for Bulma's confirmation. Yes, he's our child, a boy. He was born 2 months ago when you hadn't returned yet, so I named him first, Li Xing. Li Xing, a wonderful name. Holding the infant in his arms, gazing into his round, bright eyes, a profound sense of paternal responsibility and love surged within Li Feng. This was his child. He had become a father. Gently he extended a finger, which the baby grasped. Overwhelmed with bliss, tears welled up in his eyes. Embracing both the child and Bulma, he said, "Bulma, thank you. It's what I should do. I love you." All of Bulma's previous resentment, worry, and tension dissipated in Li Feng's embrace. The three of them were enveloped in a cocoon of sweet happiness. Yet as they reveled in this perfect moment of bliss on the other side, Krillin and Gohan were anxiously examining Goku. "Goku, how are you so badly injured?" Their voices were filled with urgency. "All right, you take care of that. We'll talk later." Understanding that Goku's injuries took precedence, Bulma considerately stepped back, holding Li Shing. Li Feng nodded and flew toward Goku. It was time for the humanoid Senzu bean dispenser to step in. Truly, Senzu beans were lifesavers. But a faster figure had already appeared before Goku. "Well done, Goku. That last attack was impressive, but using it in your current state is still too premature." It was Li Feng. He handed Goku a Senzu bean. "Thanks." Goku didn't stand on ceremony and immediately swallowed the bean. I'm alive." Instantly, a wave of coolness washed over Goku. The previous pain and broken bones were all healed, and his energy returned to normal. Li Feng used his battle suit to measure Goku's power after recovery from severe injury, 15 million. Once again, he couldn't help but marvel at the Saiyans' absurdity. Combining the Kaioken with Super Saiyan seems to boost your power instantly, but the strain on your body is immense. "You're not ready for that technique yet," Li Feng explained calmly. "Oh, but that transformation took me ages to figure out." "Li Feng, do you have a new form?" Goku asked in astonishment, eagerly pressing for an answer. "Of course, there are many Saiyan forms. I've only reached the second grade of the first Super Saiyan stage myself," Li Feng clarified. "The second grade of the first Super Saiyan stage? What's that?" Goku scratched his head, puzzled. "For us Saiyans, besides simply increasing our base power, the second way to grow stronger is to multiply the power boost from transformations. Your Super Saiyan combined with Kaioken boosted your power 100-fold, but it only lasted a few seconds and put extreme stress on your body. It's not recommended." By now the others had gathered to listen to Li Feng's explanation. Vegeta, who had been knocked unconscious by the immense energy from Goku and Cooler's clash, had awakened. After eating a Senzu bean from Li Feng, he too joined them. He was amazed by Kakaroto's final transformation, but even more stunned by Li Feng's words. The path of Saiyan transformations. So the more proper way for a Saiyan to transform is to achieve Super Saiyan 2. Then what about your second grade of the first stage? Vegeta couldn't help but ask. Over the past year, he had come to know that Li Feng was both powerful and mysterious. Though his origins were unknown, Li Feng had indeed provided Goku and Vegeta with many methods to grow stronger. "My second grade of the first Super Saiyan stage is, to be precise, a transitional form before achieving Super Saiyan 2. It multiplies power by 60 times, Li Feng said. "There are other forms beyond that which are not yet clear, but I'm certain there are many more Saiyan transformations." "Li Feng, how do you know so much? It's like you can predict what will happen in the future. For example, we were still training today, but you insisted on returning to Earth a day early, saying there was danger. We came back and barely detected Cooler and his men's energy." In truth, Li Feng had been monitoring the energy on Earth. Although planet Yardrat was far away, he had mastered an advanced version of instant transmission during his training, allowing him to detect events on Earth at any time. Sure enough, King Cold and his forces driven by vengeance had arrived on Earth earlier than in the original timeline. Fortunately, Li Feng had kept an eye on them, or it could have been a disaster. "Because I sometimes have prophetic dreams. I get to know some things in advance." Li Feng could only explain it that way. "Huh, can that happen?" Krillin was astonished, but couldn't refute it, as Li Feng had indeed helped them many times. "Stranger things happen in this world. Look, there's one right there." Li Feng brushed it off and pointed a finger. Everyone looked puzzled. There seemed to be nothing where he was pointing. Suddenly, a mysterious energy pulsed in the air. Then a giant egg-shaped spaceship materialized out of thin air. A massive energy signature followed. "Well, what is that? Such a powerful aura." Krillin sensed the sudden presence and was shocked to find it rivaled the Saiyans like Goku. "Damn it, another new enemy." Vegeta gritted his teeth. The blow was too much. He thought becoming a Super Saiyan would make him incredibly strong, but he was still toyed with by Cooler. Now this new energy was even stronger than his own. Were strong fighters becoming as common as weeds? With a hiss, the door of the egg-shaped spaceship slid open, and a purple-haired young man stepped out. He was handsome with a cold yet dignified demeanor, but the aura he exuded unmistakably marked him as a formidable warrior. Huh, did I actually succeed in traveling through time? Indeed, this was Trunks, a time traveler from the future. According to his intel, the time he had returned to should have been when Frieza and King Cold first arrived on Earth. So why couldn't he sense their presence at all? And the people before him? Comparing them to the photos he had memorized, they should be Son Goku and his group. But who was that handsome young man standing at the very front? Why was he looking at him with a smile? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Li Feng broke the silence. "You're too late. King Cold and Cooler have already been defeated by Goku and Vegeta." "What a..." Trunks was astounded. According to the information from his future mother Bulma in the original timeline, Goku should have only defeated King Cold and Frieza. His father Vegeta shouldn't have had that kind of power yet. A wave of despair and frustration washed over him. It seemed he had traveled to the wrong time. This was not the timeline he knew. Who are you? Why did this spaceship suddenly appear here? Are you here to invade Earth too? Goku asked sternly, still wary of strangers after his recent encounter with King Cold. Please wait. You are Mr. Son Goku, right? Could we speak in private? Don't worry, I mean no harm, Trunks said to Goku. Hold on. I'll go with you, Li Feng offered. I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Goku and I have important matters to discuss. Although curious about this unknown young man, Trunks felt it was best to focus on his mission and avoid distractions. It seems I'll have to settle this with power after all, Li Feng said with a sigh. Then his eyes sharpened. In an instant he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A golden aura burst forth and the powerful wind pressure made everyone sway slightly, even though Li Feng had used the minimum force for his transformation. That's a Super Saiyan. Who are you? Trunks was the most shocked. He was intimately familiar with that form. It was Super Saiyan. This guy's aura was far more powerful than his own, even stronger than the two demons from the future. But who was he? Why had he never heard of him in the future? You transformed too. Let me see your strength, Li Feng said calmly. What? You mean this kid can also become a Super Saiyan? Now it was Vegeta's turn to be astonished. Trunks looked grim, cold sweat beading on his forehead. You must have many questions. Fight me, and you'll find out. Li Feng smirked. Fine. Trunks felt his fighting spirit ignite. Huh. Whoosh. A similar hurricane erupted from Trunks. A golden flame blazed around him as his purple hair spiked up and turned gold, his eyebrows turning the same color and his eyes shifting to green. A powerful aura surged forth. Wah! What's going on? Why is there another unknown Super Saiyan? Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Li Feng checked Trunks' power level with his scouter 250 million. His own power in the first stage of Super Saiyan was 1 billion. That bastard Li Feng got stronger again. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. The moment Li Feng transformed, Vegeta knew he was incredibly strong. Although Li Feng had turned Super Saiyan during their training before, this transformation was far more powerful than ever. Even though Li Feng was suppressing his aura, Vegeta could still sense his true battle power. But what truly shocked him was that this unknown young man could also become a Super Saiyan. And his aura was about as strong as Vegeta's own post-recovery level. After his severe injuries, Vegeta's base power level had reached 6 million. I'll let Li Feng have this fight, Goku said, scratching the back of his head. He had already had his fill of battle and knew Li Feng would go crazy if he didn't get a chance to fight. Goku was also curious to see if this mysterious young man could match Li Feng. Let's fight over there, Li Feng said, pointing to a desolate area. With a whoosh he flew off. Trunks followed closely behind. Knowing the fight would be intense, the others also followed to witness the epic clash of two Super Saiyans, but kept a safe distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Two figures landed, both radiating golden flames, their gazes locked on each other. Trunks braced himself, assuming a combat stance, but cold sweat still poured down his face. Facing Li Feng directly, he finally grasped the true extent of his power. In contrast, Li Feng wore a confident smile, showing no signs of tension. A breeze blew, lifting a small pebble. As it hit the ground, it sounded the charge for battle. Their figures vanished, and a thunderous boom echoed through the sky as they clashed, releasing astonishing energy. They exchanged blows at blinding speed. Only two streaks of golden light could be seen crossing paths in the sky, separating after each impact that shattered rocks and shook the earth. Their battle power is already above Cooler's. Piccolo's eyes widened. This fight was even more intense than the one between Goku and Cooler. Li Feng is really strong. Looks like he was still holding back during our spars, Goku remarked. Although Li Feng had turned Super Saiyan when fighting them before, the battles had ended quickly since Goku and Vegeta couldn't transform, then making the gap in power too vast. Who are you? How can you also become a Super Saiyan? Trunks asked while fighting, growing more alarmed with every moment. All his attacks were blocked as if they had vanished into a void. Li Feng's speed and strength were terrifying, and he seemed to have plenty of power left. I am Li Feng. Like you, am a traveler to this world, Li Feng explained. In my world, all of you exist, so I know your story. My purpose in coming to this world is to grow stronger and protect my family, friends, and Earth. Oh, and by the way, Bulma is my wife in this world. Li Feng smiled. Trunks was stunned, speechless. The shock made him falter for a moment, and Li Feng landed a solid punch. With a deafening crash, Trunks was sent hurtling into a valley. Massive rocks collapsed around him. The boulder collapsed, billowing smoke rising. Huh, what's going on? How did that mysterious man get knocked down all of a sudden? Krillin expressed his confusion. Though they're both Super Saiyans, there's still a vast gap in their power. As a martial artist, Goku saw through the situation at once. Although the two seemed evenly matched, it was merely Li Feng suppressing his own strength. The true outcome could be decided in an instant. Piccolo, blessed with sharp hearing, listened in silence. As the dust settled, Trunks lay amidst the rubble, his gaze vacant, stunned by the revelation. Indeed, in your world your father is Vegeta, that man over there with the shaped receding hairline. Li Feng gestured behind him. But in this world Bulma and I fell in love. She's happy, and we have a child together. Regardless, this world is no longer the universe you know. The events of your future won't happen here. After a long silence, Trunks finally accepted the truth. I actually know why you're here. Let's confirm it. Li Feng smiled. When Trunks clashed with Li Feng, he was astounded by his immense power, far surpassing his own. This meant there was hope to defeat the future androids 17 and 18. I came to this world to deliver medicine to Mr. Son Goku here, and to warn you about the future androids' attack. I'm also seeking a way to defeat those two accursed demons. Trunks briefly recounted the events of the future, just as in the original story. What? Piccolo, who had been silently observing, was shocked anew by their words. He could hardly believe such things were possible. In the future, that Vegeta actually married Bulma, and they had a child. He cast a furtive glance at Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta snorted, showing contempt for Piccolo. Goku, come here for a moment. After finishing his talk with Trunks, Li Feng called Goku over. All done already. Seeing the two drop out of their Super Saiyan states, Goku was puzzled, but he still approached. He then heard Trunks speak of things that defied belief. Goku, whose only interest was fighting, understood nothing of time travel. All he knew was that this boy was named Trunks, that he had come to deliver medicine, and that there were even stronger enemies in the future. Li Feng, well-versed in the future storyline, said to Goku, Goku, take the medicine now, or I won't spar with you again. What? No way. Goku, like a child, immediately swallowed the medicine. If Li Feng hadn't said that, Goku would never have taken it. Moreover, having learned to stack the Kaioken with Super Saiyan, Goku's body was under even greater strain. He might fall ill prematurely, something Li Feng couldn't predict, so the disease had to be cured first. Trunks stifled a laugh at the scene. Goku, you must train hard. A far more formidable foe will appear in 3 years. Li Feng cautioned him. Of course, they'll get even stronger, and one day they'll surpass you. Goku declared with fervor. Then Trunks and I will head to his world tomorrow. That should be fine. But Mr. Li Feng, won't that affect both worlds? Trunks expressed his concern. Didn't you come here too? Don't worry, it'll help you resolve the future. For now, let's explain things to the others and have a meal together. Li Feng extended a warm invitation. Though bewildered, Goku was more than happy to make friends. With Li Feng's help, they concealed Trunks' true identity while revealing everything else. The others were astonished and shaken, but ultimately accepted the facts. If I don't accept this, Li Feng is one thing, but now another bizarre Saiyan shows up, and he can turn Super Saiyan too. Vegeta sneered. What's the matter, Vegeta? Scared? Didn't you also learn to become a Super Saiyan? Li Feng teased. Impossible. Humph. Vegeta replied with sundry defiance. Tonight there's a big party at my place. Everyone's invited. Plenty of food to celebrate our great victory. Li Feng announced cheerfully. Yay! Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Good food. Count me in, he. Goku turned childlike again. Vegeta, if you're not coming, I'll take your share. Goku resumed his banter with Vegeta. Don't you dare, Kakarot. I will never back down. Watching the group's relaxed, joyful, and happy expressions, Trunks' eyes welled with tears as an indescribable feeling surged within him. Come on, Trunks, this is your welcome party too. Relax. This isn't the future. We'll protect everyone together. Li Feng said to him. Thank you, Mr. Li Feng. Trunks finally broke into a smile. Krillin, Gohan, Yamcha, and the others also greeted Trunks, asking him many questions about the future. The group then flew back to Bulma's West City mansion. Of course, Li Feng and Bulma comfortably took an airplane, amusing their son, Li Xing, aboard. When they were alone, Li Feng told Bulma the truth about Trunks' origins. What? In the future, I married Vegeta. He's my son. Bulma was stunned. No matter what, in this world you are my husband, and Li Xing is our child. Bulma held Li Xing close, leaning contentedly against Li Feng. But the future me must have been so pitiful, losing all her loved ones and friends. Bulma felt sorrow for her future self. You're definitely going to the future, aren't you? Though the future is completely different now, I still hope you can help that version of me. Though Li Feng hadn't said it, the perceptive Bulma had already guessed his intentions, silently trusting him from behind. Don't worry. I should be back soon. Li Feng held Bulma, speaking gently. That evening the dinner was sumptuous. Robots steadily delivered all kinds of delicacies, astonishing everyone. Back on Earth, the three big eaters once again transformed into gluttons, voraciously devouring everything in sight. Trunks was also amazed, but soon joined them in eating and drinking, fully immersing himself in the atmosphere. That night, Li Feng and Bulma, long separated, once again shared a sweet and passionate evening. The next day, Li Feng will be training hard here too. Next time we meet, it'll be stronger, Yukong said with a smile. Li Feng, stay safe. Li Xing and I will be waiting for your return. Bulma held Li Xing in her arms and spoke gently to her husband. If you just stay there, it'll surpass Kakarot. Vegeta scoffed. Li Feng bid farewell to his family and friends one by one. Alright, I'll be back soon. Let's go. Click. The time machine's outer hatch closed then gradually rose into the air. The machine turned invisible, and after a ripple it vanished. Seated inside the time machine, Li Feng was also curious about traversing through time and space. Just then the system's voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Detected departure from universe 1807, heading to an unknown universe. Watching the scenery ahead turn pitch black as if immersed in chaos, Li Feng asked in his mind, if the universe I'm going to this time is A1207, will the previous fragment still work? It won't. This time travel relies on technological power, while the fragment utilizes temporal defects directly for traversal. Therefore, the fragment can be used another time. And the mission? If you arrive in universe A1207, the mission will also trigger. The system explained. Good heavens, so the time machine was another bug. No wonder it was banned later in Dragon Ball Super. Li Feng pondered whether using the fragment to travel would be discovered by the gods of destruction and the angels. If discovered, how would he respond? His current strength was still too weak. The power of the time-space fragment belongs to the power of time controlled by the Supreme Kai of Time. The gods of destruction have no authority and do not know how to use this power. Moreover, a universe bearing the power of a time-space fragment indicates that universe has a problem requiring repair, so it won't draw the attention of the gods. So the reason the time machine was discovered in the Dragon Ball Super era was simply because Trunks used it in front of a god of destruction. Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt a more urgent desire to grow stronger. The arrogant gods of destruction acted willfully. Even Vegeta had to swallow his pride and ingratiate himself with them initially. The omniscient Omni-King wielded immense authority capable of destroying universes on a whim, cowing even the gods of destruction. Strength. I need strength that surpasses everyone. To prevent my universe from being casually destroyed, to keep my family and friends from harm, I must become stronger. Li Feng resolved inwardly. One day he would defeat even the gods of destruction. Whoosh. Just as Li Feng's fighting spirit ignited, the chaos and darkness ahead dissipated, revealing a ray of light. Scanning. Beep. Detected this universe as A1207. Mission released: eliminate Android 17 and Android 18. Mission reward the powerful survival ability of the Frieza race. Do you accept it? The system's voice echoed. Yes. Li Feng rejoiced inwardly. He hadn't expected the mission to come so soon, and the reward was extraordinary. The survival ability of the Frieza race. As everyone knew, Saiyans couldn't survive in a vacuum, but Frieza's race could. They possessed immense vitality, surviving even after Namek's explosion in the original story, impervious to extreme heat and cold, able to traverse the cosmos. Acquiring this ability would significantly increase his own survival chances. Li Feng was exhilarated. The mission aligned perfectly with his wishes. The future androids were utterly evil, killing indiscriminately, deserving no mercy. It was time to avenge the innocent lives of this universe. Zzz, click. The time machine's outer hatch slowly opened. What met his eyes was not beautiful mountains or a prosperous city, but a scene of desolation. The former blue sky was shrouded in smoke. The entire sky was dim and gray. On the ground, ruined buildings, corpses everywhere, and the pervasive stench of blood all narrated the brutal apocalyptic future. Damn it, has West City fallen too? Oh no. Mom. Trunks exclaimed angrily, then immediately worried about Bulma's safety. Calm down, Trunks. Bulma should be fine. Let's go to her hiding place first. Li Feng patted Trunks' shoulder, calming him down. Phew. Upon arriving in universe A1209, Li Feng immediately sensed the familiar auras on this earth. The first he sensed was Bulma, followed by Karin and Cammy. He couldn't sense the other Z fighters, indicating far more sacrifices in the future than he had imagined. Sorry, I just lost my composure. Mister. Li Feng, please follow me. Trunks calmed his mind. Worry had clouded his judgment. Now composed, he flew towards a pile of rubble. Thud. Thud. Trunks pushed aside a large boulder and fumbled around inside. Click. He found an underground switch, revealing a hidden exit. He jumped in. Li Feng followed. Beep. Scanning. Target Trunks classified as human ally. Entry permitted. Beep. Scanning. Target unknown. Initiate attack. As Li Feng stepped underground, the previously dim area lit up, and a robot scanned him. Wait, do not attack. That is Mr. Li Feng, an ally. Please add him to the database. Acknowledged. The red light in the robot's eyes faded. Truly worthy of Bulma, even under the android's deadly assault, she could still develop technology in secret and build a time machine under such harsh conditions. It was truly admirable. Zzz. The two walked through the passage and arrived at an open space. In the distance, a woman was welding metal with a machine. Mom, you're okay. Seeing Bulma, Trunks sighed in relief and rushed over. Bulma removed her welding mask and embraced Trunks. Silly child, you're back safely. Although the attacks outside are getting more frequent, it's very safe here. Bulma stroked Trunks' head gently. Li Feng observed Bulma at this moment. Her blue hair remained, but many white strands spoke of the hardships she had endured. She still retained her charm, yet bore the marks of time and hardship. And this is A. Bulma released Trunks and asked, who was this handsome young man? Why had Trunks brought him here? Mom, this is Mr. Li Feng. He came with me on this time travel. He can handle the androids, and... Trunks hesitated. I set the time correctly, didn't I? Why is there this person in the past? I have no memory of him. The brilliant Bulma was now puzzled. Hello, Bulma of this universe. Trunks did arrive in the timeline of Son Goku and the others. However, due to certain reasons, I was also drawn into that world, causing many changes in the past. I became friends with them, and I married the you of that universe. We are very happy. Bulma's eyes widened in shock. Trunks scratched his head on the side. Because of the many changes in the past, our strength is far greater than our counterparts from the same era. However, since their power still falls short compared to the androids, I had to come to the future to help eliminate them. Li Feng explained. Bulma sighed emotionally, then paced around Li Feng with keen interest. Indeed, he is exactly my type. No wonder I fell for him in the past. Ahem, Mom. Trunks coughed awkwardly. Regardless, thank you for your help. Bulma expressed her gratitude to Li Feng, then her expression turned serious. Right now, androids 17 and 18 are ravaging this area of West City, slaughtering countless innocent civilians. Damn it. Trunks clenched his teeth. There's no time to lose, Mr. Li Feng. Please lend me your strength to eliminate those two demons. Trunks pleaded. Of course. My purpose here is to destroy those evil androids. Then be careful, Bulma cautioned. With two swift whooshes, two figures shot out of the secret chamber. Li Feng, I hope you can truly create a miracle. Bulma gazed into the sky where they had departed. Androids possessed no ki, so Li Feng could not track them by sensing energy. However, the destruction they caused was all too evident. Screams of terror erupted amidst the bombardment. Innocent people cried out in agony. Ha ha ha. Scream louder, 18. Let's see who bags more prey. The one laughing was a boy with a red scarf. Despite his handsome features, his heart was more cruel and wicked than any demon's. Boring. That area is mine, 17, said a blonde girl. She was his twin, equally beautiful, yet equally a demon in human skin, spreading slaughter everywhere. In a pool of blood, a little girl tugged at her fallen mother's hand, sobbing. But her mother would never answer. Oh, found a little prey. Don't worry, kid, you'll join your mother soon. 17 grinned viciously and fired a ki blast at the little girl who was still crying for her mother, unaware of the mortal danger. Just as she was about to be obliterated. Bang! The ki blast was deflected, exploding against a nearby ruin. The little girl was caught in the arms of a tall, handsome man. Big brother, what's wrong with my mom? She'll be okay, right? Li Feng gently stroked her head and said softly, your mother is just sleeping. She will wake up. Then he used instant transmission to send her to Bulma. Take care of this child. The battle has begun. Before Bulma could react, she found herself holding the child, and Li Feng had vanished. You again, Trunks. Brought a helper this time. 17 sneered. Huh, that guy disappeared. 18 noticed the man who saved the girl was gone. Boring. He'll just have to finish you off. With a roar, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. Golden light erupted and his aura blazed around him, the terrifying energy shaking the desolate ruins. He knew Li Feng had gone to save the girl, so he had to buy time. Died. 17 was about to attack when a dark figure suddenly appeared before him. With a thunderous punch, the figure sent him flying. 17 crashed heavily into a collapsed wall, shattering it. What a... 18 was shocked. She hadn't expected such a powerful fighter to appear on the battlefield, one who could knock 17 away with a single blow. Leave 17 to me. Can you handle 18? Li Feng's steady voice asked. Yes. Trunks replied with confidence. In the instant he clashed with 17, Li Feng used his system's battle meter to measure the future android's power levels. Android 17, 350 million. Android 18, 300 million. Both were slightly stronger than Trunks, but Li Feng believed a Saiyan could fight above their level on Eon. He wanted to use this battle to sharpen Trunks' skills. If anything went wrong, he would intervene. 17, you're so weak, 18 taunted. Don't interfere, 18. I'll kill this bastard myself. 17 growled through gritted teeth. It had been years since anyone had hurt him, not since his fight with Gohan 7 years ago. This man must suffer a slow, agonizing death. Fool, Li Feng said coldly. With a mighty shout, a golden radiance, even more dazzling than Trunks, burst forth. Terrifying energy surged into the heavens, shaking the very ground. Li Feng's hair stood on end, turning from black to gold, his pupils turning emerald, his expression ice cold. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan from the start. Originally, his fighting style was similar to Goku's, testing his opponent first, savoring the thrill of battle, then gradually powering up. He had even done so against Frieza. But against these cruel demons who showed no mercy, even to innocent children, he could no longer hold back. He had to eliminate them instantly. Every moment they lived was an insult to the dead. Li Feng's immense energy radiated outward like ripples. What? A Super Saiyan? Who the hell are you? 17 was horrified. He had faced Super Saiyans before. Gohan 7 years ago, Vegeta 17 years ago, but none had possessed such overwhelming power. Your executioner. Before the word was finished, the golden figure appeared before 17. Li Feng drove his fist into 17's abdomen with brutal force. 17 doubled over like a shrimp, coughing up bile. Li Feng followed with a flying kick, sending 17 hurtling into the air with a thunderous boom. Ribs cracked and pain exploded through his body. But it wasn't over. Li Feng used instant transmission to appear above the airborne 17, clasped his hands together, and hammered him down with devastating force. A deafening blast echoed through the sky as a black figure streaked down like a meteor, crashing into the earth with a ground-shaking impact, creating a spiderweb of cracks. 17 was completely dazed. First a heavy blow to the gut, then broken ribs, the world spinning past, a searing pain in his back, and then only darkness and agony everywhere. He stared blankly at the sky, unable to believe he had been defeated in an instant. No, he screamed in despair. For the Golden Warrior had already appeared before him, a sphere of energy coalescing in his hand. That energy ball radiated the power of death. With a flash of golden light, 17's consciousness was utterly extinguished. A tremendous explosion echoed across the ground as 17 was blasted to pieces. Boom. A thunderous explosion reduced number 17 to fragments. What a... Number 18, locked in combat with Trunks, was momentarily distracted by the sight of number 17's demise. Trunks, unwavering in his focus, seized the opening in number 18's defense and lunged forward with a devastating strike. Thud. His fist connected squarely with number 18's face, sending her hurtling backward like a cannonball. With a resounding crash, number 18's body slammed into the ruins, triggering a tremor. Walls crumbled and thick smoke billowed into the air. How could this be? That number 17, her nominal twin brother, had been slain by that mysterious Saiyan. Embedded in the wall, number 18 was overwhelmed by shock, confusion, and panic. If that other Saiyan joined forces with Trunks, she would surely meet her end. What should she do? Number 18's mind raced with tension. Then a cruel smile crept across her face. Since those Saiyans couldn't sense her energy, she could exploit this advantage for a sniper attack. If she could kill Trunks from the shadows and flee immediately, that other Saiyan would never catch her. Thus she concealed herself amidst the debris and smoke like a panther lurking in the dark, waiting for her prey to reveal a fatal weakness. Vanished. Trunks flew to where number 18 had fallen, but she was nowhere to be seen. Yet his battle-hardened instincts screamed of a lethal threat. He scanned his surroundings, nervously searching for number 18 through the haze. Li Feng stood nearby, arms crossed, observing. How would he handle an enemy whose energy he couldn't sense? He mused that the best tactic would be to feign an opening and counterattack the moment the opponent struck. As time dragged on, Trunks' nerves remained taut, sweat pouring from his brow. Yet he dared not relax, knowing an attack could come at any moment. Suddenly, a piercing whistle cut through the air. Trunks instantly fired a ki blast. But it only struck a rock. The real threat lurked behind it. However, the debris and dust from the shattered rock momentarily hindered Trunks' movements. Thud. This time, number 18 struck back. She seized Trunks by the shoulders and drove her knee into his stomach, bending his body like a bow. Ugh. Agony racked Trunks, forcing a bitter gasp from his lips. Number 18 then launched a relentless assault, her fists flying, battering Trunks into a daze. Finally, she kicked Trunks away and formed a ki cannon with both hands, unleashing the prince's battle method. Boom. 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 Golden ki blasts rained down like a Gatling gun, mercilessly strafing Trunks. In theory, androids possessed limitless stamina, so number 18 could bombard Trunks indefinitely. However, these future androids had existed for over a decade. Years of constant battle and lack of maintenance had depleted their energy reserves. The intense fight with Trunks had drained number 18 so much that after a minute of bombardment, she was forced to stop. Hee. Ha. Number 18 laughed wildly. What Saiyan? She had dispatched another one herself. It seemed number 17 had simply been careless. In an unknown fight, her odds against Li Feng had improved. Perhaps she didn't need to flee after all. Sensing Trunks' energy vanish, number 18's earlier panic, tension, and despair evaporated. That feeling of invincibility had returned. Li Feng had been watching the battle closely. When he saw Trunks under such fierce attack, he nearly intervened. But he noticed that Trunks' energy hadn't diminished much, instead it had been deliberately concealed. Having trained on planet Yardrat, Li Feng's perception of ki was unmatched. He knew Trunks was still alive, lying in wait for the final killing blow. Heh, that so-called Scion. Li Feng, you ambushed number 17 and got lucky, but I am the strongest. The Trunks who came with you is dead. You're next. Number 18 cackled maniacally. Seeing the demonic grin of this future number 18, Li Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He did admire number 18, but only the one from his own universe, gentle, kind, and lovely. This one was nothing but a demon wearing number 18's skin. Li Feng shook his head. Your fight isn't over yet. Eager to die so soon. Li Feng sneered. Did she truly believe a Scion was so easy to kill? From what he knew, Vegeta's death was due to carelessness and Gohan's sacrifice was to protect Trunks. Killing a Super Saiyan who was on guard was no simple feat. What? Number 18's hair stood on end. She tensely scanned her surroundings. If it were true Trunks was still alive. Was he lurking in the shadows, just as she had done? She sensed the area again, but still couldn't detect Trunks' energy. Yet sweat continued to bead on her forehead. If that were the case, she was in deep trouble. With Li Feng here, could she even escape? Another piercing whistle split the air. Number 18's ear twitched. She instantly fired a ki blast and taunted, "Humph, hiding back there. Using my own trick against me. How naive." Boom, boom. She launched several more blasts, shattering the boulder to dust. But when the dust cleared, Trunks was nowhere to be seen. What? Number 18 was stunned. He wasn't playing by the rules. A sound came from behind her ear. Number 18 dodged on instinct, but it was too late. A silver flash sliced through the air, and an arm was severed. Out. Number 18 screamed in agony as blood gushed from the wound. Ha, 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 ha. Trunks pressed his advantage, swinging his sword relentlessly. Countless silver arcs danced through the air. After a flurry of strikes, only scattered parts and fragments remained. This is revenge for everyone. Die. Just as the original Trunks had delivered the final blow to Mecha Frieza after his sword dance, he formed a ki sphere with his left hand and blasted everything to pieces with a thunderous boom. Number 18 was dead. Trunks had surpassed himself. Ding. Mission completed. Eliminate Android 17 and Android 18. Mission reward the formidable survival ability of the Frost Demon Clan. Do you wish to claim it? At that moment, the system's voice echoed within his mind. Yes. Li Feng answered without hesitation. Whoosh. In an instant, Li Feng felt his blood surging with heat, and then a more vigorous and boundless vitality radiated from within his body. Crack, crack. Li Feng's bones and flesh slowly grew their density, becoming astonishingly formidable. Now he felt that even without using any skills, he could withstand a full-powered Kamehameha from a Super Saiyan without a scratch. His height, originally 1.8 meters, increased to 1.85 meters. His muscles grew more solid, harboring even more astonishing power within. Beyond the enhancement of his physical strength, Li Feng felt a qualitative improvement in all 5 senses. His eyes became like telescopes, clearly seeing a spider hundreds of meters away. His hearing rivaled that of a Namekian, able to discern voices from a kilometer away. His senses of smell and taste became richer, and his touch more delicate. Most thrilling for Li Feng was his breathing, now smoother and deeper. His lungs seemed to have doubled in size, allowing him to inhale several times more oxygen than before. And what struck him most profoundly was the realization that he could survive in a vacuum. His breathing no longer relied solely on his mouth and nose. Every part of his body seemed to breathe slowly, drawing in air and storing it within. Roughly estimating, he could survive in a vacuum for several days. This was the formidable vitality of the Frost Demon Clan. No wonder Frieza, even without training, was born with a battle power of over 100 million. This was innate talent. Li Feng was overjoyed. This system reward was truly to his liking. He used the scouter to check his current base battle power, 100 million. This was nothing less than the evolution of life, the ascension of the flesh. Evolved, Li Feng's battle power had quadrupled. Even more terrifying, he felt an endless surge of power welling up from within his body, with vast potential yet to be tapped. Thud. At that moment, Trunks knelt on the ground. Brother Gohan, father, all my friends, and all the innocent people, I have finally defeated the androids. Your souls can now find peace. Trunks shouted to the heavens, hot tears streaming from his eyes. The years of battling the androids, the constant fleeing, the despair, pain, resentment, and tension that had filled his heart, all of it dissipated with this final curtain. He had always carried the hopes of the entire world, unable to die, forced to survive, while witnessing innocent people fall. His heart bled, yet he was powerless, a feeling that had haunted him endlessly. Now he had finally avenged them with his own hands. The joy, excitement, and a myriad of complex emotions were beyond words. All he could do was release them through his cries. Li Feng stood silently by his heart, stirring with emotion. Having read Dragon Ball before, what he admired most was future Trunks. Brave yet kind, ruthless toward enemies, gentle toward family and friends. The burden Trunks carried was so bitter. After a long while when Trunks had finished crying, he slowly walked over to Li Feng and bowed deeply with great solemnity. Mr. Li Feng, I truly thank you for your help. Without you we would never have completely eliminated the androids. Don't mention it, Trunks. In the end it was your strength and wisdom that defeated them. Li Feng smiled at Trunks. I must hurry back and share this good news with Mom. She'll be overjoyed. Trunks exclaimed happily. Mr. Li Feng, please come with me. Today is a day worth celebrating. All right. The two swiftly flew toward Bulma's hideout. Whoosh. Before long they arrived. Mom, I did it. The androids have been defeated. Humanity is saved. The moment Trunks saw Bulma, he rushed into her arms like a child, sharing his joy with his mother. Really? That's wonderful. You're both amazing. Bulma's eyes lit up and she beamed with a radiant smile. Thank you, Li Feng, for saving our world. No need for thanks. Trunks also overcame the enemy with his own strength. Then to celebrate our victory, I've decided throw a party today. Bulma laughed. You Saiyans must have huge appetites. This isn't much of a thanks, but let me at least play the host. Ha ha ha. The room filled with cheerful laughter. Afterward, Bulma used robots to relay the good news to the surviving people. At first no one dared to believe it, but when they realized the disasters caused by the two androids had ceased, they erupted into deafening cheers, shouting the names of the two heroes Li Feng and Trunks. That evening, Bulma invited the nearby people to a celebration. Everyone cleared a space and began distributing food, with Li Feng helping out as well. Bulma grew increasingly curious about Li Feng, this mysterious and powerful man, and asked him about his encounters with her past self. Hearing how proactive her younger self had been, she blushed, but soon relaxed, treating it as an amusing anecdote. Her husband Vegeta had been gone for many years. Actually, the Dragon Balls still exist. Everyone can be brought back. After recounting his past experiences, Li Feng said calmly, What? You mean the Dragon Balls are still here? Trunks was stunned and asked urgently. In this world, Piccolo and Kami were originally one, sharing life and death. So when Piccolo died, Kami, who oversaw Earth's Dragon Balls, also perished, rendering them inert. But Piccolo's homeworld, Namek, is the birthplace of the Dragon Balls. If the original timeline remains unchanged, there should be Dragon Balls on Namek as well. Li Feng explained. I had no idea. Trunks was astonished, then overjoyed. Then that means father and brother Gohan can be. Wait, Trunks. At that moment, Bulma sighed. We can't do that. They've been gone for so long. Even if we could use Shenron's power to bring them back, it would be disrespectful to life. Let them rest in peace. Bulma, contrary to her usual self, stopped Trunks from making that request. Li Feng was surprised. He hadn't expected the person who most wanted everyone revived to oppose the idea. Bulma, Trunks, and that powerful young man Li Feng, is it? At that moment, a familiar voice reached their ears. It's me, Goku. I've been watching over Earth from the afterlife. Bulma is right. We've been dead for a long time and have grown accustomed to life in the other world. We don't wish to be revived. Besides, it seems I've caused a lot of trouble for this world. I feel sorry for Gohan and Vegeta. Kakarot, I won't be revived either. My training in the afterlife won't lose to anyone. Vegeta's voice also came through. Trunks, you've grown up. I'm proud of you. And then Gohan's voice followed. As Father and Aunt Bulma said, we've been gone for a long time. Being revived would strip life of its meaning. It's better for the living to face the future. Brother Gohan. Hearing that familiar voice, Trunks couldn't hold back his tears. Yeah, the others have also decided not to be revived. We're doing fine in the afterlife. Oh, by the way, Li Feng, you're incredibly strong. Thanks for saving Earth. I'd love to fight you. When you pass away, make sure to find me at King Yama's place. Kakarot, after all these years, you still don't know how to talk. Are you cursing him to die? Is that any way to speak to a benefactor? Sorry, Li Feng. And then their usual bickering ensued. In the end, Trunks let out a relieved smile. Finally, Trunks also let go and smiled. According to Bulma, the time machine required a vast amount of energy for a round trip, and replenishing that energy would take a full year, so Li Feng had no choice but to remain in the future world. He had considered making a wish to Shenron to grant him intelligence rivaling Bulma's, or Majin Buu's learning ability, enabling him to invent and create, but he dared not abuse the Dragon Balls, uncertain if this world's future would encounter events akin to GT. Thus, most of his time was devoted to cultivation. During the first 2 months, he assisted with post-disaster reconstruction as a Saiyant's strength surpassed that of 10,000 men and was faster and more agile than any heavy machinery. Li Feng gradually integrated into life, here building various infrastructure with his own hands, and a sense of accomplishment welled up within him. Beyond cultivation, he savored the beauty of life and the hope people held for a new beginning. After the initial construction, Bulma's machine factory began operations, and Li Feng no longer needed to spend extensive time helping with building. Trunks, the future I come from is even more distant than the one you now inhabit, and there will be far more terrifying and powerful enemies much stronger than the androids 17 and 18. During a break one day, Li Feng said to Trunks, I know it might not be the best time to talk about this during the reconstruction after dealing with the androids, but this world can only rely on you. Do you want to become stronger, Trunks? I want to become stronger as strong as you, Mr. Li Feng. Please teach me how to grow stronger. Trunks earnestly made his request to Li Feng. Li Feng knew he had less than 10 months left in this world. Besides strengthening himself, it was crucial to make Trunks stronger. Because of his arrival, the future had already changed. If Trunks didn't train and grow, he wouldn't even be able to defeat First Form Cell, let alone enemies like Majin Buu. Good. I know a place suitable for our training. Li Feng's suggestion was to use the hyperbolic time chamber in the lookout. What? The lookout? The hyperbolic time chamber. Such an incredible place exists. Trunks was astonished. That's right. I think Mr. Popo won't refuse. The two immediately flew to the lookout. It's you, Trunks and Li Feng. As they landed on the lookout, a short, dark-skinned man with a white turban addressed them. Hello, Mr. Popo. We've come to borrow the hyperbolic time chamber. Li Feng stated his purpose, explaining that they needed to train for the formidable enemies to come. If the Guardian were here, he would surely agree. Thank you, Li Feng and Trunks, for avenging the Guardian and so many innocent people. Mr. Popo expressed his gratitude for their contributions and granted them permission to use the hyperbolic time chamber. But be warned, a person can only stay inside for 48 hours in their lifetime, or they won't be able to get out. Mr. Popo cautioned. Li Feng thought to himself that not being able to get out was only due to insufficient power. Later, Majin Buu and Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks tore through time and space with sheer strength. But he was far from possessing such power now, and even if he did, he wouldn't want to stay in that blank world for too long lest his mind suffer. So spending a year inside would be sufficient. In the original story, Goku and Gohan mastered the full power of Super Saiyan after a year in the chamber. Could he achieve that state now? Li Feng was eager. When the door to the hyperbolic time chamber opened, it revealed a small house with a living room, hall, bathroom, kitchen, and all facilities. Beyond that lay a vast, empty white world. The most immediate sensation was the extremely thin air, with oxygen levels reduced to less than half, along with 10 times the gravity and a temperature exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. Huff, ha, huff, ha. Trunks, unaccustomed to the harsh environment, gasped for air. So this is the hyperbolic time chamber. He couldn't help but marvel. The outside world was a void of nothingness, as if only this temporal palace remained, with a massive hourglass pouring sand, the only reminder of time's passage. Li Feng had long grown accustomed to 10 times gravity in his previous training, and the harsh conditions of high temperature and thin air posed no problem for his evolved body. His primary interest lay in the chamber's unique feature: one day inside equaled a year in the outside world. Trunks, start by slowly adapting to this environment. He'll train alone for now and teach you how to become stronger tomorrow. With that, Li Feng stamped the ground and flew off into the distance. Watching Li Feng remain unperturbed under such intense gravity and thin air, Trunks felt a surge of admiration. He clenched his fists and began to adapt to the environment. Though Li Feng possessed resistance to extreme cold and heat, the thin air remained a challenge, consuming more stamina than usual. After training for a short while, he was already slightly sweating, but this only proved the effectiveness. Training under these conditions would undoubtedly make him stronger. Let me test my current power. Ha! Boom. Li Feng burst his energy, a white aura shooting into the sky, its terrifying force shaking the palace. Amazing. So powerful. Mr. Li Feng is even stronger than before. Trunks marveled, wondering why Li Feng, without transforming into a Super Saiyan, had an aura comparable to when they had fought. Excellent. This evolved body is incredible. Li Feng felt the changes in his body. After the energy burst, the negative effects diminished considerably. Time to train. Super Saiyan full power, here I come. Several days later. Boom. 2 golden ki blasts collided, producing a thunderous roar. A golden figure was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. Cough, cough. Trunks reverted to his base form, coughing incessantly. Not bad, Trunks. You're gradually adapting to this environment. Li Feng stood with his arms crossed, astonishingly still in his base form, not transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yes, Master Li Feng. Trunks stood up again and replied. This was what Trunks had requested. In these few days, Li Feng had taught him much, not just about combat, but also about sensing chi, breathing techniques, and absorption, further enhancing his physical strength. Let's stop training for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Yes, Master Li Feng. A month later. Swish, 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 swish. 2 figures erupted with a golden aura. Come on, Trunks. Li Feng said. Huh. Whoosh. Trunks transformed into a golden lightning bolt and crashed into Li Feng. Boom. Their fists collided, producing a thunderous sound. Then their figures flickered and shifted continuously in the air. After a month of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, their base combat power had greatly increased. Trunks had risen from 5 million to 10 million. Li Feng, on the other hand, had doubled from 100 million to 200 million. Through over a month of adaptation and training, Trunks had grown accustomed to the harsh environment. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could steadily suppress Li Feng's base form in battle, forcing Li Feng to respond in his Super Saiyan state. After a brief exchange, Trunks created some distance and fired several energy blasts. Li Feng dodged them with ease, but the explosions shrouded Trunks in smoke. My! Li Feng raised an eyebrow. Trunks had begun applying his ki in actual combat. Remaining composed, he focused his senses. No living being could escape his perception. Over here. Li Feng spun around and punched into the air. Thud! Trunks' form materialized. No, I'm here. Another Trunks appeared behind Li Feng. Just as Li Feng's fist was about to strike the first Trunks, that figure blurred and dissipated. The afterimage technique. This was another move Li Feng had taught Trunks, creating illusions with ki during high-speed movement. Today, Trunks had successfully executed it. Got him! Trunks was ecstatic. His fist was about to land on Li Feng, proving his technique could deceive even his master. Too naive. But Trunks felt the same sensation Li Feng had. His punch met no resistance. Instead, Li Feng's voice echoed behind him. Thump! With a resounding blow, Trunks was slammed into the ground, cracking the smooth floor like a spiderweb. Cough, cough, cough. Trunks staggered to his feet, looking disheveled. Well done, Trunks. You've mastered the afterimage technique in combat. But in a real fight, your opponent might use similar tactics. Never let your guard down when your attack misses. Li Feng cautioned. I understand, Master. Trunks stood tall, delighted by Li Feng's approval. Your body can now handle higher-level Super Saiyan transformations. Li Feng said. Higher-level transformations. What are they? Trunks looked puzzled. Like this, huh? Li Feng let out a mighty shout, and the golden aura around him expanded. An even more astonishing and terrifying energy erupted. Beyond the shift in aura, Li Feng's body underwent a dramatic change. His once fit physique became more imposing. His arm muscles, chest, abs, thighs, calves all bulged twice as large. He became a muscular powerhouse. His energy swelled to an incredible degree, like a miniature sun radiating light and heat. This energy instantly overwhelmed Trunks' normal Super Saiyan form, even causing his own aura to shrink slightly. This is the second grade of the first Super Saiyan stage, known as the Ultra Super Saiyan, or Grade 2. Li Feng explained. So powerful. Gazing at Li Feng in his Grade 2 form, Trunks' eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Li Feng's current ki was vastly superior to his own. Grade 2 amplifies power by 60 times, but it consumes 3 times the usual ki. Li Feng elaborated on his current state. This is the level you need to reach. Trunks looked on with envy. Is this the state beyond a Super Saiyan? Can I attain it too? With diligent training, anyone can achieve this form. Of course, there's a further transformation. Like this. Li Feng pushed his transformation further. Whoosh! An even fiercer gale and more dazzling golden light erupted from Li Feng. His ki swept through the entire space, as if the world itself was consumed by this golden flame. Compared to him, Trunks' golden glow was like a firefly against the blazing sun, utterly incomparable. Trunks was blinded once more, trembling in fear at the overwhelming power. If with Li Feng's Grade 2, he could still muster the courage for a few rounds. Under this state, Li Feng was like a golden demon. His mere presence inspired dread, extinguishing all will to fight and leaving only profound terror. Li Feng's body underwent another massive change. His height, once nearly 1.9 meters, surged to 2 meters. His muscles swelled into mounds like hills, making him resemble an erupting volcano, ceaselessly radiating light and heat. This is the third grade of the first Super Saiyan stage, or Grade 3. It greatly enhances power with a multiplier of 80 times. But it's a flawed transformation of the first Super Saiyan stage. Why? This form is far stronger than Grade 2. Trunks was baffled. Because while it boosts power dramatically, it also reduces speed significantly, even slower than a normal Super Saiyan. It consumes about 5 times the usual ki and puts immense strain on the body, making it unsuitable for combat. Li Feng revealed the form's weakness to help Trunks avoid wasted effort. Even the mightiest power is futile if it can't land a hit. This form trades speed for strength. Is there an even stronger form? Yes, the final form of the first Super Saiyan stage. Whoosh! Li Feng deactivated Grade 3. His body reverted to normal, his aura shrank, and the terrifying energy subsided until the golden glow vanished entirely, his ki fully dropping. Now Li Feng looked like an ordinary Super Saiyan. Isn't this just the normal Super Saiyan state? Trunks felt the final form didn't meet his expectations. It looks the same, but this is actually the final form of the first Super Saiyan stage, known as Full Power Super Saiyan. The multiplier is 70 times, but both power and speed are greatly enhanced. Its biggest advantage is that it can be maintained for a long time, consuming only 30 more ki than base. Normal Super Saiyans waste excess ki during transformation. This form stores that surplus ki in the body, prolonging the transformation duration. Indeed, Li Feng had already achieved the full power of Super Saiyan Grade 1 within the hyperbolic time chamber. With a long exhale, Li Feng reverted to his base form. Trunks, your primary goal now is to attain the Super Saiyan Grade 1. 2 state. Yes, Master. Trunks was brimming with enthusiasm, yearning to grow stronger to protect his own world. Boom. A few days later, another fierce battle ensued. Li Feng noted that Trunks' combat power had increased again, and he had mastered techniques like the afterimage fist. Their figures flickered ceaselessly in the air, a testament to their mastery of the multiple afterimage fist. Their clothes were torn and both bore numerous wounds, yet their fighting spirit remained undiminished. Huh. A flash of light and Trunks distanced himself, gathering an energy sphere above his head. Huh. Li Feng extended his left hand, also condensing a ki blast. Magic Flash. Trunks unleashed the technique taught by Gohan, the Magic Flash. A yellow beam of energy, searing with heat, shot toward Li Feng like a meteor. Drink. Not to be outdone, Li Feng fired a ki blast cannon toward Trunks' Magic Flash. Boom. In an instant, the entire world seemed to pale, as if only these two flashes of light existed. Subsequently, both figures were sent flying by the collision of the two energies, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. Trunks propped himself up, spitting out a mouthful of bitter fluid. Well done, Trunks. Li Feng also straightened up, offering his praise. Trunks was making rapid progress, now able to keep pace with Li Feng. Take a Senza bean and prepare to begin the transformation to Grade 1. 2 state. With the warm-up complete, Li Feng tossed a Senza bean to Trunks. After consuming it, Trunks felt his strength instantly return, his injuries vanish, and even sensed a slight increase in his ki. Remember what I said before, concentrate your ki, let it flow through every major muscle group. Li Feng reiterated the key points for the Super Saiyan Grade 1. 2 transformation. Ha-ya. Swoosh. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, erupting with a golden aura. But it didn't stop there, his ki continued to rise, the golden vortex expanding steadily. That's it, raise your ki first, then concentrate the excess energy into your muscles. Ha-ya. Veins bulged on Trunks' forehead as he felt the power rampaging wildly throughout his body. It was immense, yet most of it was uncontrollable. However, guided by Li Feng's explanation, he realized the key to the transformation was to tame this surging power. He desperately suppressed the chaotic energy within, storing it within the major muscle groups of his body. Boom. Due to the immense power erupting, Trunks' feet slammed into the ground, causing the earth to cave in. Trunks let out a mighty roar, and his entire body blazed with the most dazzling light. The ground beneath him completely shattered, sending dust and debris flying. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the dust settled, a golden, imposing figure emerged from the crater, his body wreathed in a fierce, flame-like golden aura. Trunks' form had undergone a dramatic change. He had grown taller, his muscles bulging like small mountains, robust and brimming with explosive power. Trunks had successfully transformed into the Super Saiyan Grade 1. 2 state. Li Feng examined Trunks' new form, comparing it to his own and to the Grade 1. 2 state of Vegeta from the original story. Seeing it was correct, he nodded in approval. Excellent, this is the state. Remember this feeling. Now get familiar with your new power. Li Feng advised. Trunks felt immense joy and excitement, but upon hearing Li Feng's words, he immediately understood that mastering this power and maintaining it was the true key. He suppressed his excitement and continued to stabilize his ki. After a long while, Trunks' ki ceased to fluctuate and remained stable. Even without exerting himself, he could maintain the Super Saiyan Grade 1. 2 state. Li Feng measured Trunks' current battle power, 900 million. His own base battle power had increased to 210 million. He had asked the system, in the original story, the young Gohan's battle power upon erupting into Super Saiyan Grade 2 was 10 billion, and the battle power of Perfect Cell was only 6 billion. With his base power already over 200 million, transforming into a Super Saiyan at the lowest multiplier already rivaled Super Saiyan Grade 2. If he were to fight seriously, he could probably kill Trunks with a single punch. Li Feng gathered his ki, suppressing his battle power to around 900 million. Come, Trunks, face me with your new power. Yes. Trunks' fighting spirit soared. Now he felt certain he could defeat Li Feng. Boom, 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 boom. They engaged in another fierce battle. But this time Trunks clearly had the upper hand. Boom. Their fists collided once more. This time, however, Trunks' power was evidently greater, sending Li Feng flying. Exultant, Trunks lunged forward and kicked Li Feng in the abdomen. Clang. Li Feng quickly blocked, but with his ki suppressed, he felt Trunks' power was terrifyingly immense. It felt as if a single kick could shatter his bones. His entire arm went numb. Trunks pressed his advantage, his iron fists swinging relentlessly, pummeling Li Feng like a punching bag. Boom, 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 boom. Trunks had suppressed Li Feng. Indeed, the new transformation was incredibly powerful. Trunks thought to himself. Shun. Li Feng used instant transmission to appear in the distance. He knew that in his current state a direct confrontation with Trunks was not the best strategy, so he began to fight a mobile battle. But Trunks' Super Saiyan Grade 1, 2 state had vastly increased his battle power, not just in strength, but also in speed. Whoosh! A golden beast charged toward Li Feng. Thud! Li Feng's mind kept up, but his body was slower, and he was sent flying by the impact. Ha 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 ha! Trunks unleashed the prince's battle method. He frantically condensed energy spheres and bombarded Li Feng. Instantly golden ki blasts rained down on Li Feng like a meteor shower, engulfing him. So strong. This is my grade 1, 2 Super Saiyan form. Trunks couldn't help but exult at the results of his transformation. Whoosh! After the bombardment, dust filled the air, obscuring Li Feng's figure. Trunks didn't dare let his guard down. He didn't believe those few attacks could defeat Li Feng. Shun. Li Feng used instant transmission to appear right in front of Trunks. He drove a knee into Trunks' abdomen. By the time the deadly threat registered in Trunks' mind, it was too late. His abdomen took a heavy blow. Even with his greatly enhanced defense in this form, he was still winded and spat out bitter fluid. Thud, 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 thud. This time it was Li Feng's turn to launch a furious assault. He used instant transmission, relentlessly overwhelming Trunks until he could no longer maintain the Super Saiyan Grade 1, 2 state, and was completely defeated. This time, it was Li Feng's turn to launch a ferocious assault, using instant transmission, relentlessly leaving Trunks in an exceedingly awkward position. Eventually, Trunks could no longer even maintain the power of Super Saiyan Grade 2 and was utterly defeated. This is the greatest weakness of the Super Saiyan Grade 2 state. It consumes far too much stamina. Originally, you could maintain a regular Super Saiyan for an hour, but now you can't even last 15 minutes. Li Feng helped Trunks up and spoke. However, this state is necessary. It will acclimate your body to high-intensity energy, paving the way for even more powerful transformations later on. I will definitely master this state. Trunks returned to his normal form and said happily. So this was what it felt like to become stronger, an exhilarating and thrilling experience. He was a Saiyan after all, and the Saiyan blood and instincts flowing within him ignited his fighting spirit. Very well, let's call it a day. Take a look at the terrain around us. Li Feng gestured to their surroundings. Due to their energy, the once smooth ground was now pockmarked with craters, and the distant earth was scorched black and had sunk several meters. Ha ha ha! The two burst into hearty laughter. In the days that followed, they continued their rigorous training, and in their spare time, they would chat about their respective worlds. Although Li Feng already had a basic understanding of the future world, hearing about it from Trunks revealed just how dark and despairing it truly was. He learned of the hardships endured by Trunks' Bulma Gohan and the few remaining survivors who had barely clung to life for so many years and came to understand the preciousness of their current existence. Li Feng also spoke of his own Dragon Ball world where his arrival had altered the future. Bulma was no longer his mother, but Trunks felt that during their time together Li Feng had shown him the care of a mentor and perhaps even a hint of the paternal love he had missed. Time flew by, and soon the year within the hyperbolic time chamber came to an end. Their strength was now incomparable to what it had been a year ago. Their current power levels were as follows: Trunks base form 100 million. Li Feng base form 500 million. Moreover, Trunks had mastered the Super Saiyan full power transformation and could maintain that state for extended periods. As for Li Feng, he had already learned to transform into a Super Saiyan 2. Currently, Li Feng's Super Saiyan 2 was merely the most basic form, multiplying his base power by 100 times. Yet according to his system's detection, this already rivaled the combat strength of Goku's Super Saiyan 3 during the Majin Buu saga. Imagine that. His Super Saiyan 2 now possessed the power of Super Saiyan 3. Returning to his own Dragon Ball universe, 1807, would be a walk in the park. What was Perfect Cell? Super Perfect Cell? They were all nothing. But he wouldn't let Android 18 be absorbed. Still, what would he do when the mission arrived? Regardless, his current strength was more than sufficient for traversing other Dragon Ball universes for a long time, unless he encountered beings with power surpassing a god of destruction or ventured into the Dragon Ball GT storyline. Zap! A day later in the outside world, Mr. Popo sensed the door to the hyperbolic time chamber opening and immediately went to check. Whoosh! Two immensely powerful auras surged from within the chamber. Is that Trunks and Li Feng's ki? So strong. Mr. Popo could clearly feel that their ki had increased dramatically. The most terrifying part was that even before these auras reached their peak, the entire lookout seemed to tremble on the verge of collapse. The outside world is so much more comfortable. Trunks breathed in the fresh air and felt the normal gravity and temperature. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling his entire body relax, as if his suppressed power was surging again. All right, Trunks, suppress your ki back to normal, or the lookout might be blown away by your breathing, Li Feng teased. Initially, Li Feng also felt an overwhelming sense of relief upon stepping out, but he immediately restrained his power, reverting to the appearance of an ordinary person. Okay, Trunks quickly suppressed his aura as well. Trunks and Li Feng, have you completed your training? Mr. Popo asked. Thank you, Mr. Popo. We've finished using the chamber, and our training was very successful. Trunks now has a much better chance of protecting Earth. Don't tease me, Master, Trunks said, scratching his head sheepishly. Ahem, before that, Mr. Popo, do you have anything good to eat? Li Feng inquired. Although there was plenty of food inside, we finished it over a month early. We've been training on an empty stomach ever since. No problem at all. Please wait a moment. Mr. Popo then went to the kitchen to prepare some food. Ha ha ha. Ha. Seeing each other's disheveled state, Li Feng and Trunks couldn't help but burst into laughter. Their appetites had grown along with their power, so they had depleted the time chamber's food stock early. In the later stages, they were ravenously hungry, but this condition fully brought out their Saiyan physiology. Fighting while hungry had actually boosted their combat strength. The two of them looked at the table laden with delicious food, and without a word transformed into voracious eaters, devouring everything in sight. Mr. Popo watched the two gorillas eat, utterly speechless. Afterward, Li Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Popo, for providing us with the venue and the food. Would like to do something for you in return. Li Feng paused. Earth currently has no guardian, does it? That's right. Cammy was one with Piccolo and was killed by the androids over a decade ago. Mr. Popo said, a look of sorrow and reminiscence crossing his face. Then we can go to Namek and ask their people to come to Earth and become the new guardian to revive the Dragon Balls. Li Feng suggested. Is that really possible? Protecting Earth was always Camus' wish. He would be overjoyed. With Camus passing, the Dragon Balls had become unusable. Li Feng felt that the Dragon Balls were still essential. Even if Goku and the others in this world were unwilling to be revived, should any unforeseen events occur in the future, the Dragon Balls would at least offer a glimmer of hope. Alright, Trunks, let's head back first to rest and prepare. Tomorrow we depart for Namek. Understood, Master Li Feng. Trunks replied joyfully. Whoosh, whoosh. Their figures streaked across the sky, heading towards West City. The two looked down at the various buildings that had been rebuilt over the past year, the new vegetation planted in areas ravaged by war, and the smiling faces of people working together to rebuild their home. They couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth and satisfaction. Tap tap. The two flew to Bulma's villa. Mom, we're back, Trunks said joyfully. Huh, so soon. Bulma was still holding tools, repairing a machine. To her, it seemed they had only been gone for about a day. Typically, training outside took at least 10 days to half a month. She then compared Trunks' height, puzzled. You grew a few centimeters in just over a day. It's like this: I went to the hyperbolic time chamber with Master Li Feng, and then... Trunks chattered away, recounting his experiences from over a year as if they were precious stories. He was like a child sharing his joy with his mother. I see, thank you, Li Feng. Bulma expressed her gratitude. No need to be polite, Trunks already has the strength to protect this world. I just gave him a little push from behind. Your clothes. And you're so dirty, hurry up and take a shower. Bulma teased with a smile. In front of this woman, even the strongest Saiyan had to bow down. The two went to wash up. The next day, Li Feng and Trunks went to Namek and found Dondi. After years of growth, upon hearing about the situation on Earth, he readily agreed to help and wanted to contribute to saving Gohan. The two took Dondi and directly used instant transmission back to the temple. Bobo was surprised to see other Namekians and was soon moved to tears. Afterward, Dondi used Namekian magic to reactivate the Dragon Balls. Li Feng warned them not to use the Dragon Balls unless necessary, as it could lead to severe consequences in the future. He was unsure if events like those in GT would occur, but it was better not to misuse the Dragon Balls. Finally, he felt he had done something good. In the following days, Trunks returned to rebuilding their home, while his training with Li Feng came to a temporary halt. However, training once a week was still necessary, or his body would become rusty. Li Feng needed to stay in this Dragon Ball, a 1207 universe, for about 10 months. During this time, aside from maintaining his weekly training, he focused on technology. Since it was a rare opportunity to traverse into the future, the technology here was certainly more advanced than in his own universe. Although the original Dragon Ball didn't detail technological developments much, the inventions of time machines, spatial folding, and space travel indicated strong technological progress. Li Feng also tried to learn the technology of this world. He had been a top student before, but upon seeing the technological principles of the Dragon Ball world, he was bewildered. Fortunately, with the help of intelligent robots, he gradually learned many theories. At least by combining his practical experience with instant transmission, he could better understand spatial traversal technology. In the last 10 months, he and Bulma invented a spatial transfer device, which could directionally teleport living beings to designated locations with distances covering any corner of Earth. In other words, this device was a scaled-down version of instant transmission, but it didn't require the user to sense energy. Even ordinary people could use it, but it consumed a vast amount of energy and the number of uses decreased with the increase in distance. This didn't help Li Feng much personally, but for an ordinary person like Bulma, it was significant. At least, it was a life-saving tool that could buy time. Bulma elbowed Li Feng playfully and said with a mischievous smile, "Looks like you really like the past me. Ooh, I'm quite envious. Ahem, of course we have a great relationship. Should I tell you about my past preferences? There was such a thing. Teaching someone how to conquer oneself." Li Feng suddenly felt excited. So the two began to chat animatedly. In the future universe, Bulma and Li Feng treated each other as friends, admiring what the other had accomplished. "I see she likes wearing things like this. The past me would probably be even bolder." The two old perverts started an inappropriate conversation. Then the two exchanged glances and laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Trunks was listening behind the door. At first, he felt a bit awkward and uncomfortable seeing his mother so close to Li Feng, but after training in the hyperbolic time chamber with Li Feng and spending time researching technology and rebuilding their home, he no longer rejected Li Feng. Instead, he hoped Li Feng would stay in this world. Little did he know, deep down he had already regarded Li Feng as a mentor and father figure. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye 10 months had passed. The energy for the time machine was ready again, which meant Li Feng was about to return to his own universe. "All check the instruments are functioning properly, and the positioning is normal," Bulma said after checking repeatedly, approaching Li Feng. "Thank you, Master. I won't forget the help and teachings you've given us during this time," Trunks expressed. "Yes, Li Feng, thank you for coming to save our world." Bulma also expressed her gratitude. "No need to be polite, I've learned a lot here as well," Li Feng replied. Indeed, if it weren't for this journey into the future, he wouldn't have realized how hard ordinary people's lives were. He also learned about the charm of technology. His intelligence and scientific research level had reached that of a scholar, and he invented the spatial transfer device, which was a significant achievement. "You must train hard, Trunks. A powerful green monster will emerge in about a year, and it must be eliminated to protect humanity," Li Feng warned as the first form of Cell was likely to appear soon, hoping Trunks wouldn't underestimate the threat. "I understand, Master Li Feng. I will train hard. When we meet next time, I will be stronger," Trunks exclaimed loudly. "Bulma, thank you, I'm going back now." Li Feng bid farewell to Bulma, then entered the time machine, closed the hatch, and waved to the two. Whoosh! The time machine slowly ascended, and with a slight tremor in the air, it became invisible and vanished. Li Feng. Bulma gazed at the disappearing figure in the sky, murmuring, a sense of longing and melancholy enveloping her heart. Looking outside as the scenery darkened again, Li Feng couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of time travel. Beep, 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 beep. But at that moment, the time machine, operating normally, suddenly sounded an alarm. Unknown energy detected ahead. Please evacuate immediately. Unknown energy detected ahead. Please evacuate immediately. Unknown energy detected ahead. Please evacuate immediately. What's going on? Li Feng broke out in a cold sweat. What unknown energy? Hadn't they checked everything was fine before? During the traversal, there was nothing, no energy to sense. It would be useless even if it was strong. If he got lost in the turmoil of time and space, it would mean certain death. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm grew increasingly intense, and the once stable time machine became erratic, shaking and jolting until it was like being pulled into a massive whirlpool, tossing and turning, causing Li Feng to stumble. Boom. Finally, a flash of white light erupted, and the entire time machine exploded. Boom. A final flash of white light erupted as the entire time machine exploded. Li Feng was flung through the air, crashing onto the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, he slowly sat up and examined his body. Aside from being covered in grime from the explosion, he was unharmed. Beep. Detecting host traversing the cosmos. Beep. Detection complete. This universe is designated Universe A2007. Beep. Mission issued: eliminate Broly legendary Super Saiyan state of Universe A2007. Mission reward: time fragment X1. Accept. At that moment, the system issued the mission. Yes. Li Feng replied without hesitation. So he had crossed into Broly's universe, and he would soon face Broly in his legendary Super Saiyan form. He quickly recalled the plot of the original movie. Roughly, Broly and his father Paragus escaped Frieza's planet-destroying attack and fled to the South Galaxy. There, Paragus used Broly to wreak havoc, building an empire and seeking revenge against the remaining Saiyans, including Vegeta. That being the case, he first needed to find the main group. Li Feng sensed several familiar and powerful auras not far away. He then scanned his surroundings. This was Earth. Huh. Why are they all gathered together? Li Feng wondered, then teleported in an instant. Whoosh. Amidst a beautiful cherry blossom grove, a powerful figure appeared. The moment Li Feng appeared, his aura was immediately detected by the others. Who goes there? The Z-fighters quickly surrounded him. Seeing familiar faces, Li Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Present were Vegeta, Future Trunks, Son, Gohan, Bulma, Krillin, and others. Essentially the entire main group except for Goku. Hello everyone. Li Feng greeted them, but his friendly gesture did not ease their wariness. Vegeta stared intently at Li Feng, sensing that this young man's aura was definitely concealed, yet he exuded an overwhelming pressure. This was impossible. Vegeta was inwardly shocked. Even against Kakarot or other formidable foes, he had never felt such an oppressive presence, unless this man's power far exceeded his own. So Vegeta asked, "Who the hell are you?" "I am Li Feng, and I am also a Saiyan," Li Feng replied. "Impossible." Vegeta denied. "The only Saiyans left in this world are me, Kakarot, Gohan, Trunks, and the others. There are no more. I am a Saiyan from another timeline." Huh. The others were baffled. But the genius Bulma was present. Holding baby Trunks, she stepped forward and said, "You're from another timeline. Like Trunks. From a different time. Bulma, stay away from that guy, he's suspicious." Vegeta immediately shielded her. "Mom, be careful." Future Trunks also warned. "It's fine. This young man doesn't seem to be lying," Bulma said with a smile. "Trunks, aren't you from a parallel timeline too?" Trunks was stunned. "Huh. I'm curious. How did you come to our world? Does your world also have a time machine?" Bulma asked curiously. "Indeed, I was planning to return to my own world via a time machine, but for some reason during the transit, I encountered unknown interference. The machine was destroyed, and I ended up here." Li Feng replied. "I sensed many powerful auras here, so I came to investigate. I didn't expect to run into you all." He now realized the timeline was at the beginning of that movie, the Cherry Blossom viewing party before Paragus appeared. Krillin, young Gohan, and the others, sensing Li Feng's goodwill, invited him to join their Cherry Blossom viewing party, saying they would introduce him to Goku when he arrived. The festivities resumed. Vegeta stood apart, leaning against a tree with feigned sleep, but his ears remained tuned to Li Feng's conversation with the others. After getting acquainted with Krillin, young Gohan, Bulma, and the rest, Li Feng began exchanging information. Krillin recounted the events of their universe, which indeed differed from the one Li Feng knew. In this world, Cell never achieved his perfect form. Although the androids had appeared when Cell absorbed No. 17, the timeline diverged from the original universe. The divergence point was Vegeta. During the battle with semi-perfect Cell, Vegeta did not allow Cell to become perfect. He destroyed him outright. Li Feng thought, so that iconic scene never happened. Vegeta actually got a show off. As a result, the Cell games never occurred, and Goku didn't sacrifice himself. So that's it, Li Feng realized, finally solving a lingering puzzle from the original movie. Logically, Broly's story took place 10 days before the Cell games, but with the decisive battle looming, how could they have the energy to travel so far to fight Broly? It was a different timeline. "Trunks, your father is this world's savior," Li Feng joked. "Even if he's a savior, he still can't sing." Bulma teased. "Ha ha ha." The others burst into laughter. "Bulma." Vegeta said, his face reddening. Whoosh. At that moment, a massive spaceship flew in from the horizon, landing before them. Oh, the plot is starting. As Li Feng chatted with Krillin and the others, he revealed nothing of the impending events. The people on that ship," Gohan said uncertainly, looking at the vessel. "There seems to be a Saiyan on board." What's with today? Saiyan clearance sale. Another one appears. "Is he your companion, Li Feng?" Vegeta snorted. "No, I came alone. I don't know that ship or the Saiyan on it." Li Feng said. Indeed, he had never seen them in person. ZZT. The hatch opened, and a large group of aliens in battle armor charged straight at them. Vegeta sneered. Aside from Li Feng, these were mere weaklings. Even a combined attack would be no more than a flick of his finger. Li Feng used his system's battle power scanner to check. The grunts were only a few hundred. What truly interested him was the combat strength of this world's group. Son Gohan, 8 base form Vegeta, 7 base form Trunks, 5 base form Krillin, 10 Shinin, Master Roshi 0. Aside from the Saiyans, the other Z fighters' power levels were likely similar to those in his own universe. It seemed Gohan had trained in the hyperbolic time chamber and mastered the full-power Super Saiyan form, otherwise his power wouldn't exceed Vegeta's. When he returned, he would have to boost everyone's combat strength as well. Li Feng forgot that in his own Dragon Ball universe, 1807, the timeline hadn't yet reached the android's appearance, but everyone's power was already higher than their counterparts at the same point in the original story. Their strength had been driven up by Li Feng, a training fanatic.